Amid the busy market streets, a boy named Pio, only 14, gathered food through bartering. As a fare boosted the day's fortune, he smiled faintly and considered finding a place to sleep. An orphan with no home or purpose, he wandered aimlessly from town to town, surviving on scraps and instinct. While recalling the bridge he passed earlier, Pio noticed a cloaked figure blocking his path. Confused by the stranger's sudden appearance, he tried to step around, but everything turned dark. In the blink of an eye, his surroundings vanished. He stood suspended in emptiness, with no light, no ground, only silence. Though conscious and aware his eyes were open, he couldn't move or call for help. Panic grew as his body weakened, trapped in complete isolation. Then, a memory surfaced, the man in black. He remembered his words, "You look useful." Though Pio didn't recognize him or know his purpose, he now understood the encounter wasn't random. Stripped of strength and answers, Pio realized he'd been chosen, but for what reason remained a mystery. Suspended in the void, all he could do was breathe and endure waiting for whatever came next. Trapped in total darkness, Pio struggled to understand the stranger's motive. He realized he hadn't been brought here to die, but for some unknown purpose. Lying helpless, he repeated his name and memories to remain sane. The passing of time became impossible to track, and the cold silence gnawed at his resolve. As fear and hunger set in, Pio felt his mind slipping. He whispered his name, a lifeline to his identity. Starvation and solitude tormented him. He questioned why he was abandoned, what crime he had committed to deserve this. With each breath he wrestled with despair, tears spilling from his eyes as anger and confusion overtook him. Suddenly, he noticed movement. His hand responded. Slowly, he began to regain feeling throughout his body. The cold stone beneath him, the scent of damp air, it all returned. He realized he was underground. In the silence, a faint sound of water echoed, snapping his survival instincts awake. Driven by desperation, Pio forced himself to crawl. Every inch was agony, but the sound of dripping water guided him. Muscles screamed, but his will remained unbroken. He muttered with resolve he could reach it, he must survive. Despite the exhaustion, Pio dragged himself forward with trembling limbs. Sweat drenched his face as he crawled, fixated on a single thought: survival. Driven by pure will, he pushed through the pain and advanced toward the water's sound, each breath ragged but determined. Finally reaching the wall, his fingers scraped against stone. It was solid and unyielding. He struck it with desperation, trying to break through, but the pain in his fingers only confirmed it was futile. The stone didn't budge, and his strength gave out once more. Collapsing, he lay still, catching his breath. In the silence, faint footsteps approached. His eyes opened slowly. Someone stood over him, another boy. Confused and weak, Pio barely managed to speak. He had been alone for so long that the sight of another person felt surreal. Was this person a fellow captive, an enemy, or someone sent by the mysterious man in black? Questions flooded his mind, but his body refused to move any further. All he could do was stare upward and whisper, "Who?" In the darkness where death once seemed certain, another life appeared before him, an unexpected shift in his silent torment. Inside the cold darkness of the underground prison, Pio lay bloodied and motionless, as a hallucination of his younger self mocked him. The apparition questioned why he clung so tightly to life, labeling his struggle pathetic and meaningless. Beaten and bruised, Pio listened as the vision urged him to give up, promising peace and surrender. But even in agony, his spirit remained unbroken. Gazing upward, Pio wondered aloud if peace truly followed surrender. His eyes, filled with silent defiance, gave the answer before his voice did. He refused to die without confronting the one responsible for his torment. His desire for revenge outweighed any promise of peace. Survival was no longer instinct, it was a purpose. He declared his intent to live and avenge those who were used and discarded. The hallucination pressed him, asking if vengeance truly mattered. Pio's answer was resolute: he would survive until the end to repay his enemies. The voice asked again if he would surrender. He roared back with absolute denial. Suddenly, the vision faded. Pio opened his eyes, alone again, disoriented. He questioned if it was a dream or madness, but one truth remained: he was still alive. Pio gritted his teeth, clenching his fist in desperation. The hunger clawing at his gut reminded him of one thing he had to survive. Spotting green growths near the dripping walls, he identified them as moss. Uncertain if it was edible, he still reached out. Driven by instinct, survival outweighed the risk. He hesitated, then shoved the moss into his mouth. The bitter, foul taste almost made him vomit. His stomach twisted, but he forced himself to endure. After a moment he realized his body felt stable. The moss, despite the taste, was safe to eat. He pressed forward, eating more to regain strength. Nausea returned briefly, but he pushed through it. His will remained unshaken. He would survive, no matter how painful. Slowly, he began walking again, weakened but upright. He traced the space around him, calculating its dimensions, roughly a 3 times 3 jang area, small, confined. He confirmed what he already suspected. This was a prison, deliberately made to hold him. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed through the walls. Po Wool turned, startled. His eyes locked onto an iron door, barely ajar. Light poured in, blinding yet hopeful. Shielding his face, he ran toward it, toward escape, or something worse. Po Wool pushed toward the crack of light, each breath ragged as his body neared collapse. A metallic creak echoed as the iron door began to open. With trembling hands, he pulled himself forward, light flooding the chamber. As he inhaled sharply, a new scent reached him. The smell was unmistakable food. Overwhelmed, Po Wool followed the aroma to a bowl placed just inside. Carefully, he examined it. The contents were a mix of scraps, rotten fish, tea leaves, pork, and bones. The strange mixture puzzled him, but it told him one thing: someone had put it there. Someone was observing as he ate. Thoughts rushed through his mind. The variety of leftovers suggested different meals, meaning the food wasn't prepared for just him. That confirmed a grim truth: he wasn't the only one trapped. Others were being kept here, possibly for the same dark purpose. 5 or more people must be imprisoned like him. That many cells couldn't exist without a reason. Whoever built this place had a clear objective, but Po Wool couldn't yet see what it was. For now he focused on the meal. Whatever the intent, he would survive. He would uncover the purpose behind this nightmare after eating. Time passed slowly. Po Wool lay on the stone floor, breath shallow, body covered in sweat. It had been at least 4 months since he was confined. Once a day, a small door would open to deliver foul food scraps barely enough to live on. No voices, no faces, just silent observation and relentless solitude. But he hadn't spent the days waiting idly. Despite the suffocating darkness, his senses gradually sharpened. His body adapted to the pitch black space, and over time, he could faintly perceive his surroundings. Insects crawling on the floor became visible centipedes, drawn to the dampness. Suddenly, a new presence emerged. Something slithered silently toward him. A white-scaled snake wrapped around his leg. Startled, Po Wool locked eyes with the creature. Red eyes glowed in the dark. He froze. The snake tightened, and panic surged through him. With a desperate shout, he tried to pull free, but the snake struck. Pain exploded in his arm. He screamed, writhing in agony. A burning sensation spread through his body, more intense than any fever. His limbs trembled, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Something was changing. This was no ordinary snake bite. It was a trial. And Po Wool had no choice but to endure it. Coursed through his veins, like fire, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. Realization struck: it was snake venom. His scream echoed in the confined darkness, but no one answered. Alone, he endured every second of suffering. Time passed. As the iron door creaked open again, food was delivered. Po Wool, pale and drenched in sweat, crawled to the bowl, breathing heavily. He forced himself to eat, despite the pain still gripping his body. In his mind, one thought remained: I won't die, no matter what. He sensed movement, glowing red eyes in the darkness. The snake had returned, instead of fear. Po Wool now observed it closely. He recognized it fully for the first time. It had nearly killed him, but something had changed within him since that bite. His vision was sharper, his body altered. He theorized that the venom had triggered a transformation, enhancing his senses. The idea fascinated him. If repeated exposure could build resistance, perhaps it could be a path to power. Survival was no longer enough. If poison could become strength, and the snake a weapon, Po Wool was ready to face it again. Po Wool let the snake bite him again, gritting his teeth as venom surged into his arm. The pain returned instantly, searing through his veins like wildfire. His skin burned, muscles convulsed, and doubts flooded his mind. Was this reckless? Should I have waited longer? But even as agony overtook him, he noticed something this time. It was bearable. His body was adapting. He gasped and knelt, trembling but conscious. The venom no longer brought him to the edge of death. He could feel it. He was building resistance, staring at the snake. He began to understand its nature. Though blind from the darkness, it was a deadly and disciplined predator, using sound and movement to hunt without greed. It attacked, fed, then retreated. A perfect killer in silence. As he observed it, Po Wool sensed a shared awareness. In this oppressive darkness, Only he and the snake seemed truly alive. That connection stirred something in him: respect, and the will to learn. Suddenly, a faint tremor rippled through the ground. Pyo-wol stood, eyes sharp the door. It's opening, his heart pounded, stepping forward. He found a corridor, 20 paces ahead. Pyo-wol stepped cautiously through the corridor, alert and tense. A strange smell hit him, sharp, sour, unmistakable. He sniffed again, and confirmed it. The scent of rotting flesh lingered thick in the air. His sharpened senses guided him to a room where a body lay still. From its build and face, the person seemed around his age. The corpse's presence chilled him, but he forced himself forward. Were others left to die here like this? The thought troubled him. As he turned back down the hall, he wondered how many rooms hid similar scenes. Arriving at another heavy door, Pyo-wol noticed the bolts had been removed. He pushed it open and entered, wary of what awaited him. Inside, he wasn't alone. Silhouettes stood in the darkness, faint outlines of other captives. His heart skipped. Until now, he had fought, suffered, and survived in solitude. But now, the truth was clear. He was part of something larger. Eyes wide, Pyo-wol stared at the other survivors. None spoke. Each face wore the same haunted expression, his own hardened in response. Whatever this place was, it was no prison, it was a test, and he had just reached the next stage. Beneath the silence of night, Pyo-wol emerged from the darkness, his gaze calm yet alert. Inside a cold stone chamber, he quietly observed two survivors, So Ye-wol and Song Chinonwoo. They seemed unaware of his presence, speaking cautiously, and unaware more might be nearby. As Pyo-wol stepped forward, his movement startled them. So Ye-wol questioned him immediately, surprised by his sudden appearance in a place where they believed only two remained alive. He introduced himself as Pyo-wol, claiming he had been trapped in an adjacent sector. His eyes adjusted perfectly to the darkness, unlike the others. This small detail hinted at how much he had adapted to the harsh underground environment. The two introduced themselves as Ye-wol and Chionwoo. Curious and wary, they listened, as Pyo-wol explained. There might be even more hidden chambers, like the ones they were confined in. With urgency, he told them to follow. They moved swiftly through dim corridors until they reached a sealed door. Beyond it lay more secrets. As they prepared to continue deeper into the unknown, Ye-wol instinctively reached for Checkenwoo's hand, clinging to the only warmth left in their cold, captive world. As the door creaked open, Pyo-wol and the others were met with stunned expressions from a group of survivors. Unlike Pyo-wol's sector, these people had not starved. Observing their condition, he realized they had received food regularly, an unsettling contrast to the suffering he endured. The others watched him in silence as he assessed the room. Inside, bodies lay still. They hadn't died from hunger, they had taken their own lives. More rice bowls littered the floor than he had ever seen, further confirming a disturbing imbalance. Pyo-wol questioned whether certain sectors had been deliberately supplied or withheld resources. Was it planned discrimination, as the others called to him? He snapped back from his thoughts. He introduced the new survivors, including a girl named Lee Mimi and a boy named Go Shimok. Together, the group advanced into a wider chamber. But when they emerged into a torch-lit area, their eyes burned from the sudden brightness. They had been underground for so long that even firelight was unbearable. With determination, Pyo-wol led them toward a massive underground structure. A new chamber stood ahead, deceptively grand, and clearly unnatural in a place meant only for suffering. Pyo-wol entered the unfamiliar chamber but immediately noticed its hollowness. No people, no signs of life, only a poorly built structure that felt hastily assembled. Though the exterior appeared clean, the construction was weak, as if created to deceive rather than function. Pyo-wol recognized it as a facade. Something was off. Lee Min, the silver-haired girl, approached him. Introducing herself formally, she expressed a desire to stay close, trusting him instinctively. As she studied his face, her attention settled on his eyes. With wonder, she remarked on his red pupils. Caught off guard, Pyo-wol hadn't realized the change. He questioned if it was linked to his past encounter with a snake. Perhaps its venom altered him. Lee Min assured him the red hue was faint and only visible near firelight. He reflected silently, unsure of the transformation's meaning. She noted how different he was from the others, not just in appearance, but in presence. Their quiet moment was interrupted by So Ye-wol. Curious about their conversation, she questioned what they were planning. She explained the others had agreed to stick together. Now, they needed to decide their own course. But for Pyo-wol, the question about what still lingered without clear direction. So Ye-wol and Song Chenonwoo asked Pyo-wol if he would stay with them. Their tone was hopeful, but his answer was guarded. He didn't reject them outright, just said he would wait and see. That vague reply drew a surprised reaction, yet he held his ground. Pyo-wol wasn't ready to trust, not yet. Ye-wol accepted his choice calmly, telling him he could join them any time. She then turned to Li Min, asking for her decision. Without hesitation, Li Min agreed to stay with the group, reasoning that survival was more likely if they remained united. Pyo-wol silently watched, realizing how the time spent in darkness had affected them all. Something about their easy trust felt unnatural, too fast, too accepting. He noted quietly to himself that their minds had been shaped by isolation. Even he, despite surviving alone, couldn't fully understand how they found comfort in each other so quickly. As the others gathered and spoke casually, Pyo-wol stepped away, retreating into the shadows. He wasn't ready to join in, not yet, even if the others seemed content. Pyo-wol decided to keep his distance. For now, he would observe from afar and decide when the time was right. Though only a short time had passed since the captives first saw one another, clear factions quickly formed. One group followed, So Ye-wol and Song Chetanwu. Others formed under figures like Kang Il, Yan Lujiang, and Zhou Yongsan, each with their own influence and intent. Yet among them stood one boy alone, Pyo-wol, who remained separate and silent. Whispers circled around him. Survivors speculated how he made it through a sector supposedly wiped out. Some feared he might have killed everyone himself. His solitude only deepened the suspicion. But Pyo-wol ignored the noise. He had no desire to explain or align with anyone. Instead, he quietly investigated the underground surroundings. Studying moss along the stone walls, he realized the facility wasn't newly built. The space had existed for years, only recently restored. Whoever revived it must possess great resources and purpose. Suddenly, light poured from above. Food baskets descended from a ceiling shaft. The children rushed to eat, overwhelmed by hunger. But chaos erupted as groups clashed over supplies. Ye-wol attempted to calm them, suggesting fair distribution, but the growing desperation made order difficult. Pyo-wol watched. This was no accident, it was a test. One designed to provoke survival instincts. As tensions rose around the food basket, Zhou Yongsan and the group leaders prepared to divide supplies. Their control over the distribution was accepted until Pyo-wol stepped forward. Calmly, he declared his intention to take his share, defying their authority. His words brought the crowd to a standstill. When Yongsan moved to stop him, placing a hand on the basket, Pyo-wol didn't flinch. His eyes locked onto the larger boy's radiating quiet fury. Yongsan's bold claim that no one could take food without permission was met with silence. Then a blur of motion. Without hesitation, Pyo-wol struck. His attack was precise, fast, and ruthless. Gasps erupted as Yongsan crashed to the ground. The onlookers, stunned, saw not a boy but a predator unleashed. Pyo-wol demanded Yongsan repeat what he said. When he didn't, Pyo-wol pinned him, ignoring pleas from the others to stop. Yongsan screamed in agony. Fear spread through the children watching. Pyo-wol's brutality stunned them all. They had seen hunger, despair, and death, but now they saw raw violence. To them, Pyo-wol wasn't just unapproachable. He was something else entirely, someone who had already accepted that survival here came through dominance, not mercy. With blood still on his hands, Pyo-wol stood like a shadow, his snake coiled silently behind him. The others stared, questioning if he'd gone mad. So Ye-wol stepped in, calmly asking him to let go. He released Zhou Yongsan, but not before reminding him of the cost of defiance. Pyo-wol claimed his food without further resistance. His actions had spoken louder than threats. As the others watched nervously, Pyo-wol warned Yongsan not to test him again, unless he wanted to lose his other eye. Then, wordlessly, he distanced himself from the crowd once more, observing from above as children hesitantly returned to their routines. Perched in silence, Pyo-wol confirmed what he suspected: this entire situation was a test. Not of loyalty or obedience, but of survival. The weak would fall. The strong would dominate. It had been planned from the beginning. Over time, the balance shifted. Many began leaving Yongsan's group. Pyo-wol noticed Ye-wol's faction had grown stronger. When she approached to speak, he revealed he'd been watching everything from the start. Just as they observed him with caution, he had kept his eye on them. He remained distant, but never unaware. Among all the emerging leaders, So Ye-wol gained the most trust. Despite securing the largest food share for her group, she consistently ate the least, earning the others' respect. Her selflessness made her a central figure among the children. Meanwhile, she found Pyo-wol still living in isolation. When she asked if it was because others feared him, he casually replied that the dark room was simply comfortable and ideal for developing poison resistance. Pyo-wol's snake remained close, continuing to bite him regularly. the pain had dulled. His body was adapting. So Yahello tried again to convince him to join her group, but he reiterated. His answer hadn't changed before she could respond. The distant echo of a pulley signaled mealtime. As the food basket descended, everyone gathered again, but this time, panic arose. The amount inside was noticeably less. Shocked murmurs spread as the children realized the supplies were being reduced. It wasn't just hunger anymore, this was escalation. From his high vantage point, Piowol looked down calmly. For him, the meaning was clear. The next phase had begun. This wasn't just a game of survival, it was now a war of control and attrition. Makno Sam, one of the smallest yet most resilient survivors, had joined So Yewol's group in the final sector. Despite his fragile build, he earned his place through grit and determination. But one morning, his lifeless body was discovered, brutally killed. Shock spread among the trainees, their grief mixed with fury. Though no one dared to speak it aloud, everyone knew why he was targeted. He was the weakest. His death sent a chilling message. The others, confused and enraged, demanded justice, but So Yewol silenced them. She declared that revenge wasn't about knowing who did it, it was about ensuring the same pain was returned. A new strategy emerged: kill the weakest member of another group. Her cold logic revealed the harsh truth: a war had started. The violence spread quickly. Another trainee from Jang Toshin's group turned up dead. Each night, more corpses followed. The groups began hunting each other, becoming feral from starvation and desperation. Those who once trained side by side turned into merciless killers. Piowol, watching from the shadows, recognized the descent into madness. He noted that the starved children hadn't reached this area yet, but with the silence breaking, he knew the fragile peace would not last much longer. Piowol sensed movement in the tunnels. 4 figures approached, too organized to be wandering aimlessly. Their steps were purposeful. Among them was Jonga, who claimed he had tracked Piowol's movements directly. The group, led by a red-haired boy with a bandaged eye, was filled with rage. He had lost 2 comrades since his last encounter with Piowol, and now demanded revenge. They searched the dark corridors with torches, anger flaring in their voices. But before they could locate their target, something attacked. One of them screamed, bitten by an unseen force. Panic broke out as a snake, like shadow, moved in the dark, striking fast. Jonga's warning came too late. As the group scrambled, the red-haired leader grew more furious, shouting challenges into the void. Unbeknownst to them, Piowol was already watching from the shadows, calm and calculating. He moved silently. One by one, he struck, creating chaos. Jonga and another were caught in traps, paralyzed by venom or fear. The red-haired leader stood alone, finally coming face to face with Piowol. Holding Jonga hostage, Piowol made his position clear. The cycle of revenge had escalated, and no one would leave unscathed. The war in the shadows had truly begun. Jonga gasped under Piowol's grip, his airway tightening as panic set in. Piowol hesitated, knowing one more second would kill the boy, and with it, his own humanity. Releasing him, he stepped back. But the red-haired fighter didn't pause. Fueled by rage, he charged at Piowol, screaming curses and swinging wildly. Piowol remained still, his eyes locked, calculating. The inevitable had come. Killing would be necessary. As the attacker lunged, Piowol sidestepped and countered. Their fight erupted, a flurry of movement echoing through the dark corridors. Blades clashed, and shouts filled the tunnel. The red-haired boy screamed, launching another reckless assault. Yet, Piowol's calm demeanor remained unchanged. Frustrated, the attacker shouted for Piowol to face him properly. He swore vengeance for his fallen allies. Piowol didn't respond. Instead, he vanished again, leaving his pursuer screaming into the shadows. The chase continued through narrow paths and silent corners. The boy cursed Piowol's elusive tactics, calling him a coward. But as he turned a corner, he froze. Piowol stood ahead, eyes calm, steps firm. For the first time, fear crept into the red-haired boy's face. His enemy hadn't run. He had lured him into a trap. Cornered and breathless, the red-haired boy threw up his hands and begged for a truce. He pleaded with Piowol to join forces, claiming they could crush even So Yewol and Song Chenchenwu's factions together. His voice trembled, desperation dripping from every word. He even offered to become Piowol's underling, anything to avoid death. Piowol listened silently. His cold gaze never wavered as he recalled the man's earlier threats and cruelty. He knew such desperation was temporary. Trusting someone like him was an illusion. Even if obedient at first, betrayal would come later. The boy shouted in denial, swearing loyalty, but his cries rang hollow. Suddenly, Piowol moved, launching a ruthless assault. He struck with controlled fury, driving his opponent to the ground. The boy pleaded for his life, but Pio showed no mercy. The assault left him broken, gasping for air. As Pio stepped back, his breathing heavy, he muttered the reason for his actions. He didn't kill out of hatred or revenge, but because he was still too weak to risk trust. Too weak to show hesitation. With crimson eyes glowing in the dark, Pio walked away, leaving the fallen behind in silence. With Yeomil-jung's death, his group collapsed. His allies were found slain beside him, and whispers spread quickly. Everyone knew who was responsible. Pio he had killed Yeomil-jung without allies, without hesitation. The survivors realized his intent wasn't madness but purpose. No one dared challenge him now. From the shadows, other trainees observed. Some feared Pio's ruthlessness, others respected it. One silver-haired boy concluded, Pio was cunning and exact. He did only what was needed to dominate. Never more. Fear had become his greatest weapon, but starvation remained a reality. With food dwindling, it was no longer about fairness. Killing became a strategy, one by one. Groups turned into murderers, not out of hatred but necessity. The silver-haired boy warned his companions, stay away from Pio. Nothing is more dangerous than someone with nothing to lose. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. A report came in. 2 kids, banished from So Yewol's group, were seen in the northern building. Worse, they had food. Even a single potato had become reason enough to kill. The boy gave a chilling order to his men. Everyone was to prepare. A hunt was about to begin for survival, for food, for dominance over the weak. The children sat quietly, sharing a single potato, unaware they were being watched. From the shadows, a group led by the silver-haired boy closed in, eyes wide with hunger. They focused not on the children but the food. The word potato echoed like a spell, awakening a frenzy. Orders were given. The mob charged. Kill them, take it, someone screamed. The 2 children fled, panic-stricken, clutching the precious food. Pursuers followed, swarming through corridors. One boy shouted back, warning them to stop, but the attackers didn't care. In their eyes, that potato was survival. The silver-haired leader hesitated. Something felt wrong. The setup. The timing too convenient. As the children darted into narrow alleys, one attacker was ambushed. The leader's instincts kicked in. It's a trap, he yelled, but it was too late. A hidden force struck from behind. More attackers fell. From the shadows, So Yewol's group emerged, weapons in hand, calm and prepared. They had baited the desperate with a single potato. One leader grinned, pleased with the ambush's success. So Yewol stepped forward. They had caught not just attackers but a rival leader. What a blunder, she said coldly. Around them the battle shifted from a potato chase into a brutal reckoning, cornered and defeated. The silver-haired boy pleaded for mercy. He offered his life in exchange for his subordinate's safety, but So Yewol remained cold. They couldn't spare food, and mercy came at too high a price. His desperation was met with indifference. She rejected his plea and gave the command, kill them all. A massacre followed. Her group moved swiftly, cutting down the remaining enemies. Crimson splattered the hall as shouts echoed and bodies fell. From a distance, another observer watched silently. He understood the brutal efficiency behind it. There was no room for sympathy. Meanwhile, Pio observed the structure they lived in. Everything was calculated: the narrow corridors, limited food, and forced confrontations. He realized the battles weren't just tests of survival. They were simulations, preparing them for future missions. The layout mirrored real-world estates, likely the home of a noble or powerful clan. This environment was designed to train them not just to fight, but to infiltrate, track, and kill in complex settings. It became clear. They weren't just captives fighting over scraps. They were being forged into weapons, tools of silent death. Assassins trained not to live, but to kill and be discarded when no longer useful. Laughter echoed through the underground as the children mocked their latest victim. One girl boasted of her strength, proudly claiming victory for their group. Surrounded by blooming flowers, they celebrated mercilessly, drunk on bloodshed and survival. The harsh world had numbed them, turning them into weapons. Amid the revelry, a white-haired girl sat quietly. Her face was calm, but her mind churned. She still smelled the blood on her skin. Looking at the others, she realized how desensitized they had become. Murder no longer affected them. It didn't just apply to the others, she too had changed. The disgust in her thoughts showed that she was still aware, still human, though barely. Outside, the crescent moon hung over the sky. The group prepared to hunt again, eager for food and blood. Their leader, smiling coldly, declared nothing could stop them now. With their strongest opponent defeated, they believed they were invincible. But unease crept in when someone noticed Pioul's absence. A follower spotted him, standing strangely silent. His expression was unreadable, but tense. Suddenly, threads whipped through the air. Pioul descended from the shadows, his wires tearing through the camp. Screams erupted as panic replaced arrogance. The Reaper had begun his retaliation. Chaos spread instantly. Pioul, cloaked in darkness, struck without hesitation. His wires cut through the crowd, slashing flesh and dropping bodies before they could react. Panic took hold. The once confident warriors screamed in pain, falling one after another. Even their leader couldn't withstand the sudden ambush, collapsing under the unrelenting assault. Amid the massacre, one child observed from the shadows. Though disturbed by the brutality, he forced himself to remain still. Revealing his intent too early would be dangerous. He watched in silence, calculating every move, enduring the carnage in silence. Then, new figures emerged from the perimeter, masked men in identical robes. Their presence froze the battlefield. One survivor recognized them instantly. These weren't simple soldiers, they were the true commanders, the ones behind the masked killers. One figure, the first sword, stepped forward. He declared that their lives now belonged to him. His tone was final, there would be no exceptions. When a young man tried to defy him, a masked warrior responded immediately. In a single motion, the defiant boy was beheaded. Blood sprayed across the ground. The children, once hardened by violence, could only stare in terror. Even Pioul's eyes widened at the brutality just unleashed. First Sword asserted control, with terrifying precision. He explained that the air was laced with curse poison, odorless, undetectable, and fatal. Anyone who defied his authority would suffer, their bodies collapsing under its influence. The children, already weakened, realized they had no choice but to obey. As the poison spread, it triggered a horrific survival mechanism. Only one host would remain, whoever endured the longest. The survivors would inherit a stronger, more potent poison that strengthened their bodies. This was the twisted method used to craft perfect weapons. The masked commanders discussed the results. Among the children, So Yewol's group was the most stable. She would be kept close and closely monitored. Others like Song Cheon-woo and Kang Il were also noted for their martial talent, while Pioul's name surfaced again, still alive, and the only survivor of Sector 1, they acknowledged his resilience. Sector 1 had the worst conditions: no food, no warmth. Surviving it was unthinkable. One commander ordered Pioul be closely observed. At the end, a scroll marked with gold revealed a secret. A request had been accepted by the Blood Shadow Group, a 7-year assassination mission. The target remained hidden, but the stakes were already set: 500,000 gold and absolute secrecy. A new training directive was issued. The masked instructor pointed toward a distant house and declared it their target. Whoever reached it first would earn a brief rest, but the last would face punishment. At his signal, the children sprinted forward with desperation, driven by the threat of pain and the promise of even the smallest reward. Days passed in merciless repetition. Training became survival. Blood, bruises, and cries of agony filled every hour. Anyone who couldn't endure was discarded without pity. Pioul, among them, remained quiet and unnoticed, doing just enough to survive. So Yewol stood out as the most exceptional. Her intelligence, intuition, and ambition earned her praise. Observers questioned Pioul's worth. Despite surviving Sector 1, he showed little talent. Many doubted he had anything special, but while others rested, mocked, or focused on competition, Pioul studied in silence. Alone he trained, reading manuals and meditating through the night. The masked instructors monitored him quietly, noting his unshaken resolve. Though he lagged in visible strength, his foundation was forming. While others showed quick results, Pioul built something deeper, something far more dangerous. The day he would awaken his true potential was quietly drawing near. Pioul trained relentlessly in silence, fully awakening the martial technique, splitting thunder. It was a secret art focused on speed and precision, rooted in detailed theory and internal control. While others rested, he studied scrolls and meditated deeply, engraving every movement into his body. Slowly, his presence began to change. During sparring, a fellow trainee suddenly launched a lethal attack, aiming to kill. Pioul narrowly dodged the surprise strike, shocking the others with his reflex. The attacker laughed maniacally, mocking the idea of sparring without risk. His intent was clear: either kill or be killed. Pioul stayed composed, but realized the instructors had abandoned supervision. The training had turned into survival once more. His opponent urged him to fight seriously, or risk being devoured. Blades clashed. The attacker even used hidden weapons, aiming for fatal strikes. Pioul blocked calmly, eyes sharp. He now stood in the center of chaos, completely alert, surrounded by threats in all directions. He wasn't just learning to fight. He was learning to kill efficiently, instinctively, and without hesitation. The time for hiding was ending. The assassin within him had begun to take form. The battle escalated. Pyo-wol moved with precision, blocking the relentless attacks from his crazed opponent. Their strikes filled the room with flashing blades and violent winds. Though outnumbered and under pressure, Pyo-wol's movements stayed sharp, never allowing an opening. The attacker, grinning wildly, launched another ambush. But Pyo-wol countered with deadly calm, reading his rhythm and anticipating each strike. Their clash became a blur, and one of the masked instructors observed silently, intrigued by the intensity. Pyo-wol finally activated his technique. A vortex of energy burst outward, splitting thunder. The surge of force overwhelmed his opponent's assault. As the dust cleared, Pyo-wol remained unmoved, blade in hand, calm and focused. His rival smirked, acknowledging Pyo-wol's skill, but still hungry for blood. Demanding more, the attacker charged again with insane laughter. Pyo-wol sighed, finally deciding to end it. He sheathed his blade, not in surrender, but in calculated silence. The opponent mocked him until Pyo-wol struck. In an instant, the fight ended. Blood sprayed, and the attacker collapsed with a crushed expression of disbelief. Pyo-wol had only needed one decisive move. The spectators were stunned. The quiet boy from Sector 1 had revealed his true strength. After witnessing Pyo-wol's display of power, the masked overseers reassessed their assumptions. His rapid growth and that of others had exceeded expectations. One suggested that their training period might conclude in 5 years, not 7, but the senior figure cautioned against overconfidence, reminding them that the target of their mission was a man of unmatched talent from Sichuan. The children were merely tools. The Blood Shadow group had trained them not for their own benefit, but as expendable assets for a dangerous assassination mission. If they failed, the group's name wouldn't be implicated. That was the entire purpose of this brutal program. Meanwhile, the children continued their deadly sparring, one after another. Students clashed in lethal combat. Some fell screaming, others endured. The masked instructors watched in silence, observing Pyo-wol closely. Pyo-wol, standing tall over a defeated opponent, had changed. His eyes burned with clarity, no longer lost or hesitant. His movements were calculated, and his spirit unshaken. He was no longer just surviving, he was evolving. The instructors exchanged glances. One thing was certain. Now, Pyo-wol was no longer average. He was becoming something far more dangerous, exactly what they had unknowingly created. The masked instructors observed the trainees' growth, impressed by their progress, yet wary of the target's strength. They discussed accelerating the timeline, noting that even 7 years of training might be too long. One warned against underestimating the target, a man of unmatched skill in Sichuan. They emphasized the necessity of absolute preparation, acknowledging that even a single misstep could lead to total annihilation. The harsh training of the children, unrelated to the original conflict, was a calculated sacrifice to ensure no room for failure. To face the threat, they decided to intensify training. Many would die, but the survivors would emerge stronger. The brutal combat among trainees began, pushing their limits. Amid the chaos, one boy fought with deadly precision, maiming a fellow trainee. His actions caught the attention of 2 instructors who silently watched. When questioned, he calmly admitted to causing the injury. The masked man tested him, swinging a blade too fast for normal eyes to track. Shocked but unyielding, the boy realized the cost of mistakes. One wrong move meant death. The masked man emphasized a lesson: assassins must never leave traces. 6 years later, the once timid boy emerges as a cloaked figure, moving through the ruins of a town with unmatched stealth. He eliminates a young man with ease, warning him he'd be dead if he were truly an enemy. The hooded figure evaluates other survivors, judging their breathing techniques and awareness. He coldly concludes they're still far from ready. Only one target remains. As he moved into the next zone, Pyo-wol found ruins bathed in green light. He carefully scanned the environment, aware that one trainee was still hiding. Despite focusing his senses, he detected no life. Confused, he questioned whether the intelligence had been wrong. Then, a subtle shift triggered his instinct. A figure emerged, concealed under debris, closer than expected. Startled by the proximity, Pyo-wol recognized the hidden one. So Jioksan. Jioksan coolly stepped out, requesting a break now that training was over. With a reluctant nod, Pyo-wol permitted it. As Jioksan walked away, a mix of irritation and intrigue stirred within Pyo-wol. He had just met someone unexpectedly skilled, and he took note of it. A quiet hallway leads to a closed room, lit dimly with warm hanging lamps. Inside, a man named Lim Sayo exhales deeply, seated alone at the head of a table. He reflects on their past efforts, 30 children successfully raised as assassins from 300. Lim Sayo believes their survival training was necessary in the merciless world of the Jonggu. Accepting his age, he notes the new generation is stronger than he once was. 2 masked assassins enter the room silently, as Lim's thoughts grow sentimental. One assassin is questioned for removing his mask. He explains it became suffocating over time. Lim calmly allows them to remove theirs too, suggesting their 6-year ordeal is enough. The assassins hesitate briefly, then reach to remove the masks covering their faces. Gu Xinhong and Sang Ilsun, now unmasked, are introduced as second and third swords. They join Lim at the table, speaking about drinking and nearing the end of confinement. Lim mentions the children will soon face their first assassination if all proceeds without issue. Reports state the children surpassed expectations, some even resisting the restrictions placed upon them. Lim affirms they have no choice. The request demands completion of training, despite risks. He declares it's time for the final stage, slamming his hand down in resolution. The children gather in the stone arena, staring at the lone table where a single martial manual rests. 3 instructors announce that only one among them will be chosen to learn the forbidden technique. Whispers spread as the remaining children realize they must compete and possibly betray others to survive. The masked instructor declares this event as their final training, promising freedom once it is completed. He states that no further commands will be given after this task, heightening the tension among them. Some children doubt his words, unsure if the promise of escape is genuine or another manipulation. 2 youths analyze the conditions, understanding that only those who learn the art will be targeted later. They realize the manual was purposely thrown to provoke conflict, forcing them into a deadly choice. One boy decides that despite the danger, gaining the skill could secure his future outside this place. He raises his fist, volunteering to learn the technique, drawing every eye in the arena toward him. Others question whether he is sacrificing himself, yet he remains resolute in his decision. He states he will see whether he becomes a hunted sacrifice or a predator who survives. Another youth warns him that everyone will now focus on him, turning him into a target immediately. He accepts the threat, stepping forward with confidence toward the path he chose. The trial begins violently as one boy suddenly attacks, marking the start of their deadly competition. Song Chankanwu apologizes as he steps forward, admitting he drew the lot that forced him to attack. He approaches with determination, thinking that learning the martial art is the only path left. Other trainees mock the chaos, while one boy revels in the violence happening around them. Li Min notes that Piowul is the only one not accounted for among the remaining trainees. They suspect he might have left the cavern, though some believe he is simply hiding nearby. Song Cheonwoo recalls seeing Piowul training alone earlier, realizing he hasn't surfaced since. A clash erupts as a female trainee engages Piowul, testing his reactions and speed. She comments on his technique, surprised he blocks her blade with ease, despite lacking aggression. Another trainee suggests abandoning the fight and killing the instructors instead, viewing it as easier. Song Chenenwu agrees, but warns the group that the instructors surely placed hidden restrictions on them. The group shifts focus, deciding to locate Piowul first, before confronting their captors. They head deeper into the cavern, accepting that they have little choice in this brutal test. Meanwhile, Piowul walks calmly through the tunnels, having overheard their discussion from afar. He reflects silently on their plan to kill the instructors, weighing its implications. He pauses beside a fallen trainee, observing the consequences already spreading through the cavern. Piowul steps past the fallen trainee, recognizing that the chaos among the children has drawn the instructor's attention away from him. He analyzes the situation calmly, realizing the instructors would never ignore any group plotting rebellion, and would certainly be monitoring them from the shadows. Seeing an opportunity, Piowul moves deeper into the cavern with steady steps, intending to uncover the instructor's true purpose while their vigilance is focused elsewhere. Piowul observes a secluded structure nestled against the cavern wall, illuminated faintly by lanterns. He identifies it as the instructor's temporary base, heavily guarded by cloaked figures. Despite the security, Piowul remains confident in his ability to infiltrate the area. Moving with precision, he relies on stealth, his expression focused and determined. He recalls the instructor's claim that movement nullifies the turtle breathing technique. By combining it with the phantom, splitting technique, he suppresses his breath and erases his presence almost entirely. He slips past the guards like a shadow, fast enough that they fail to notice. Now beyond the guarded threshold, he finally reaches the interior of the hidden base. Piowul confirms silently, he's inside. He searches the base and finds what appears to be a restricted room. He enters and begins examining documents, searching for the truth. Curious, he questions the secrets hidden and who is molding them into assassins. He wonders where they truly are and how escape is possible. Unrolling a scroll, he uncovers a letter detailing secret missions and assassination requests. With narrowed eyes, Pyo-wol realizes this is a letter of request from the Blood Phantom group. While reviewing the documents, Pyo-wol questions the identity of Wu Gyunsang, the one they've all been conditioned to serve. He reflects on the cost: 7 years of brutal training and death, with only 30 survivors out of 300. His thoughts are cut short as he senses movement nearby. Someone is approaching quickly. A masked figure walks briskly through the corridor toward the document room. He halts in front of the door, unaware that someone had just been there moments before. The intruder is gone, but a subtle disturbance remains. The masked man bursts into the room, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Noticing the slightly disordered materials, he realizes something is off. He confirms aloud someone had definitely entered and tampered with the documents. The guards stand alert at the cave's entrance as masked enforcers are summoned. 2 of them express confusion and alarm over the breach. The first sword's aura intensifies as he approaches, drawing immediate attention. He informs the group that an intruder broke into his room and hasn't yet escaped the cave. The subordinates panic, realizing someone infiltrated the highest security zone. One masked man concludes among the children, only one possesses the skill for such a feat. The masked instructors confirm the infiltrator's identity: Pyo-wol, the most skilled among the trainees. His infiltration shocks them. Even during a manhunt, he had silently slipped into their stronghold. They gather in concern, knowing this breach could destabilize control over the remaining children. They worry that punishing Pyo-wol without evidence will stir opposition among the trainees. To avoid that, they plot to shift all suspicion and hostility toward him intentionally. The leader reveals his plan to use the Hell Flute, a rare tool meant only for emergencies. Despite objections, the order is final. They must act before things spiral further. They recall past bloodshed, warning that indecision will only increase casualties. All masked figures agree. Pyo-wol's rebellion must be crushed now. The flute master declares he will unleash torment as punishment for defiance. From above, he watches as the camp searches for Pyo-wol in confusion. The search intensifies, but his whereabouts remain unknown. Trainees curse Pyo-wol, calling him a coward for hiding. One trainee senses something unusual and tries to focus. A distant melody echoes. She recognizes the sound of an instrument. Suddenly, several trainees scream in agony, clutching their bodies as pain erupts from within. One girl collapses, struck by an intense force in her chest, her expression twisting in panic. The training ground turns chaotic as more collapse, writhing and pleading for help, their bodies overwhelmed. A girl cries out internally, unable to understand what's happening, comparing the sensation to being eaten alive. She collapses completely, gasping as her body seizes. Standing apart, Pyo-wol watches grimly, realizing with certainty the instructors have activated the restriction. Red symbols descend from above, triggering a hidden restriction within the cave structure. Children collapse in pain as the restriction activates, overwhelming their senses and causing intense suffering. One child groans on the ground, while another watches, unaffected and confused by the chaos. He observes the scene silently, sensing an odd sharpness in the air affecting only certain children. Realizing something is wrong, he crouches near the silver-haired boy and suspects a restriction is active. He notes he's the only one unharmed and resolves to uncover the cause without exposure. Noticing no visible difference between himself and the others, he suspects the trigger might be poison. If poison was involved, his long-cultivated resistance could explain his immunity to the activation's effects. He recalls the food, environment, and training were identical, only poison would separate him from the rest. The silver-haired boy denies poison, claiming he would have sensed it after repeated exposure. Suddenly, guards in red hoods arrive, yelling that all children are to be gathered immediately. The boy hides his alertness and prepares to act unaware, avoiding detection for survival. He stays calm as the guards approach, pretending to be equally affected as the others. Running would expose his resistance to poison, revealing his difference and putting him at risk. Maintaining his facade, he blends in with the group, silently planning his next move. A red, hooded guard pauses, recognizing the boy. Lying still, it is Pyo-wol, the anomaly. He stares suspiciously as Pyo-wol feigns weakness, breathing heavily like the others. Another masked figure confirms his identity aloud, but dark energy erupts before he can finish. A masked man swiftly draws his sword, striking with lethal precision and overwhelming strength. He slices through a guard with ease, displaying ruthless efficiency and superior swordsmanship. The attacker demands to know what was seen in his room, intensifying the interrogation. He mocks the injured child's past efforts, declaring his current weakness unacceptable. Slashing again, he states a failure, like him doesn't deserve to live any longer. Another figure intervenes, arguing that Pyo-Wool is essential due to his infiltration skills. The masked man warns Pyo-Wool won't be easy to control despite their tools. He insists they can manipulate him through the curse poison and hell flute. Meanwhile, Pyo-Wool endures the pain silently, resisting the effects while others observe. A leader orders the antidote to be given to the children, halting the punishment. They regain consciousness slowly, confused and in pain, questioning what just happened. Pyo-Wool is blamed for the suffering, accused of infiltrating and exposing the entire base. A masked figure warns the children to behave, threatening further suffering if they act out again. Later, alone in the cracked cave, Pyo-Wool reflects in silence after the punishment ends. The masked leaders confirm Pyo-Wool's resistance to the curse poison, confirming their suspicion. Pyo-Wool realizes he is the only one immune and grateful he concealed his secret. Meanwhile, another hallway echoes with footsteps as the silver-haired girl calls his name. 3 trainees with torches search through the darkness, hoping to confirm Pyo-Wool's presence. The girl criticizes his solitude, disgusted he survived punishment alone while others suffered. The spiky-haired boy lightens the mood, speculating about Pyo-Wool's motives and cunning nature. A masked man blames Pyo-Wool for everyone's pain, resenting his difference from the others. Pyo-Wool appears, asking bluntly why they were searching for him. His sudden presence startles them. The others shout in surprise, reacting to his stealth. Calmly, Pyo-Wool asks what they want, standing firm before his confused peers. The girl explains they want to talk, prompting Pyo-Wool to ask what about. She reveals it is about the restriction, knowing he wasn't affected like the rest. She points out that he arrived after the collapse, suspecting immunity or special resistance. The girls discuss the restriction, recalling how she barely endured the pain during activation. The silver-haired girl remembers someone infused energy into her body, possibly Pyo-Wool. The brown-haired girl directly asks if Pyo-Wool knows about the restriction binding them. Pyo-Wool confirms with a calm, "Yeah," acknowledging his awareness without hesitation. He states confidently that he knows exactly what type of restriction was applied to them. The brown-haired girl demands answers, shocked by his calm demeanor and clear knowledge. Pyo-Wool questions why he should reveal anything to them, wondering what benefit it brings. The spiky-haired boy shouts in frustration, accusing him of betraying comradeship. Pyo-Wool mocks the idea, pointing out that real comrades wouldn't attack each other so easily. The spiky-haired boy laughs, offering to be comrades moving forward with full sincerity. He insists Pyo-Wool can trust him, even joking about joining a performance troupe together. Pyo-Wool stays skeptical, but listens as the boy promises to help him from now on. The brown-haired girl slams her torch down, declaring she'll also treat him as a friend. She assures him that at the very least, her followers will no longer show hostility. Standing united, the group silently begins accepting Pyo-Wool, despite the past. The silver-haired girl smiles gently, vowing never to betray Pyo-Wool and calling him special. Pyo-Wool stays quiet, then prepares to reveal the truth behind their shared suffering. He states plainly it's curse poison, shocking the others with the name's grim implication. He explains that they were all poisoned by a parasite-based curse poison from the beginning. The poison activates upon certain triggers, attacking the body's internal energy flow violently. Because of his natural resistance, the poison doesn't affect Pyo-Wool the same way. He steps away, coldly, telling them to figure out the cure for themselves. Privately, Pyo-Wool thinks maintaining uncertainty among them helps control the situation better. The silver-haired girl watches him, admitting silently that Pyo-Wool is still a mystery. The brown-haired girl thanks him sincerely and offers help if he ever needs it. Pyo-Wool nods slightly, accepting the gesture and showing rare openness. He begins walking away, signaling the end of their tense exchange. Before he leaves, the silver-haired girl stops him and introduces herself as Lee Sulman. Sunlight streams through a long sealed opening, casting light on the cold cave floor below. The masked instructor stands before the children, announcing their long-awaited departure from the underground. Cheers erupt as the children celebrate, their faces filled with hope after years of captivity. The instructor calls for So Ye-Wool, assigning her the task of leading the children. She accepts confidently, understanding the weight of responsibility handed to her by their teacher. She acknowledges the order with pride, ready to guide those who survived beside her. A rope basket descends slowly to carry them toward the surface world. The instructor watches, silently questioning how many children will survive outside. Though concerned, he disconnects emotionally, believing his role ends with their emergence from the cave. Children gaze up toward the light, overwhelmed by the reality of freedom. They shout, in excitement, eager to leave the place that shaped them. Yahello begins organizing groups, managing the limited space in the ascending basket. Two trainees discuss upcoming missions, sensing their training is far from over. They mention past detoxifications, hinting some were prepared for poison-based trials. The basket rises again, carrying new hopes as their harsh future begins above ground. The children speak of Li Min's contribution, realizing she helped them detoxify the deadly poison. Yahello and another girl prepare themselves mentally, knowing departure means entering a harsher reality. With resolve in her eyes, Yahello gives the signal to leave the cave behind. The rope basket lowers one last time, ready to carry the remaining survivors to the surface. Yahello confirms they are the final group, ensuring everyone is on before departure. As the basket ascends, the cave and years of torment fade beneath them. They rise slowly, the vast distance from the surface, shocking them as light grows stronger. 7 years underground weighs heavily on their minds, the pain of survival fresh in memory. Voices rise in disbelief, they can finally see the outside, after so long in darkness. Suddenly, one covers his eyes in agony, overwhelmed by the brightness outside. Yahello urgently warns them to cover their eyes before blindness takes hold. Everyone scrambles to react, shielding themselves as the intensity of light becomes unbearable. Blinding light floods the basket, burning those unprepared for its strength. Cries of pain erupt as the sunlight pierces their vision mercilessly. The pulley continues to lift them, unaware of the suffering its passengers now endure. The basket reaches the surface, finally lifting the last group into the bright open air. One by one, the survivors step out, still shielding their eyes from the light. A tall man watches them coldly, stating that some among them may prove useful. Still adjusting to daylight, one child wonders who the observing man is. He assures his companion that the higher-ups will be satisfied with the survivor's condition. Another adult concludes that they seem prepared after years of rigorous underground training. The boy realizes the man is likely the captain of the Blood Shadow group. Captain Gui Juyang orders the children be moved to Clear Wind Manor for adaptation. Guards swiftly follow orders and begin leading the children toward a waiting carriage, blindfolded. One survivor recalls the name Gui Juyang, confirming his status as group leader. The children are transported across rocky mountain paths toward their next destination. At night, they arrive at their future training grounds, unaware of what awaits them. Gui Juyang warns them not to grow complacent, now that they're above ground. Inside the compound, the children begin settling in, still wary of their new surroundings. Go Shinnok guides others to their lodging area, while one watches quietly from behind. The spiky, haired boy mocks the idea of rules, confident in his defiance of authority. The long-haired youth remains calm, focused on adapting to life outside the cave. He expresses a desire to wash, now free to care for himself in the open. They discover a well nearby, an unfamiliar yet welcome sight for basic needs. Water splashes as they draw from the well for the first time in years. Laughter fills the air, refreshment and freedom blending into a rare moment of joy. The black-haired youth lies in the grass, soaking in the quiet beauty around him. The moonlight comforts him, a sharp contrast to the suffering they endured underground. Others roam freely within the compound, their bodies still tense, but slowly adjusting to peace. The trees above sway gently as he begins to observe nature for the first time. He kneels among the plants, curiously studying the unfamiliar world around him. Two children admire a bright yellow flower, marveling at its simple beauty. They express disbelief at seeing such things again after so long. The black-haired youth watches them with a faint smile. Suddenly, a shadow looms, a dark boot crushes the flower without warning. The two children stare upward in surprise, frozen as an unknown man approaches with a commanding presence. Without speaking, he crushes the flower underfoot and strides past, unsettling everyone in his path. He stops before the group, announcing that weapons will be distributed shortly and must be kept ready. Sunlight filters through the trees as a quiet moment of training is suddenly interrupted. The long-haired boy reacts instinctively, leaping up in alertness as if sensing a threat. Two younger boys run toward him, fear in their eyes as a dark figure approaches from behind. The shadowy man steps forward, his presence immediately dominating the scene with a silent warning. He instructs them about upcoming weapon distribution, emphasizing the importance of keeping them safe. The long-haired boy listens carefully, gaze sharp, while blades are laid before him on the ground. Far away, the Clear Breeze District's Great Moon Palace glows peacefully under a calm sky. Inside, an elegant room is lit by lanterns as two men sit facing one another. The younger man pours tea and expresses gratitude for the elder's continued contributions and service. The older man insists he only did what was expected of him for the group's growth. He reflects on past sacrifices, crediting the former head for his survival and current stability. He gently sets down his cup and asks for permission to retire from his duties. With a smile, the younger man grants the request, mentioning others can now retire too. He assures it's a small repayment for their years of hard service to the organization. The elder rises slowly, quietly stating that the children used in training were ultimately a waste. The younger man turns serious, acknowledging the children's potential but accepting their disposal as a necessity. He agrees that their talents are valuable, yet states their connection with the group must end. The elder, concerned, asks if the identity of the mysterious requester has been discovered. The younger man denies knowing, warning the elder not to interfere further in unknown business. He recalls that the Blood Shadow Corps, although unofficial, obeys the Silent Knight's internal orders. He justifies compliance, saying all that matters is ensuring the mission proceeds without delay or disobedience. A curved blade is inspected carefully under dim light, gleaming in a silent vow of readiness. The long-haired boy, now dressed in black, prepares himself mentally for what lies ahead. Another boy appears, jokingly asking if he is nervous, while the group readies for deployment. A heated exchange reveals tension, but their focus sharpens as the mission draws near. The spiky-haired boy confesses his urge for vengeance, craving blood as personal justice. The long-haired boy remains calm, listening as others behind them stir with anticipation. A loud command orders them to exit with weapons and prepare for covert movement. The trainees gather in formation, faces hardened with resolve and curiosity. Their instructor announces they will now begin a stealth operation, signaling the start of a new phase. Pyo-Wool steps into the moonlight, finally allowed outside after years of confinement and training. Under the dark sky, a group of trainees silently moves down a mountain trail in formation. They disperse into the forest below, vanishing into the shadows under strict stealth instructions. The masked observers note the trainees move swiftly, showing no signs of hesitation or delay. The man called Fourth Sword acknowledges the children's performance, recognizing their discipline and training. Despite their potential, he quietly regrets that such capable assets are already marked for disposal. The group halts at a cliff edge, following a command to pause their movement. A leader instructs them to hide while he scouts ahead for the next objective. From the shadows, he detects movement below, preparing to issue the next set of orders. He explains that the mission's goal lies within a mountain, inside a familiar-looking manor. Their objective is to eliminate the man residing within the Bright Moon Palace replica. The building is revealed as a replica of their home, further unsettling the trainees. Some trainees express concern, realizing the target controls one of the organization's strongholds. Pyo-Wool calmly states the name of their target, Wu Gunsang, with focused determination. The scene shifts to the target's residence, bathed in daylight, oblivious to the approaching danger. A woman in elegant robes walks calmly through a flower-lined path under the clear morning sky. She turns and smiles, gently, her gaze serene as she observes the garden around her. Light petals scatter as she plucks a flower, letting the breeze carry the loose petals away. An older woman approaches, asking if she is alone again, addressing her as Sul Ran. The elder is introduced as the former sect leader, Abbess of Nine Calamities. Seal Ran responds politely, explaining she was enjoying the wind, prompting a familiar remark about sentimentality. The abbess asks if Seal Ran still holds resentment toward her after all this time. Seal Ran admits she once hoped to be freed from leadership, though she accepts her duty. The abbess reacts sharply, accusing her of arrogance and expecting release despite her position. Seal Ran brushes off the remark, advising calm for the abbess's health while maintaining a polite tone. The abbess reminds her of the 7-year plan, demanding action if no resolution comes today. Seal Ran affirms her loyalty, ready to follow the abbess's lead without hesitation. Privately, Seal Ran reflects on the stress her master bears, finding it pitiable. A disciple urgently runs toward them, calling out for both the abbess and Seal Ran. He delivers a report from Qingcheng, identifying himself as Jianghua. Jianghua confirms that the other party accepted their terms, delivering the awaited proposal without resistance. The abbess celebrates the success, expressing relief and pride that negotiations finally reached their goal. Seal Ran remains composed, accepting the burden of their sect's future without hesitation or complaint. The abbess reflects inwardly, lamenting the fact that Seal Ran can only serve as a political tool. She recognizes Seol, Ran's worth, regretting that her talents can't be used more freely. While petals scatter in the wind, Jianghua asks how to proceed with an unresolved issue. The question involves a man and an implied threat that lingers behind the current peace. The abbess gives it thought, as her expression grows heavy with concern. Her gaze shifts toward the forest, where an ominous silence creeps in unnoticed. A cloaked figure waits patiently, calculating the time remaining before the planned assassination begins. He relaxes briefly, preferring darkness over sunlight, trusting his instincts and internal clock. He stays still, mentally reviewing the plan, preparing for the exact moment to strike. Suddenly, red petals fly unnaturally in the forest, disturbing the surrounding air. Blood pours and the ground shakes as multiple enemies surge from the shadows. The assassin snaps alert, his senses flaring, realizing something has gone very wrong. A blade drops from above, glinting as it descends with deadly speed in the moonlit dark. One of the cloaked assassins is struck down before he can react, collapsing from a fatal wound. Another attacker screams, clutching his side as the ambush turns chaotic, and blood sprays outward. A large spear drops from above, glowing with deadly intent as it targets the battlefield below. One masked assassin is struck violently, his chest pierced as blood bursts from his wound. Another is impaled immediately after, while a third watches in shock, unable to react in time. High in the mountain range, the calm scenery hides the presence of intruders in the valley. A muscular man grips his weapon tightly, sitting still as if anticipating movement nearby. He strikes the ground suddenly, revealing hidden assassins were concealed beneath the dirt. One assassin lies wounded, caught off guard by the ambush from above. The attacker, Yojin, Oak shows no mercy, declaring punishment for their infiltration. He commands his troops to hunt and kill all intruders heading toward the sect. A masked assassin evaluates the situation, realizing their numbers are too few to win. He orders an immediate retreat, guiding his remaining allies away from danger. The enemy guards notice movement and begin searching for the fleeing assassins. A guard strikes the ground hard, preparing to engage as tension escalates. He looks up, confused, sensing something off before the next attack begins. Assassins leap from the trees above, ordering each other to scatter through the forest. Guards look up at the sky as projectiles fall rapidly toward their formation. Explosions erupt among them, triggering confusion and rage. They prepare to retaliate immediately. A furious commander yells for pursuit, face twisted with anger as he leads the charge. The commander runs ahead, determined to catch the fleeing assassins. Guards scatter across the terrain, trying to intercept attackers with wide-sweeping strikes. One assassin is knocked away, but regains control mid-air, facing a demand to surrender. Yujin, Ok rushes forward, calling out for the next opponent. He engages a masked assassin, landing a blow before shouting for another to step up. Without hesitation, he defeats more enemies, dominating the battlefield with brute force. Another assassin falls from a fatal strike as the fight rages. Yujin, Ok launches the final opponent high into the air with a heavy strike. The man's body soars as others watch the impact of the decisive blow. In the forest, one assassin activates enhanced speed and perception, eyes glowing sharply. He moves swiftly between enemies, striking with precision and silent efficiency. After landing, he prepares to attack again, eyes locked onto his next target. The assassin moves quickly, launching projectiles while dashing low across the battlefield. His weapons slice through the air, barely visible to the guards watching from a distance. They panic, confused by the speed of what just passed, unable to respond in time. He appears behind a guard, striking swiftly with no hesitation. More guards turn in alarm as he rushes through their ranks. As he vanishes down a path, Yojin, Ok stands ready to block the escape. Yojin, Ok turns, noticing movement from the woods behind, grinning. He mocks the lone assassin trying to flee. He commands his men to track him down and show no mercy, forcing the assassin to retreat. The assassin flees through the forest, pursued relentlessly. Yojin, Ok calmly follows the trail, dragging his weapon behind him. Blood marks the ground where the injured assassin continues to crawl, leaving a long trail. Yujin, Ok catches up, towering over the dying assassin. The assassin pleads weakly, but his fate is sealed by the mission's brutal code. His life ends in silence, as Yojin, Ok leaves without remorse, fading into darkness. The assassin sprints through the dense forest as sunlight breaks through the trees above. He reflects on how their ambush location was exposed, without encountering anyone along the route. Yojin, Ok confirms their presence had been discovered and suspects someone leaked the information. As he runs, the assassin questions who could have betrayed them so precisely. He recalls the group leader, believing they may have orchestrated this to eliminate witnesses. Blades rain down from above, forcing him to dodge as he's targeted from afar. A projectile pierces his shoulder, knocking him to the ground with a painful impact. Another assassin, injured but alert, rises and wonders about the motives behind the betrayal. He flees through the forest, unsure if the requester of their mission had changed plans. He realizes the group may have been sacrificed and decides to escape alone. A cliffside marks the edge of the battleground, where blood trails have already formed. A guard searches for him. Unaware the assassin is already nearby and planning his move, the assassin ambushes from the trees above, striking without hesitation, surrounded again. He decides he must rely only on himself to survive. Enemies locate him, but he smiles coldly, prepared to fight back alone. Pio leaps from a cliff, diving toward the shoreline in a desperate escape attempt. He hits the ground hard, catching his breath as he confirms the coded message's location. Near the shore, he sees the code written in the sand, indicating a new direction. Red berries and blood stain the area, marking a trail near a tree with another message. Pio reads the writing carefully and calculates the distance toward the next rendezvous. The amount of blood confirms the sender is seriously wounded and likely still nearby. He hears enemy voices ordering a sweep of the entire forested area. From above, he observes their web-like formation and plans to exploit its structure. As guards pass, Pio attacks suddenly from behind with lethal precision. A girl with silver hair sees the fallen man and is shocked by his identity. Recognizing the body, she kneels and softly calls his name, Li Min. She looks up and confirms the truth. Pio was the one behind it all. The sky stretches above a silent forest, hiding what waits among the trees below. A girl lies unconscious on the ground, her pale face bloodied and her eyes barely open. She rises shakily, recognizing Pio and expressing deep relief at seeing him alive. Pio catches her as she collapses again. Realizing her wounds are severe and urgent, he lays her down gently, her breathing weak as his thoughts race about her condition. When he asks about others, she reveals most are dead, including So Yewol and Song Chongwan. Flashbacks show allies sacrificing themselves, buying time for the wounded to escape the ambush. In battle, the fallen remained behind to slow enemies, shouting orders for others to flee. She recalls how they fought to the end, doing all they could to save lives. Lying beside her, Pio tells her the truth. Death is near, and time is short. She accepts her fate, but still clings to the will to live, asking for hope. Her voice trembles as she wonders if he can save her from dying alone. He gently denies the possibility, but stays beside her, understanding her body's limits. She finds comfort in not dying alone, asking him to remain by her side. Without hesitation, Pio answers sincerely he will stay with her until the very end. Under the dim canopy, she accepts their fate, regretting how survival led to this end. Lying beside each other, she wonders why they were forced into death by unknown hands. She expresses her resentment, wishing those responsible would one day feel the same pain. Pio mutters the names of fallen comrades, overwhelmed by grief and the weight of loss. He reflects on their upbringing, trained as weapons by those who labeled them necessary evil. With her life fading, she questions their purpose and mourns that they couldn't escape it. Pio vows revenge, determined to uncover the truth and punish those behind their suffering. Hearing this, she finds comfort, saying only he could carry on what they couldn't finish. She softly asks him to survive, placing all her final hope in his future. Smiling faintly, she asks him to call her real name before her time ends. He gently speaks the name Lee Soyeon, granting her the dignity she was long denied. Grateful, she thanks him quietly, tears welling as their hands reach for a final touch. Pio stands alone, vowing to embrace death if it means completing what he must. His eyes sharpen with resolve. His enemy will fall no matter what it costs him. Elsewhere, in a distant fortress, unaware foes continue their schemes. Unaware vengeance is approaching. Within a hidden facility, two masked figures discuss how survivors might return. Though few expected it, they acknowledge danger still lingers, especially due to someone referred to as the requester. Uncertain why, they note efforts to destroy evidence, preventing secrets from escaping into the world. The masked pair assumes they're safe, believing no one will locate the secluded stronghold. Won admits he could identify the requester but chooses not to. Bound by obligation, he reveals a warning had already been delivered, implying it's best not to act rashly. Suddenly, a tracking incense activates, revealing hidden magic now exposed in their midst. Panic erupts as the incense reacts, exposing their location to unknown enemies. Shocked guards yell as prisoners begin to riot, chaos spreading throughout the compound instantly. Amid the chaos, One man watches with amusement. Recognizing a bold strategy unfolding, he refuses retreat, realizing he was the true target from the beginning. With glowing red eyes, he acknowledges the enemy's challenge and declares they've gone too far. He draws twin swords, channeling intense power with lethal intent. Rage fuels him as he prepares to show his enemies what true terror is. He launches forward with deadly speed, shocking both his allies and foes with his fury. A surge of red energy spirals upward, filled with ghastly images of faces and spirits. The masked man warns they'll be devoured if they fail to act quickly. Suddenly, a figure arrives with glowing power, vowing to deny them the chance to flee. A powerful golden attack is unleashed, cutting through the air like a wave of judgment. The masked warrior faces it directly, his expression shifting from confidence to concern. Enveloped in the golden light, the warrior screams as he launches a counterattack with red force. Their powers collide violently, shaking the hall with an explosive clash of light and flame. Smoke fills the chamber as the masked man crashes back, blood trailing from his mouth. Staggering, he questions the attacker's identity, shaken by the overwhelming strength he just faced. A new warrior steps forward, declaring a lowly assassin has no right to ask her name. The injured man recognizes her as Jianghua, wielder of toxic martial arts. Jianghua prepares to attack, but a shout interrupts, ordering her to halt her advance. Jianghua threatens to kill if pushed, surrounded by swirling blades of force. The masked warrior regrets underestimating her, realizing her link to their hidden enemies. Now certain of betrayal, he mourns that his side crossed a line they can't return from. Gu Yang declares with fury that if he dies, he won't die alone. Jianghua glares defiantly, refusing to be looked down upon by an assassin. Their powers clash as they rush at each other, light and blood slicing through the hall. Gu Yang lunges downward with a deadly strike, his sword glowing with vengeful energy. Su Jiakyung descends with a powerful aura, aiming directly at the calm martial artist below. Their clash sends shockwaves, both striking fiercely as their techniques collide in midair. A devastating impact lands, but the opponent calmly withstands the assault, unfazed by the power shown. The opponent admires Su Jiakyung's growth, noting his ability to draw out such force alone. Su Jiakyung declares that powerful enemies must be eliminated entirely without hesitation or mercy. With rage, he unleashes a deadly spin attack, his aura surging violently across the battlefield, facing imminent death. Su Jiakyung recalls his rise from leading the Blood Shadow group. Despite climbing through darkness, he realizes the Dragon Heaven sect still overshadows his progress. Accepting his fate, he charges desperately, unleashing one final attack with everything he has left. He roars his name, vowing to survive as the true Blood Shadow group leader. But the whirlwind continues, overwhelming his strikes and pushing him back with raw force. Even after repeated attacks, the storm offers no opening or sign of weakness. Su Jiakyung launches forward again, but another fighter intercepts from outside the main battle. Realizing someone interrupted, another warrior observes the chaos and prepares to intervene. The deadly tornado still rages, towering high as the battle's tide refuses to shift. Su Jiakyung is struck violently, collapsing to the ground as his enemy swiftly approaches through the whirlwind. The enemy closes in, calm and composed, while Jiakyung struggles to stay upright. Observers cry out in panic, calling to their captain as the situation turns hopeless. Hidden attackers strike from the shadows, stabbing Jiakyung as he crashes through rubble, wounded and overwhelmed. Jiakyung gasps in disbelief, unable to resist or recover. The enemy steps forward, stating the failure of Jiakyung's disciples and mocking his downfall. A black banner waves as the enemy faction regroups before their masked leader. Their master scolds the delay, questioning why assassins took so long to finish the mission. Jiakyung, barely alive, recognizes the familiar voice and realizes the betrayal by former allies. Enraged, he screams at the betrayal, unable to believe the sect turned against him. The calm warrior prepares a final strike, surrounded by ominous purple energy. Jiakyung continues cursing, blinded by anger, but powerless to stop what's coming. A purple spear pierces him instantly, ending his rage-filled shouts. The masked warrior orders cleanup as Jiakyung lies lifeless beneath the weapon. His death confirmed. The remaining enemies retreat quietly, leaving the silent aftermath behind. The old warrior questions the woman, confirming she's Dong-suk, Ran, the rumored prodigy of Manhwa. She stands composed as he kneels, acknowledging her identity with quiet acceptance. Dong-sok, Ran responds humbly, denying the rumors while the man recognizes her unmatched talent. She dismisses the praise, claiming the stories are exaggerated and irrelevant. As he bleeds out, the man admits regret for underestimating Manhwa's strength. Dong-suk, Ran walks away without hesitation, her expression unreadable as her enemies fall. A senior sister scolds Dong-suk, Ran for speaking with an assassin. Dong-suk, Ran apologizes, and masked men present a bound assassin before them. They explain. He led the attackers on Gungcheon Mountain and demand answers. Pressed for numbers, the assassin resists, asking why they care. He refuses to answer, mocking them even under interrogation. The elder smiles coldly, dark energy, swirling, prepared to torture the answer out. He's grabbed violently, black flames surrounding him as the pain intensifies. He screams, finally revealing 28 assassins were sent. Broken, he begs for death, unable to endure the torment any longer. The elder scoffs as the assassin reveals the total, 24 dead, 4 remaining. With urgency, they order complete elimination of the remaining threats without exception. Outside the sect, preparations begin to fulfill that command with ruthless precision. The elder gives Seol, Ran a crucial new role and instructs her to comply fully. She is told to prepare both her body and heart for an arranged wedding. Accepting the burden silently, Seol, Ran agrees, understanding it's for the sect's stability. Elsewhere, in the forest, someone swiftly leaps between branches under cover of night. The figure lands silently, overlooking the heavily guarded stronghold from above. A familiar long-haired man watches from the shadows, planning his next infiltration step. He observes the guards and realizes escape routes are tightly monitored from every angle. Seeing no clear exit, he resolves to infiltrate deeper from the upper levels. His glowing red eyes reflect determination. If they want a monster, he'll become one. As the sun rises over the mountain, calm spreads across the landscape below. A man walks toward the gate, carrying a bag on his back filled with supplies. Disciples greet him, surprised he's collecting herbs again, despite going the day before. He explains he was told to gather as much as possible for emergencies that may arise. Running through the gates, he doubts anyone would harm someone doing peaceful work. Reaching the forest, he listens to nature's silence and plans to head toward the meadow. Suddenly, a masked attacker leaps from behind, shrouded in dark energy and rage. The man is struck violently, caught completely off guard by the swift ambush. Pinned down, he gasps in shock, struggling to understand what's happening. He's stabbed again, bleeding heavily, trying to identify his masked assailant. The attacker demands answers, questioning if he's part of a targeted sect. When asked to nod if guilty, fear shows in his hesitant expression. Held tightly, he's warned not to attempt anything foolish or resist. Falling to the ground, gasping, he reveals his name is Dojin. The attacker identifies himself as a tracker targeting the Blood Phantom sect. The masked man questions Dojin about Wu Gunsang, seeking information about his martial background. Dojin confirms Wu Gunsang is a top disciple, known as the Lone Star of Qingcheng. He explains Gunsang is their sect's most gifted, praised even by former masters for his progress. The masked man calls the Qingcheng sect's choice unfortunate, but not surprising. He reflects on the time and effort wasted training someone for shallow goals. Dojin, terrified, tries to speak but realizes his body is paralyzed from hidden pressure. Fear intensifies as ominous energy builds behind the masked man. Dojin watches him closely, confused by the sudden shift in mood and silence. To his shock, the man calmly looks at him, uttering something unexpected. Me. The masked man kneels, stating that some people appear weak but must not be underestimated. Dojin remains stunned, unsure of his captor's true intent or identity. As the man departs, Dojin questions if he just encountered someone extraordinary. Dojin returns to the gate, pretending he forgot something to avoid suspicion. A guard scolds him lightly, unaware of what he just experienced. He walks away quietly, blending back into the city, thoughts still racing. Dojin walks through the crowded street, blending in while keeping his head low. He brushes past disciples and elders, drawing no attention as conversations continue around him. Nearby, others laugh and talk casually, unaware of the dark energy surrounding his feet. 2 disciples exchange jokes while Dojin walks past, concealing his unease. Suddenly, an image of the masked figure flashes through his mind with surging dark energy. Shaken, he heads toward a quieter path, leaving the central courtyard behind. His steps slow as he arrives at a wooden gate, staring up in silence. He realizes the destination: Wu Gunsang's private residence, secluded and guarded. Dojin approaches the door cautiously, the earlier fear still weighing on him. The masked man appears beside him again, walking silently at his side. Above, the Qingcheng sect's main palace looms in the distance. Inside the palace, elders gather around a large table, holding a serious council. The sect leader asks if the outside situation has calmed down after the recent chaos. Discussion turns to the assassins, their tracking efforts now nearly complete. Second, in Command Wu, Jinyang suspects a deeper conspiracy behind the attacks. The elders discuss the identity of the mastermind, unsure due to the lack of solid information. Wu, Jinyang, explains that disciples were dispatched to gather intel discreetly. Another elder erupts in anger, calling the situation unforgivable and demanding it never repeat. He stresses the sect is at a critical turning point and must not show weakness. A flashback reveals the ancient war between heaven and demons that once shaped the martial world. The narrator describes how some warriors gained forbidden power and were sealed away by sacrifice. The sect leader remains calm, assuring that the situation can still be salvaged if plans succeed. He praises his junior's capability and notes how even his son, Gunsang, shows rare talent. Curious, he asks about Gunsang's current condition and whereabouts. Jinyang replies that Gunsang has stayed hidden from public view for some time. He reveals Gunsang chose isolation to train intensely as a form of personal atonement. Alone in a dim room, Gunsang sits silently, surrounded by a glowing aura of power. A mysterious man with long white hair stands silently, his face hidden beneath the shadow of his bangs. Energy surges as he kneels surrounded by swords, an ominous power radiating through the room. Far away, peaceful scenery contrasts the tension. As political matters unfold inside the palace walls, a man apologizes for failing to raise his son properly, weighed down by guilt and regret. The bearded elder shows understanding, stating the boy's behavior is natural and under control. He assures others that the boy will recover and adjust, regardless of what outsiders might think. Blades swing rapidly around the kneeling warrior, revealing his intense focus and martial prowess. He's identified as Wu Gunsang, a youth possessing true talent with significant potential. Elders discuss his future, agreeing he may rival heirs of the great sects if nurtured properly. Talk shifts to his arranged marriage with a disciple of the Nine Calamities abbess. The woman is admired for her intellect and beauty, seen as a worthy match for Gunsang. The union is supported, believed to strengthen political ties and elevate Gunsang's position. Concerns are raised about the abbess's ambitions and her desire to surpass rival sects. Fears emerge that the marriage could trigger backlash or be used for manipulation. Despite risk, they decide to support Gunsang, the Qingcheng sect's only hope, and protect him carefully. Under a clear sky, a young warrior accepts his mission, determined to complete it without fail. He walks through the gates alone, thoughts centered on gaining valuable information during this opportunity. He suspects the guard won't stop him, believing his timing is perfect for slipping inside unnoticed. Jumping across rooftops, the girl moves swiftly, intent on uncovering her senior's secret activities. She wonders if he brought another woman again, confused and irritated by the thought. Below, two disciples gossip about their senior's actions, criticizing his use of training as a cover. They speculate on the woman's identity, debating whether she's a fellow disciple. Overhearing everything, the girl questions the rumors and reflects on the sect's strict moral code. The two men end their discussion and walk off, unaware of the observer watching from above. Alone again, the girl lies on the rooftop, pondering how people often hide their true nature. Night falls over the sect's compound as a mysterious figure prepares to infiltrate. He stands alert, eyes focused, ready to act under the cover of darkness. The man dashes silently across rooftops, heading for the building's interior. He searches the halls but finds no sign of the person he came for. Realizing the target never exited either, he stands still, unsure of what to do next. Intruder searches quietly, realizing the man isn't upstairs and must be in the training room. He walks cautiously toward the lower level, scanning for any signs of his target. Below, swords line the room as a figure lies silently on a mat, motionless. The intruder sees a woman asleep next to a man with long white hair. Realization strikes the man as Wu Gunsang, instantly recognizable by his face and aura. He confirms it by the energy surrounding him, sensing immense power even while unconscious. He recalls Gunsang's past, known as a fearsome Blood Shadow group captain in earlier days. Despite his status, the intruder believes anyone can be killed by striking vital points. With a rope lowered from above, he prepares to silently eliminate the threat. He positions the weapon directly over Gunsang's chest. Ready to strike, nervousness sets in as sweat forms, despite his apparent confidence. The string descends slowly, inches from Wu Gunsang's exposed neck. In a flash, Gunsang awakens and counters violently, releasing explosive energy. The intruder is thrown back, startled by the sudden reaction. The woman beside him screams his name as chaos erupts in the room. Wu Gunsang strikes with blinding speed, launching the attacker backward with sheer force. Rage surges in his expression as he grips his weapon, radiating overwhelming killing intent. He charges forward, fierce and relentless, prepared to end the confrontation immediately, face to face. The two adversaries stand their ground, tension thick between them. Gunsang demands to know the intruder's identity, voice calm but filled with authority. The masked figure slowly draws his weapon, signaling the start of a deadly duel. He attacks fiercely with twin blades, moving with deadly grace and full intent to kill. Dashing across the floor, he closes the distance quickly, aiming for Gunsang's vital point. With a single glowing finger, Gunsang counters with practiced ease, unfazed by the aggression. Gunsang meets the strike effortlessly, blocking it with overwhelming spiritual energy. The masked man smirks in return, slashing closer with full force, and no hesitation. Their weapons clash mid-air, as energy bursts across the hall, shaking the floor beneath them. Ease narrowed, the assassin braces, preparing a final desperate strike. A flaming arc erupts between them, as their blades collide with tremendous power. Driven by fury, the assassin continues his assault, teeth bared in pure determination. Woo! Gunsang charges with electrified strength, overwhelming the assassin with repeated heavy strikes. The masked man struggles to block, blades vibrating from the intense collisions. He panics internally, stunned by Gunsang's bare-handed power and his own fading stamina, realizing he's at his limit. The assassin plans a swift escape to survive. Gunsang counters with agile steps and piercing aim, striking fear through sheer control. With a calm gesture, Gunsang halts and acknowledges his opponent's skills with subtle praise. He asks who sent the assassin, still composed while gripping a small blade. The masked man gasps for breath, wary of the question's direction. Gunsang grins darkly, suspecting the involvement of someone he's long held a grudge against. Woo! Gunsang quickly mastered martial arts, surpassing others with ease, leaving his peers far behind. His sword movements were flawless, lightning, fast, earning the admiration of everyone around him. Despite praise and recognition, he found no joy in easy victories and growing reputation. To fill the void, Gunsang turned his attention toward women, seeking new forms of satisfaction. He indulged in many relationships, finding brief excitement in romantic and physical encounters. One night, he approached a woman unaware that she would become the source of regret. Their meeting led to a mistake that lingered in his memory, stirring unwanted consequences. Though he saw it as a meaningless incident, the woman felt otherwise and vanished. Her suicide, and the blame that followed, placed Gunsang in a nightmare of guilt and rage, punished with isolation. Gunsang questioned the fairness of his suffering over a fleeting mistake. Anger built within him, and during his training, he erupted violently, shattering the ground beneath. His power surged, but resentment remained. Training couldn't erase what he felt was unjust. Confronted by a furious fighter, Gunsang was accused of murder driven by heartbreak and vengeance. Confused, the assassin clashed with Gunsang, who fought ferociously with unrelenting strength. Despite holding ground, the assassin realized the truth. Gunsang's power was overwhelming. The masked assassin feels overwhelmed. Every bit of energy from Wu Gunsang radiates, terrifying pressure. To him, Gunsang's aura is like standing inside a vortex of countless spinning blades. Gunsang remains calm, while the assassin tenses, realizing the danger in facing such a presence. As Gunsang steps forward, the assassin panics, knowing the moment to strike is now. He charges in full force, blade raised high, attempting to land a decisive blow. Gunsang counters with ease, his movements fluid, slashing the attacker in a precise arc. Blades clash violently as the assassin tries to break through the unshakable defense. Despite the furious exchange, Gunsang remains unfazed, dodging each strike with graceful precision. Annoyed, he mocks the assassin's slow techniques, showing no signs of struggle or injury. The assassin tries again, pushing harder with desperation and speed in every step. But Gunsang stands still, awaiting the right moment to strike back without hesitation. With one swift move, he disarms his opponent, casting the blades aside effortlessly. Gunsang declares the fight over, his patience worn thin by the persistent resistance. Suddenly, the assassin recovers, launching upward for a final surprise attack from above. Determined, he grips his blade tightly, aiming for one last chance to end it. Gunsang unleashes a flurry of blades, each strike perfectly timed to disrupt his opponent's charge. The masked fighter barely dodges as countless swords rain down in a deadly arc. Gunsang presses forward, spinning his blade with force, leaving no gap in his assault. Locked in a fierce clash, the assassin tries to predict his next move, eyes burning with focus. Gunsang attacks from above, driving his sword straight down with overwhelming speed. The assassin retreats, realizing, once again, his efforts do nothing against Gunsang's overwhelming might. Despite repeated failure, the assassin refuses to retreat, choosing relentless offense over surrender. He charges with wild fury, blades slicing through the air toward Gunsang's defense. Gunsang counters with growing intensity, his expression calm as he gathers strength for a finishing blow. With a mighty roar, Gunsang activates a secret technique, energy swirling around him like a storm. Water, like sword waves, rise behind him, crashing forward in tremendous force. The Ching Chang's secret technique, 72 sword waves, erupts in full glory, drowning the room in chaos. The assassin is forced back, struggling against the tidal sword energy, sweeping toward him. His red eyes widen in panic, as Gunsang closes in with flawless control. With calm confidence, Gunsang advances through the waves, unstoppable and perfectly composed. Seeing a woman behind the masked fighter, Gunsang unleashes another wave of sword energy. The assassin grits his teeth, yelling against what he calls deceptive trickery. Water blades spiral violently, forcing both figures to brace as the vortex closes in. Gunsang advances with force, declaring death to the enemy, his strike filled with finality. Flashes of memory return the assassin once trained among elites, forced to learn forbidden techniques. A woman questioned his loyalty, suspecting betrayal, and challenging his purpose from within. He once embraced danger, uncertain if he'd survive or become a scapegoat. Now in battle, swords clash under moonlight, his strength tested against Gunsang's skill. Gunsang questions how someone like him could even wield such power. Both warriors are engulfed in waves as their powers collide in a blinding clash. The assassin reveals he learned the forbidden technique to survive at all costs. Even if imperfect, he's committed to using it, no matter the risk or damage. With a burst of speed, he activates Swift Mind, multiplying his movement like illusions. He attacks from all sides, slicing through the waves with fierce determination. But Gunsang remains composed, his technique unbroken, prepared to end the clash once and for all. Amid the swirling energy, the assassin spots an opening in Gunsang's movement and charges in. He confirms the weak spot, adjusts his stance, and dives with full intent to strike. Slipping past the defenses, he pierces Gunsang's side with a clean and unexpected blow. Gunsang stumbles, blood pouring from his mouth. Shocked by the sudden reversal, the assassin drives his blade deeper, refusing to hesitate, determined to bring Gunsang down. Both collapse together, wounds fresh and deep, the clash reaching its brutal and uncertain conclusion. Blood pools beneath the assassin's feet as he slowly rises, breath ragged and heavy. His sword remains embedded in Gunsang's chest as he stands over the fallen opponent, eyes glowing red. He stares forward with silent fury, victorious, but not unscarred by battle. Bells echo through the mountain as a serene morning blankets the hidden martial sect. Within the complex, buildings remain still while faint footsteps move through empty courtyards. Guards rush toward the central hall, where the bell continues to ring in urgency. The gates remain closed, but tension rises as something unusual disturbs the peace. Inside, a blood-soaked mattress lies in the center, drawing shocked attention. A piercing scream follows, as elders discover a brutal and unexpected death. They surround the body in disbelief, struggling to process what they see. Suspicion rises as they wonder why Yuanshi Tianzun allowed such disgrace to occur. Grief consumes one elder, who kneels and holds the fallen disciple's cold hand. The elders argue in shadows, debating whether to eliminate the survivor. A young woman sits in silence, unaware she may be the next target. To protect their reputation, they plot to erase all trace of the scandal. One elder erupts in anger, blaming the death on his junior. With regret, they accept Gunsang's death as a liability. If unaddressed, the sect's downfall is inevitable. Silence becomes their only weapon. The elders suspect external sabotage, believing someone orchestrated the assassination to ruin their sect. Determined, they vow to protect the sect's image at all costs. Zone Elder pleads to spare the girl, reminding others she is still one of them. The girl silently listens, fear growing in her eyes as the debate unfolds. An Elder questions if they all truly agree with the decision to sacrifice her. He warns that their weakness will make them irrelevant among greater sects like Shaolin. Steps echo across the hall as one elder approaches her with quiet resolve. She trembles in place, realizing he's been chosen to carry out the decision. He speaks calmly, assuring her it's for the good of the sect. She cries out, questioning why she must die despite her loyalty. Her pleas go unheard as the blade rises under a blood-red sky. Others arrive too late, horrified by what has just happened. An elder demands answers, furious at the ruthless choice. The executioner defends his actions, claiming he protected their sect's future. He accepts blame, willing to be hated, as long as the sect survives. A carrier pigeon soars under the bright sky, delivering news to distant allies. It descends toward a peaceful estate surrounded by water and open courtyards. A white-haired man receives the message and reacts with visible shock. The news of Gunsang's assassination causes outrage within the receiving sect. Confusion spreads, with disciples questioning how such a secure plan failed. The elder explains they were ambushed while hiding inside the Guwachung sect. He laments that years of planning and negotiations have been completely destroyed. Another disciple fears the enemy might have learned secrets during the attack. The elder orders immediate pursuit, demanding the group be hunted and silenced. A woman challenges the elder's assumptions, asking if he's pleased with the wedding's cancellation. She denies it coldly, expressing sorrow for losing her husband. The elder is stunned to hear her call the deceased her husband. She turns her back, declaring she had already accepted her fate by marriage. The elder remains seated, fuming, as she leaves with calm resolve. Far away, assassins travel through golden fields, unaware of the pursuit closing in. A man strolls through a golden field, admiring the blue sky and peaceful scenery, smiling. He declares life is perfect, calm, beautiful, and lacking any trouble. Suddenly, guards block his path with crossed weapons, demanding he stop. Startled, he asks why he's being confronted so aggressively. They announce they're searching for a dangerous criminal who may have passed through. Claiming to be a farmer named Wang Chul, he insists he's simply returning from work. Suspicious. The guards question how his farming could be finished so early in the day. They ask what they should do next. Unsure if he's telling the truth, deciding he seems harmless, they allow him to pass without incident. Just as he walks away, one guard becomes suspicious and calls him back. He notices the sickle is spotless, odd for someone who claims to have cut weeds. The man remains silent, walking away with a red glow hidden at his side. He responds vaguely, avoiding direct answers to the growing suspicion. The guards accuse him of being the assassin and prepare to attack. Suddenly, a massive white creature descends from the sky above them. The man clicks his tongue as hostile forces suddenly emerge, confirming he's been discovered. Masked pursuers rush forward, shouting orders to capture him immediately without hesitation. He stands still, eyes glowing red beneath the hat, revealing a deadly hidden power, awakening. Golden fields sway gently as a small group walks along a rural path beneath clear skies. Son Man clenches a token in his fist, signaling his hidden intent to act. Suddenly, a shadow looms overhead as a tall figure drops into view, startling the group. The group reacts in shock as monstrous enemies appear, charging with deadly force. A figure stands alone, concealed under a straw hat, observing from the shadows. With glowing red eyes, he reveals his presence as chaos erupts in the nearby forest. Facing the threat, one man attempts to attack but is countered instantly. Golden threads wrap around him, mid-strike, immobilizing his movement completely. The stranger calmly manipulates the threads, asking for the target who stands out. Another enemy falls, gasping as threads tighten around his limbs and throat. He realizes too late the attacker is the infamous leader of the Reaper sect. The masked assassin confirms this, vowing punishment for their hidden crimes. Survivors panic and flee, shouting that they had nothing to do with the sect. The assassin pauses, silently acknowledging their fear. While the leader's threads glow again, A's silence returns. His expression remains cold, unmoved by their pleas or excuses. In a vision, a woman is identified as the one connected to past bloodshed and loss. As realization dawns, chaos erupts when her presence is confirmed by the assassin. Soldiers rush toward her, but she remains calm, while the assassin captures one attacker with ease. The captive mocks the assassin, confident reinforcements will come to his rescue soon. But the assassin acts swiftly, unleashing threads of power that overwhelm everyone nearby. Observers gasp in fear, recognizing the assassin's identity as the infamous Shadow of Hellflower. Back at camp, commanders assess the situation and agree that the threat has grown stronger. The assassin's relentless assault continues, pushing his enemies deeper into panic. His actions are viewed as more than vengeance, they're systematic, calculated eliminations with a purpose. A council proposes launching all forces to crush the assassin's movements. However, Seol Ran calmly refuses, saying brute force won't capture him. She hints that another individual with equal threat level also hides among them. Seol Ran questions if their approach is flawed, warning of deeper motives behind the killings. The assassin walks through a trail of corpses, his eyes cold with purpose. She fears this war may only be the beginning of something far worse to come. Commanders discuss the assassin's movement, linking it to blood, stained ground and surrounding supply trails. The area is confirmed as a supply hub, proving the assassin's strategic planning. A woman silently watches, recognized for her intelligence and quiet command of the situation. She convinces the leader to follow her strategy, rather than act recklessly. While walking away, she declares her plan will reveal the assassin's purpose. Nearby, a bright flash and vibrations signal the assassin's approach through a narrow valley. Soldiers give chase, yelling not to let the assassin escape into the forest. He sprints ahead, taking advantage of the terrain and his speed. Despite injuries, he continues evading them, knowing capture would end his mission. The assassin runs along cliffs, thinking he can still escape if he pushes forward. He leaps between rocky walls, trying to break the enemy's line of sight. He wonders if the sect truly understands what he's trying to achieve. From afar, Seol Ran observes the pursuit, calm and unreadable. She smiles faintly, already anticipating the outcome. Meanwhile, the assassin realizes he's losing ground and faces imminent danger. A rainbow light breaks through the forest canopy, signaling an ominous disturbance in the wind. Suddenly, a violent gust spirals downward, lifting debris as a figure descends through the vortex. The man braces himself, confused by the silence of his pursuers amid the storm. His sharp eyes spot a figure above, eyes glowing red, rushing toward him without hesitation. The impact is catastrophic, blowing apart rock and mountain with incredible force. The result is a massive crater, slicing through the forest with destructive clarity. He survives the blast, surrounded by smoke and dust, recovering from the surprise attack. Realizing his misjudgment, he notes the trap laid while he tried to clear a path. Others are ordered to pursue him immediately, confirming he must still be alive. Another warrior senses the explosion and begins pursuit, channeling energy to accelerate. Her speed increases, golden energy trailing as she races through broken terrain. Her eyes lock ahead with fierce resolve, refusing to let the target escape. She descends from the sky with explosive power, her energy crackling violently. The blast lights up the forest, sending tremors through the ground. Observers realize she is serious. Her strikes now carry the full intent to kill. Orders are shouted to capture the escaping man, stressing that he must not get away. The pursuit intensifies as dust trails follow the soldiers running through the broken landscape. They locate an entrance hidden in the ground, confirming the fugitive is likely inside. Leaders arrive and assess the area, deciding the man escaped underground through the dark shaft. Without hesitation, troops are ordered to descend by rope and apprehend the target alive. Another team, led by a determined woman, prepares to follow them down into the depths. Soldiers descend carefully, lighting the vertical tunnel with torches as they drop further below. Won reaches the floor and surveys the cavern, confirming it opens into a larger space. Soon after, more troops land and begin advancing cautiously through the underground corridor. Two figures notice signs of the past, questioning the Blood Shadow group's presence here. They realize this was a hidden base, explaining why assassins were hard to trace. The atmosphere turns tense as they begin understanding the scale of what was hidden below. At the end of the corridor stands a mysterious building, silent and ominous in the dark. They identify the structure as belonging to the feared Guhan sect. Anger erupts. Some recognize the sect's cruelty and swear revenge for what's been uncovered. Shocked by the hidden underground base, the group realizes it's a mirror of the old sect. They vow not to let this discovery go unanswered and demand justice for past crimes. The group agrees the operation must have had powerful support and should be destroyed completely. A loud laugh breaks the silence as one man finds twisted amusement in the situation. He faces his subordinates, declaring that the assassin remains their top priority. With firm command, he demands the assassin be captured alive, despite any injuries inflicted. Troops respond affirmatively, while another sect leader offers to search in a separate direction. He repeats that the assassin must be taken alive, stressing the order again. The other leader confirms obedience, ready to handle the matter without killing the target. He warns that if the target dies, responsibility will fall on those involved. Even powerful sects must answer if they defy his will or disrespect his authority. Confidently, the other man assures that such a failure won't occur under his command. The woman observes quietly, already sensing suspicion toward their sect from their powerful ally. She knows they must act carefully or risk being exposed for past involvement. Another figure arrives, confirming an unsettling feeling has lingered ever since entering the dark stronghold. Suspicion grows stronger as the robed figure senses the place is far more than it appears. Meanwhile, the assassin slips deeper into the underground city, cloaked in darkness. A guard unknowingly passes by, unaware that the target lurks just beyond his torchlight. A soldier stares upward, astonished by the sheer size of the hidden facility around him. He reasons it must have been created by a powerful force for a long-term purpose. The structure's scale suggests it wasn't for defense alone. but a major base of operations. He questions who could have secretly constructed such a vast hidden facility underground. Reaching the final room, he steels himself to uncover whatever lies inside. The creaking door opens slowly as he steps into the unknown chamber. Inside, he scans the plain room and finds nothing unusual at first glance. Suspicious. He taps on a wall panel and hears a hollow sound. Startled, he discovers a hidden compartment and carefully opens it with rising tension. His eyes narrow as he peers inside, discovering an intricately sealed golden scroll. He studies the scroll, realizing it contains something far more dangerous than expected. With wide eyes, he grasps the weight of the secret now in his hands. The scroll reveals a secret order: assassinate Wu Gunsang. Leave no trace of the Blood Shadow group. The man trembles with fury, realizing everything was orchestrated for a bounty of gold. Consumed by rage, he activates his power, vowing to destroy those responsible for the betrayal. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes his strength, declaring vengeance against all involved. The blast shakes the cavern as others sense the tremor and spot damage in the wall. Behind the cracked wall lies another chamber, previously sealed off from view. Inside the hidden room, a glowing pedestal illuminates a strange black book. Red-eyed serpent statues line the path, filling the air with ominous pressure. Approaching slowly, the man identifies the book Nine Demon Style, a forbidden and deadly martial art. A hole in the wall reveals a hidden chamber bathed in a mysterious blue glow. A man cautiously approaches the illuminated pedestal, holding a sealed black book. The book reads, Nine Demon School, stirring confusion and suspicion in the man's thoughts. He stands atop a cliff, unaware that a search party is entering the cavern below. The torchlight reveals many boot prints scattered across the dusty ground. The searchers confirm the target is nearby and prepare to capture the assassin. The team moves deeper into the cavern, weapons ready, eyes scanning the shadows. Zone Man notes the lack of visibility, uneasy about the darkness cloaking their surroundings. Suddenly, threads entangle him from above, halting his movement in an instant. He screams, struggling against the tightening threads, unable to break free. His body is yanked into darkness, while the others run toward the noise. They question the assassin's hiding spot, surprised by the trap's precision. One man mocks the fallen brother's death, blaming carelessness instead of skill. Before finishing, a figure appears behind him with glowing red eyes. Another is silently pulled into the shadows, panic spreading through the group. One man notices something strange, just as a body suddenly crashes to the ground in front of them. The others flinch in surprise as the victim's hand twitches lifelessly beside the torch. They recognize the assassin and immediately surround him in alarm. Shouting erupts as they charge forward, but the assassin reacts first with swift retaliation. Torches fall as one is dragged upward and wrapped in deadly threads midair. The others scatter in panic, realizing how quickly their formation crumbled. One man regains composure and attempts to challenge the unseen attacker. Frustrated, he shouts into the shadows, demanding the coward show himself. He prepares for a counterattack, unaware he is already being watched from the dark. Fear grips him as he spots the assassin's eyes glowing faintly in the distance. Others nearby argue over how many of them it might take to stop him. They suspect he is leading them to a trap by forcing them into confusion. Ong Wang warns it's dangerous and recalls the assassin's earlier precision and restraint. He realizes the enemy never kills unnecessarily but always achieves his goal. Ong Wang plans to capture him personally, trusting his own ability over his squad's panic. The leader instructs his men to flank the sides and press forward with complete formation. He commands them to respond quickly if the enemy escapes, signaling a full sweep. The group advances, unaware he has triggered a trap beneath his feet. He screams in fury, commanding everyone to charge forward without hesitation. Suddenly, sharp projectiles rain down from above, filling the corridor. Chaos erupts as countless attackers are struck, falling helplessly into the ambush. Arrows continue to fall, scattering bodies and piercing the ground in waves. The leader deflects them with skill, surviving the barrage with minimal injury. Frustrated, he questions the purpose of such traps in a place like this. He checks on the injured, ordering everyone to stay alert and ready. Realizing more traps are active, he warns the others to keep calm. He wonders who could live in a place designed to kill intruders so efficiently. Far above, a mysterious woman watches silently from the shadows. Her piercing red eyes follow the chaos below with unwavering focus. A sealed book titled Blood Phantom Martial Art is pulled from a chest hidden deep underground. The elder who retrieves it believes its content will change the tides of the current conflict. With grim determination, he prepares to awaken the art, knowing it requires a blood price. The ritual begins. Screams and blood flood the chamber, as bodies are consumed by crimson energy. Victims writhe in agony, their life force drained to awaken something dormant within the scroll. A woman, overcome by terror, lunges at a target, screaming in desperation to end the nightmare. She's stopped, just in time, by a man who assures her safety, steadying her emotions. The group searches frantically but cannot locate their foe, uncertainty spreading through the ranks. A leader commands calm, warning that time favors the enemy if they scatter. Above, black threads descend. The awakened assassin blends with the shadows, watching for an opening. He readies his strike with precision, planning to end the pursuit swiftly. His movement triggers alarm, and a woman spots him, shouting in defiance. She charges, blades clashing against the assassin's dark form in a burst of golden light. The assassin counters with deadly force. Darkness colliding with brilliant martial energy, their powers explode mid-air, throwing shockwaves across the battlefield as the clash intensifies. The assassin narrows his eyes, surging forward with renewed fury and lethal intent. He leaps toward the opponent with coiling energy, spinning mid-air with deadly precision. His target dodges, narrowly avoiding fatal injury as blood splashes across the battlefield. Shouts echo, but the fight pauses as the fighters reassess, tension rippling through the air. A warrior mocks the assassin, unaware of the calculated calm behind those glowing eyes. The assassin, bloodied and breathing hard, mutters that he survived only through luck. A woman questions him, skeptical that instinct alone saved him from defeat. He claims his blade moved where instinct told him to strike. She laughs coldly, unimpressed, and challenges him to surrender. The assassin repeats her words, "Surrender." With quiet mockery, he attacks instantly, but she counters, avoiding his strike with agile footwork. Their weapons clash again as she retaliates, forcing him back. He halts, asking if surrender means being spared. She doesn't answer, and he declares she never planned to show mercy. He accuses her of silencing everyone before him, making surrender meaningless. She questions how much he knows. Her tone calm but edged with hidden intent. He responds darkly, stating that the Empress of Gaji Cliff is behind it all. Calling her a demon, he warns the others not to underestimate her power. Impatient allies shout at Esiel, Garam, demanding she stop talking and kill the enemy. Ignoring them, she calmly lowers her gaze, preparing to end things her own way. She rises with energy flaring, stating her motive is vengeance for the fallen young Lord Wu. Realizing her energy is overwhelming, the assassin sees fighting her directly would be suicide. He internally concedes her power is too great to confront. Now before he can escape, a massive energy blast erupts, cutting off his route. She walks forward, calm and focused, now fully engaged in eliminating the enemy. The assassin barely rises from the rubble, as others rush to finish him off. One attacker charges swiftly, blade glowing as he moves for a killing strike. He leaps with a shout, unleashing a fierce attack aimed directly at the assassin. The assassin glares back, bloodied but still determined. He prepares one last move, unwilling to fall without a final blow. A bearded warrior steps forward, commanding the others to move aside and let him handle it. Some object, fearing the assassin, is too dangerous to spare. Unfazed, the man insists he will take accountability and finish it himself. Standing above the broken assassin, he accuses him of killing Gunsang. The assassin admits it, calmly explaining it was his job. The warrior retorts even an assassin should know the difference between right and wrong. The assassin laughs, saying, "No assassin raised in darkness learns morality." The bearded man realizes there's no hope for reformation, only malice in the assassin's eyes. From behind, another warrior notes they've found the letter tied to the case. The elder realizes the assassin knew about the letter all along. He presses for the name of the requester. The assassin smiles, naming Duke Wan of the Jade Emperor. Laughter erupts from the assassin, echoing through the cavern. Others freeze, sensing a deeper threat hidden behind his insanity. Warriors rush to the elder, worried about what might come next. Qiu Qingming checks on the elder's condition, noticing some children are missing. The assassin watches silently as Ming explains they were lost in the earlier ambush. The elder acknowledges the loss, eyes narrowing in quiet anger. Standing over the broken assassin, the elder declares this is only the beginning of his punishment. He vows to make the assassin suffer pain deeper than hell itself. Without hesitation, he drags the body away to begin a sentence of living torment. The assassin lies on the ground, laughing bitterly as he recalls his stolen childhood. He questions the idea of atonement, wondering who will repay him for his suffering. Still laughing, his broken form leaves a trail of blood as they vanish into the darkness. Blood trails lead to a secluded temple, hidden within towering canyon walls, shrouded in silence. At the cliff's edge, a man sits alone, surrounded by deep mist and distant echoes. Below, ominous eyes flicker in darkness, serpents coiled together in eerie stillness, awaiting orders. The bearded man glares upward, questioning his companion's continued hesitation to reveal forbidden secrets. Another figure emerges, showing no remorse as he watches the prisoner writhe in pain. Declaring the man unworthy of redemption, he raises his blade to deliver a final sentence. The prisoner's body convulses violently, dark energy swirling around him in a chaotic storm. Surrounded by red sparks and mist, his body drops lifelessly, sinking into a nest of snakes. He stirs faintly, barely breathing, wrapped in coils and shadows, eyes flickering with resolve. As the enemies retreat, the rock platform begins to collapse by command to destroy evidence. They vanish, leaving the body to decay, assuming no life remains to challenge them. But serpents approach slowly, their fangs bare drawn by the blood and lingering warmth. Though paralyzed, he regains awareness, feeling their movement across his wounds and skin. His thoughts race. Did they really think the snakes would consume him so easily? Eyes glowing red, he breathes again. The will to survive has not yet died. A snake locks eyes with the man, poised to strike as he lies still among the coils. But instead of fear, he smiles coldly, energy surging beneath his blood-streaked skin. He grabs the serpent, lifts it, and sinks his teeth into its flesh without hesitation. Distant cries echo through the valley, signaling the complete silence left behind after the attack. The temple stands in ruin, its courtyard filled with corpses and remnants of a massacre. A lone cliff juts upward, hiding the last survivor beneath mist and broken stone. One white snake escapes, slithering silently through blood and bone toward the deeper caverns. It approaches a pale figure wrapped in long hair, buried among the dead and dust. The figure's eyes snap open, haunted, red, and full of unspoken rage. She rises, trembling, and crawls toward the cliff's light, sensing a new beginning. Her hands grip the ground as she stands, reborn beneath the shadow of the peak. The city awaits beyond the mountain, unaware of the storm that's about to return. In town, peaceful streets bustle with life until a scream breaks the calm. A man snaps, roaring with madness and terrorizing the crowd without warning. Chaos erupts instantly as panicked citizens scatter, unaware of what truly stirs in the dark. The white-haired figure awakens, annoyed by the intrusion, and speaks coldly from the bed. He reminds them. He requested 3 days of uninterrupted rest and commands silence. With piercing red eyes, he stares down the visitors, as they hesitate under his gaze. Startled, one man questions the unnatural aura radiating from the room and the figure within. As tension rises, another man warns of retaliation from powerful martial groups. Unfazed, the figure responds that he's never heard of such a name before. With a flick of his fingers, energy binds the intruders, dropping them to the ground. They collapse instantly, unable to resist the power of the technique unleashed upon them. The woman watches in disbelief, realizing this strength exceeds all known martial masters. She begins to panic, trying to appease him, but he remains emotionally distant. His eyes remain still, glowing unnaturally, as if void of all human empathy. She compares his gaze to that of a wild predator, inhuman and terrifying. Raising 2 fingers, he repeats, 3 days, before releasing the energy that held them. The group bows in fear, acknowledging his demand without question. Curious yet shaken, she asks his name, unaware of the monster now in their midst. With a serpent looming behind him, he finally reveals his name, Pyoul, the One Reborn. Outside the compound, peace resumes as if nothing had ever stirred within those walls. A woman approaches the hallway calmly, showing respect as she greets her silent guest. Food is offered to support his journey, a simple gesture meant to show kindness. He walks away silently, leaving the women to wonder who he truly is. Juan asks about his identity, but Seol Hang simply calls him a random guest. They follow his path, confused and unaware of the true danger they had hosted. Seol Hang reflects that even standing before a death god, her companion wouldn't recognize one. Pyoul, now cloaked in shadows, walks the assassin's path again, with cold intent. Rain falls over the quiet village as night cloaks the land in silence and gloom. A white-haired man sits alone beneath the eaves, staring out into the storm. He reflects quietly, noting how peaceful the outside world feels after 7 years. Clenching his fist, he remembers how those years were spent without peace or rest. He stands up, firm in his resolve to break free from the past. Images of the Unsung and Black Shadow sect flash in his mind, fueling his mission. Elsewhere, a group runs through the rain, frustrated and soaked from poor navigation. They bicker loudly, blaming one another for getting drenched and delayed. As they reach shelter, one continues complaining, soaked and shivering. A monk mutters prayers, lamenting his misfortune for traveling with such chaotic people. They continue arguing, accusing each other of being the source of all problems. Woman stops mid, rant surprised as she senses someone nearby. White-haired man reappears, silently watching the newcomers from the shadows. They spot him, intrigued, and somewhat relieved to find someone present. Woman introduces herself confidently, unaware of who he truly is. The white-haired man introduces himself as Pyeowol, drawing the group's immediate attention. Ranju becomes excited, clearly smitten, as her companions groan at her reaction. The others politely introduce themselves, Smoky Soul, Monk Haesung, and ask about his destination. Ranju learns Pyeowol is also heading to Cheongdu, prompting a sudden idea. She quickly suggests traveling together. Confident they'll all benefit from the arrangement. Though initially hesitant, Pyeowol considers the opportunity to gather more information along the way. With the group ready, they depart at dawn and head for the port. There, they secure passage on a ship that's about to leave for Cheongdu. As they board, Ranju teases others about their discomfort and complains about the cargo hold. While waiting, Ranju tries to pry into Pyeowol's reasons for going to Cheongdu. He remains vague, offering little explanation despite her persistence. Curious, but patient, she walks beside him as they approach the deck together. The group boards the vessel, gazing at the sea stretching toward their destination. Pyeowol remains silent, focused, while others chat and relax around him. As the ship departs, his eyes narrow, hiding thoughts of what awaits in Cheongdu. The ship sails steadily across calm waters as passengers gather on the deck for fresh air. Groups chat in pairs, enjoying the weather, unaware of any approaching danger. Pyeowol sits silently, detached from the others. Observing in quiet thought, Ranju approaches him curiously, questioning his distant gaze and unreadable expression. He brushes her off, prompting her playful complaints, while the others watch from afar. Smoky Soul remarks that even friendly interactions with Pyeowol are likely calculated moves. Ranju laughs off Pyeowol's stern tone, pretending to be intimidated. Nearby passengers notice a small strange splash near a cup on the deck. Suddenly, someone shouts multiple boats are speeding toward them at high speed. One lookout confirms pirates are approaching fast, alarming everyone on board. Armed pirates scream threats as they close in, preparing for attack. Passengers panic, some freezing in fear while others rush to find safety. A man calmly steps forward, offering help as others tremble. Asked who he is, he simply replies that only his actions matter. With confidence, he readies himself to face the incoming threat. As the pirate ship approaches, the monk and Smoky Soul leap into action with perfect coordination. They soar through the air, landing forcefully on the pirate vessel mid-attack. The pirates react in shock, unprepared for such sudden and aggressive retaliation. Their leader roars with rage, rallying the others to kill the intruders immediately. A horde charges, weapons raised, aiming to overwhelm with numbers. The monk holds his ground as blades clash with precise and powerful strikes. Spectators on the main ship watch in awe, stunned by the martial display. One sailor gasps loudly, unable to believe what he's witnessing. Smoky Soul smiles confidently and jokes about raising the rescue fee to 500 silver yangs. A monk engages in a fierce clash, blocking a sword strike as sparks flash around him. He lowers his head calmly, showing no fear despite the overwhelming number of enemies. With a focused gaze, he leaps into action, lightning sparking across his body. He soars above the battlefield, landing beside his staff, which he quickly grabs. Power gathers around him as enemies rush forward. Unaware of the monk's full strength, he counters swiftly, delivering precise strikes that overwhelm his attackers. The monk confronts a fallen enemy who backs away, trembling in fear. Unbothered, the monk turns his back and walks calmly through the chaotic deck. Others watch in awe as he stands unshaken among fallen foes. He walks to the ship's edge while a bird flies off into the sky. Companions greet him with relief, praising his efforts in the fight. He humbly deflects praise, suggesting another take the next task. Asked about a girl, the monk points to where she sits alone nearby. She declines their invitation, claiming comfort in solitude. The group watches her silently, realizing she's stronger than they thought. The white-haired man quietly observes the girl, sensing a deep pain hidden behind her eyes. She puffs her cheeks in frustration, unaware of his internal thoughts. Confused by her sudden anger, he watches as she begins scolding him emotionally. He coldly replies, stating he has no interest in flirtatious women. No matter how attractive, her anger briefly flares, but she quickly changes expression, pressing him for a compliment. Satisfied with his indirect praise, she smiles brightly, ignoring his blunt rejection. He reflects on her behavior, then shifts his thoughts to darker matters. His gaze hardens as he remembers people used as tools for war without consent. He wonders if the innocent girl beside him truly understands the weight of her surroundings. His tone darkens as he warns others not to repeat his mistakes. A dying enemy is left as a warning of the cost of ignorance. With eyes glowing red, he resolves not to let others follow his cursed path. As sunset falls, the group prepares to part ways at a nearby village. One man insists they must reach their destination by morning. The white-haired man calmly replies he will remain behind, choosing solitude once again. The girl tries to convince him to travel together, but he insists on staying behind. He explains that there's something he must prepare on his own before joining later. She accepts his promise to reunite, and the group rides off under the setting sun. Alone, he quietly turns toward the village, preparing for what awaits. He walks with purpose as dusk deepens across the quiet path. Eventually, he enters a large inn, its lanterns glowing faintly through the curtains. Inside, rough men eat and talk, their attention shifting as he enters. All eyes follow him across the dining hall as whispers begin. Unfazed, he moves forward calmly, drawing silent stares from the crowd. He requests food and lodging, preferring to eat first before anything else. The innkeeper serves him politely, but others comment on his appearance. A meal is served, though the room remains tense with curiosity. As he begins eating, someone slaps the table and questions his identity. A man named Jang Yurok introduces himself rudely, blocking the meal. He claims to test new guests through confrontation, inviting trouble with a grin. The white-haired man remains calm as Yurek laughs, revealing a bet on his gender. Unbothered, he remarks that Yurek will lose silver, either way. Yurek insists he still can't tell and continues pushing for confirmation. Urek's group jokingly suggests stripping him to settle the debate. He silently offers a drink instead, but the provocation escalates. Without warning, he strikes Urok down with precise force. Urok collapses, groaning in pain, while the others watch in stunned silence. Furious, Urok threatens revenge, claiming his eye was ruined. The man responds coldly, warning he'll take the other eye if necessary. Urek screams in terror, realizing he's at the mercy of someone far stronger. Another's strike lands brutally, cementing the threat. With red eyes glowing, the stranger prepares for more, if provoked again. He stands calmly as the crowd backs away in fear. More attackers charge in anger, but he moves first, slashing through them in a blur. He leaves no doubt of his strength. An attacker collapses, gasping in disbelief at the speed of the white-haired man's strike, wounded and stunned. The man admits defeat, overwhelmed by the difference in skill. Standing over him, the warrior calmly declares he must take responsibility for his actions. A peaceful riverside town bustles under a bright sky, with boats drifting calmly below a bridge. Vendors display their goods, while townspeople walk the market streets, browsing casually. Among the crowd, 3 cloaked figures appear, blending in as they move through the town. The trio comments on the calm atmosphere, noting how different it feels from other regions. They exchange thoughts on how others' hardships bring them opportunity in Hainan. With playful banter, they agree to begin their mission, walking forward toward their target. The woman spots a familiar figure and rushes ahead with excitement, calling out joyfully. She embraces the man tightly, revealing him as their long-missed captain. Others greet him warmly, expressing surprise at his timely appearance, and showing their respect. They gather indoors, sharing drinks and pleasantries as the captain welcomes them. The group discusses their reunion, hinting at a more serious reason for assembling. A monk asks if they've truly gathered for an important matter requiring all their presence. The captain questions their reluctance, challenging their sense of duty. The woman reveals tension between the Qingcheng sect and Wudang sect as the cause. They confirm the sects have been close to open conflict for 7 years. Discussion continues as the captain reflects on the long-standing conflict between sects in Sichuan. A flashback shows intense battles, with warriors clashing in a burning wasteland. Tension rises as they anticipate the next outbreak in a war that hasn't ended. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man walks calmly through a peaceful village scene. His eyes glint with resolve as he descends the stairs of a local inn. A server looks up, startled, as the man approaches without a word. The server panics, recognizing the man as a feared figure with a violent past. Without hesitation, the man strikes, silencing resistance with cold precision. He demands information, asking who among them knows the region's inner affairs. Trembling, The server directs him to Workshop Street for deeper local knowledge. The man processes the information and confirms his next destination, the Fire Dragon Room. Determined, he prepares to uncover the truth hidden at the heart of the conflict. He enters Workshop Street, a market long tied to Sichuan's martial clans. Sparks fly as forges roar, signaling the power of the smiths within. Focused, the man walks through the smoke, ready to question those who deal with warriors. Inside the workshop, the silver-haired man observes a young worker forging metal with focused effort. He notes the clarity of the hammering sound, intrigued by the technique used. A supervisor storms over, scolding the young man for daring to use a hammer. The supervisor yells, ordering the boy to stop and return to basic chores. The young worker is dismissed, leaving the forge as the silver-haired visitor watches silently. The supervisor criticizes the boy further, bothered by his determined expression. He welcomes the silver-haired man, assuming he is there to purchase a weapon. The visitor instead asks why the young worker was punished. The supervisor explains that he's a Tang descendant with no permission to forge weapons. He recounts how the Tang clan fell, causing fear and shame within martial society. Descendants of Tang now avoid combat roles to prevent historical disgrace. The visitor quietly acknowledges the weight of that legacy, understanding the burden it brings. Asked what weapon he wants, he requests a flying sword from the workshop's back room. They walk deeper inside, as the visitor inquires about recent business demand. The merchant explains orders have doubled since tensions rose between the Nine and Qing-Chang sects. The silver-haired man listens as the merchant complains about handling too many orders from sects. Suddenly, a worker insults the young Tang descendant, triggering violent aggression. The boy is beaten as insults fly, blamed for the downfall of the Tang clan. Another attacker joins in. Furious, the boy dares to touch a hammer without permission. Brutal strikes follow, knocking him down while his eyes burn with suppressed rage. A knife falls to the ground beside him, gleaming under the light. Watching from the doorway, the silver-haired man condemns their cruelty. He steps inside, stating that submission to injustice means choosing to live like a dog kneeling. The battered boy locks eyes with him, silently acknowledging the challenge. A silver-haired man steps into the hall, light behind him, facing the collapsed prisoner. He warns that submission leads to misery while resistance brings only suffering and more beatings. Ignoring the crowd's anger, he asks the prisoner how he plans to continue living. The prisoner watches silently as tension builds among the onlookers behind the white-haired man. One man angrily confronts the outsider, demanding his identity and calling out his arrogance. Before anyone can react, the prisoner suddenly lashes out and takes down two enemies. Amidst the chaos, one of the attackers pins the prisoner down, overwhelmed by confusion. A dagger glints inches from his eye, stopped only by raw desperation. Others watch in disbelief, shocked at the wild, beast-like resistance from the once submissive prisoner. With bloodied eyes, the prisoner bites down hard, shocking those around him. He declares that their cruelty made him a beast, and now, he's become one. Unshaken by threats, he says he'll no longer endure meaningless beatings without retaliation. Holding the blade, he warns that anyone who dares touch him again will lose a hand. The group panics and retreats, shouting threats while backing away. Standing beside the silver-haired man, the prisoner walks forward with unwavering resolve. The silver-haired man supports the wounded prisoner, leading him away from the training grounds. Together, they walk toward a quiet forest house, leaving the violence behind. Inside, they settle in a small room where the prisoner collapses from exhaustion. The silver-haired man observes the surroundings while the other struggles to sit. He sarcastically compliments the place, calling it nice. The prisoner laughs, saying it's better than the snake pit he used to live in. The silver-haired man prepares to leave, explaining he has another destination. Curious, the prisoner questions him, prompting a brief exchange of mutual interest. Their connection grows, hinting at a shared understanding formed through hardship. The silver-haired man reveals his motive: revenge against the Guangcheng and Ame sects. The prisoner is shocked, questioning how one man could fight entire sects. Determined, he names the groups allied against him, vowing to face them all. He admits he might be crazy and demands his dagger back. The prisoner mocks the dagger's cheapness, calling it garbage. He warns that using a weak weapon for revenge will only lead to death. The boy offers weapons to replace the dagger, revealing handmade blades wrapped in cloth. The silver-haired man inspects them, impressed by their balance and fine craftsmanship. He asks if they were difficult to make, but the boy says time and isolation made it easy. The man asks if he's sure about parting with them, given their quality. The boy agrees, saying revenge against Ching Cheng and Mac is worth it. Recalling how those sects destroyed his group, he admits they weren't saints, but he still can't forgive them. He adds that no one else encouraged him like the silver-haired man did. Touched, the man silently accepts and starts equipping the gifted weapons. With calm resolve, he hands back the small dagger before preparing to leave. He focuses, activating the blades with energy, releasing dozens of spinning spectral knives. The room fills with flickering light as the weapons move in perfect harmony. Awe-struck, the boy watches as the weapons orbit gracefully under full control. The boy names them Ghost Blades, sensing their power and perfect connection. The man introduces himself as Piowol, telling him to remember the name. With admiration, the boy prays that Piowol's name will echo across all Muram at sunset. A large fortress bridge glows warmly over the calm water. Nearby rooftops bask in the light as activity fills the fortified city below. Inside, a graceful woman sets tea before guests, welcoming them with polite gratitude. She smiles, honored that they answered the call of a mere woman. Her followers reassure her of their loyalty, ready to act without hesitation. They declare their willingness to defend her and the White Flower Room against any threat. She thanks them deeply, touched by their commitment. As the tea steams, she explains the urgency caused by Ching Cheng sect movements. Startled, they excitedly offer to join the Amai sect and follow her into action. She softly calls them out, amused at their desperation to impress her. She reflects silently on how easily men become tools in her schemes. With a farewell, she walks away, satisfied with their loyalty and readiness. One follower thanks her sincerely for the experience. She smiles, but turns quietly toward another presence at the table. Piowol observes silently, eyes sharp, recognizing her manipulative influence. Spectators whisper about the mysterious red-eyed man as Lady Wu steps forward to confront him. Her sudden presence draws attention from the crowd, who react with surprise and curiosity. With determined steps, she approaches the man directly, drawing a tense silence from those watching. Lady Wu politely greets him and introduces herself as the head of the 100 Flower Room. She suggests they introduce themselves formally and expresses interest in learning his name. He responds calmly with his name, Piowol, prompting her to inquire if he's a martial artist. Piowol avoids a direct answer, stating she can think as she likes, maintaining his calm demeanor. Lady Wu presses him, questioning his secrecy and expressing frustration at his cold attitude. Angry follower demands an apology, but Piowol responds coldly, unbothered by the threat. The subordinate orders Piowol to kneel and apologize or face consequences for his disrespect. Piowol refuses, challenging them, his tone unwavering and firm despite the tension. The man becomes furious, demanding his sword be brought as Lady Wu silently watches. With sword in hand, the man charges, enraged by what he sees as mockery. He swings violently, calling the insult unforgivable and aiming to strike Piowol down. Piowol blocks the blow, effortlessly, shocking the crowd as someone gasps in disbelief. Piowol evades the incoming strike with minimal movement, his red eyes tracking every motion. A powerful slash misses him entirely, shocking the attacker with its failed impact. The enemy stares in disbelief, unable to understand how his attack was so easily dodged. Enraged, he activates his secret technique, lightning, like energy enveloping his entire body. The crowd watches in horror as he prepares to use a forbidden thunderstorm slash. Ignoring reason, he commits to the fatal move, determined to kill Piowol. Lightning surges as the man launches himself with full force toward Piowol. Piowol remains composed, calmly evading the incoming deadly strike, spinning behind his attacker. He counters with surgical precision, reversing the momentum instantly. The battle shifts. Piowol's movements grow sharper as he begins his final assault. With unmatched speed, he weaves through the chaos, avoiding every strike flawlessly. In a blur, he lands clean hits on his opponent, overwhelming him completely. After the fight, he stands before Lady Wu again, unscathed and silent. She gazes at him in awe, stunned by his strength and composure. As another enemy charges, Piowol turns with cold confidence. This is far from his limit. The enemy launches a desperate final charge, his blade glowing with raw energy. Piowol calmly counters, delivering a decisive blow that shatters the opponent's stance. The man crashes into the ground, defeated, as dust swirls around Piowol's unmoved figure. Lady Wu rushes forward, asking Piowol to calm himself after the intense fight. She steps between him and the fallen man, attempting to ease the tension. With steady eyes, she tells Piowol that the man meant no harm to her. She defends the attacker's actions, explaining it stemmed from loyalty and concern. Piowol insists people must bear responsibility for their own choices. Lady Wu responds with resolve, offering to shoulder the man's responsibility herself. Others protest, ready to fight, but she silences them with grace and courage. Pio silently acknowledges her strength and strategy, recognizing her subtle control. She smiles gently, asking if her decision is acceptable. Pio smiles faintly, accepting the moment with calm certainty. A candle burns silently, as the tension fades and peace returns to the room. Later, Pio rests alone, haunted by memories, whispering a single word, please. Lady Wu leans in, asking Pio to grant a request she claims suits his ability. He replies with calm interest, stating he'll decide only after hearing the full request. She names her target, Nam Hosen, young leader of the Thunder Clan. Lady Wu explains the Thunder Clan arranged a political marriage to force control over her. Their threats now endanger both the 100 Flower Room and the anicaps position. Pio notes she likely calculated the risk, expecting him to accept even if it fails. She promises a reward and says she'll speak to her aunt on his behalf. Revealing her aunt as Pavilion Master Jianghua of the Ame sect, she strengthens her proposal. Pio, amused and thoughtful, responds with a smirk, recognizing her connections and hidden motives.
Mount Ame stands tall, shrouded in clouds, its peak exuding ancient strength and serenity. A man and woman arrive at the path, marveling at its grandeur and past martial history. As they climb, they discuss the sect's inactivity during the war and its mysterious stance. Inside the main hall, disciples line the chamber as the two are guided to the center. Jianghua and Yang Soul Ran observe silently, their expressions unreadable beneath formality. The Abbess of 9 Calamities watches from her seat, her authority clearly commanding the room. The Abbess questions their motive, sensing a cost behind their willingness to shed blood. The man agrees, stating they require compensation to prevent unnecessary losses in their mission. She demands an amount, and he calmly names the price, 500,000 gold yangs. Disciples shout in outrage, offended by the arrogance and demand presented before their abbess. The abbess silences the uproar, annoyed by the chaos disrupting their negotiations. She questions their worth, suggesting others would complete the job without such high cost. The man confidently claims none rival the strength of the Black Cloud Corps they represent. He implies they've already moved, with an agent heading to Mount Jinshan. The abbess glares coldly, realizing they've cornered her through both diplomacy and veiled threat. Angered by the negotiation tactics, energy flares as the abbess unleashes force, knocking both to the ground. Their weapons and gear scatter, showing the severity of her power and displeasure. From above, she mocks their offer, demanding a more honest price, if they want her cooperation. The woman explains their core follows strict command, and their master will act without hesitation. The abbess warns that even if their leader acts, he won't succeed without their full strength. He acknowledges their strategic gamble, amused by the clever use of pressure and timing. Jianghua receives orders to act, showing the abbess isn't backing down. A disgruntled follower vents frustration, realizing the abbess made a difficult choice. Outside, he reflects on the strength of the Black Cloud Corps and their costly demand. A separate discussion begins as a new figure appears, calmly observing from above. He stands out with silver hair, drawing attention with quiet authority. The chapter ends with intrigue as a woman yawns elsewhere, unaware of the storm unfolding. She peers into her drink, lost in thought, wondering how the others are faring. A subordinate arrives with news, and she turns with tired curiosity. He reports seeing a familiar face, Pio, the man from their past now resurfaced. The woman confirms she saw Pio again, but the memory unsettles her deeply. She admits her discomfort, feeling that something about the meeting isn't just coincidence. They discuss rising tensions between sects and speculate Pio's involvement may disrupt the balance. A sudden interruption calls their attention as subordinates rush in with urgency. Behind them, Jianghua and Yang Seol Ran appear, representing the Black Cloud Corps. Formal greetings are exchanged, acknowledging their presence as official guests of the Ame sect. The guests introduce themselves clearly, affirming they are here for negotiations. Their leader demands confirmation of the Ame sect's commitment before continuing discussions. They warn that, if betrayed, retaliation from the Black Cloud Corps will be immediate and harsh. The elder woman invites them in to discuss terms, trying to maintain control. Tensions flare over proposed demands, with accusations of greed from the younger representatives. Despite conflict, the elder smiles, suggesting they aim for power over all Sichuan. Negotiations collapse as an explosion erupts. Jianghua strikes without warning, sending shockwaves through the room. The elder crashes into rubble, surprised but calm, assessing the attack with a knowing gaze. Amid destruction, Jianghua stands cloaked in crimson energy, while the elder smiles, unfazed by violence.
An explosive strike sends shockwaves across the floor as a fierce battle reaches its peak. The force throws the old man backward, crashing him through splintered boards and debris. As the dust clears, he rises slowly, facing two warriors calmly standing in the shattered hall. He proposes to forfeit the trade rights in exchange for information, requesting guidance and support. The man in the fur cloak realizes the true motive, securing a place to settle peacefully. They seek land far from the evil sect, revealing plans to place roots near Western Plateau. The woman smiles, suggesting their request isn't too much to grant under the current circumstances. The man, cautious, admits their group may become a future threat, despite temporary cooperation. He observes her people's strength, knowing forming an alliance might be difficult and risky. He assures her they'll act if the sect becomes dangerous, then agrees to the proposal. She smiles, declaring the negotiation complete without needing any formal contract. He confirms they'll inform their sect about the agreement and future plans. She offers a room for rest, but he chooses to stay with the 100-flower room. Suddenly, a woman bursts in, calling out urgently and gasping for breath. She announces shocking news, cutting through the conversation with immediate concern. The vice captain bursts in with shocking urgency, interrupting without protocol, drawing an immediate rebuke. She announces the assassination of the Thunder Clan's young leader, silencing the entire room. Concern spreads as the group learns the assassin wasn't caught, and suspicion falls on another sect. Sunset casts an ominous glow over the rocky landscape and approaching stronghold. Thunder Clan envoys arrive at the sect's gates uninvited, causing immediate tension among the hosts. Guards demand answers, surprised by the boldness of their sudden, unannounced appearance. The visitors are escorted to the entrance, their solemn faces showing they came with purpose. A white-bearded elder steps forward, commanding attention and asking what they seek. The Thunder Clan leader responds by asking the same, seeking accountability for their loss. Clan leader Tae requests the full explanation, asking why a coffin was brought to his gates. The Thunder Clan leader solemnly reveals the body of his disciple rests within. He accuses the sect of involvement, drawing an angry reaction as tensions rise rapidly. Tae insists he knows nothing and asks to hear the truth behind the incident. The Thunder Clan leader agrees, then prepares to reveal the contents of the coffin. Inside lies the mutilated body of the young leader, confirming the deadly accusation. The Thunder Clan leader accuses the sect of orchestrating the assassination to provoke conflict. Leader Tae urges calm, but emotions flare as the accusation strikes deeply. The Thunder Clan demands immediate answers, presenting the corpse as undeniable proof of wrongdoing. Insults ignite fury. Sect members shout, calling the claim disgraceful and the intrusion unforgivable. One man attacks in anger, unleashing a deadly martial technique without hesitation. Thunderstorm palm strikes hard, throwing chaos into what was meant to be a diplomatic meeting. The attacker steps back, furious, questioning if they're being mocked by false accusations. Tae's men rush to contain the situation, shocked at the sudden escalation. Tae scolds his junior, bewildered by the impulsive attack during sensitive negotiations. As the aggressors retreat, the sect members regroup and reflect on the incident. Tae notes his junior has changed, more aggressive, less disciplined than before. He lies wounded, vowing to uncover the truth behind the Thunder Clan's deadly accusation. Tae orders investigation, believing something darker stirs behind the attack. He sends a trusted subordinate to report and prepare for what lies ahead. The warrior accepts, sprinting off toward the next mission with urgency. Night falls over the sect compound as two men walk beneath the looming stormy sky. They quietly question whether the Gungshong sect was truly responsible for Namhosen's death. One doubts the evidence, but the other insists that advanced martial arts leave unmistakable traces. They reach a door and discuss whether the unique techniques prove the Gungsong sect's guilt. Inside a quiet room, a man with white hair sits alone, lost in deep thought. His glowing red eyes reflect concern. He senses a storm of blood soon to engulf Chengdu.
Under the moonlit sky, silence cloaks the building as night settles heavily over the city. Inside, the silver-haired man sits alone, deep in thought, surrounded by stillness and shadow. He stares ahead, expression unreadable, when a woman in a pink robe enters the room. She confronts him, demanding to know how he manipulated events to frame the Qingcheng sect. The man denies involvement, letting her assumptions linger while offering no clear answers. With calm certainty, he says the outcome matters more than who was responsible for the act. He moves closer, pressing her for agreement, while keeping his tone firm and persuasive. She relents, softly confirming his logic, drawn closer by his quiet confidence. He informs her they won't meet again soon. hinting at growing complications within her organization. She explains her aunt, the Blossom Elder, is arriving to manage a demanding negotiation herself. The Elder plans to meet with a feared mercenary group known as the Black Cloud Corps. Their leader is said to be brilliant, and their arrival may shift the power balance. He realizes the White Flower Room will be occupied, and someone dangerous is with the Elder. She confirms her aunt will stay a while, but she personally dislikes the other visitor. With a casual goodbye, she departs, leaving him standing silently in the empty room. He recalls a woman once known for her grace, perhaps the Blossom Elder's feared disciple. As cherry blossoms fall in his memory, he acknowledges they might meet again soon. Namho-san's death has thrown the Qingcheng sect into chaos. He decides to stay longer. Suddenly, threads fly across the air, blades spinning as blood splashes in every direction. With perfect precision, a needle is caught mid-air, revealing his calm mastery surrounded by corpses. He stands alone, victorious amidst the remnants of a brutal ambush. A smirk forms on his face, ending the chapter with quiet confidence. Elsewhere, two sect members examine the aftermath, confirming the Vice Master was killed there. They recognize the brutal technique used, clearly the 72 sword steps. They debate whether an outsider could mimic it, considering the possibility of a traitor. One recalls a stolen copy, but notes without internal breathing it'd be incomplete. Only with insider help could someone fully replicate the technique's deadly effect. They shift focus, trying to trace how the assassin entered and escaped unnoticed. A theory emerges it might be a legendary assassin once thought dead. He recalls a terrifying figure from 7 years ago, doubting the possibility but shaken. As the sun sets, the group approaches a large residence to seek shelter and support. They mention their ties to the Golden Sky clan. Confident they'll be welcomed, no one expresses relief, trusting their allies will provide lodging without issues. Their attention shifts when they spot figures from the Ame sect arriving at the courtyard. Recognizing the cloaked woman, tension builds among them. Their demeanor shifts, questioning what the Qingcheng sect is doing with the Ma group. Two members step forward, greeting the woman they call Blossom Elder. She responds coldly, referencing a nickname and questioning their intentions. They argue, exchanging accusations about past betrayals, and the murdered Vice Master Wang yells furiously, blaming the Qingcheng sect for framing them and killing their member. He reminds them of their past cruelty, shouting at their hypocrisy. A member reflects silently, unsure where everything went wrong between the sects. A woman admits her conflicted feelings towards someone she met long ago. She watches from a distance, remembering her unresolved connection with him. Curious eyes fall on her. Someone quietly asks, "Who is that lady?" From above the rooftops, a woman observes the scene, narrowing her eyes at the distant figure. She steps forward confidently, questioning aloud what she sees below. Prisoners cower on the ground as a white-haired man approaches, his presence silencing the room. He reflects inwardly, finding strange satisfaction in the unfolding situation. As he walks forward, he notes that proper materials are still scattered throughout the land. With a slight smile, he considers this only the beginning of a larger plan.
Under the moonlit sky, a quiet city sleeps while something stirs in the shadows beyond the rooftops. A woman confronts a white-haired man, clearly upset from waiting for his unexplained return. He responds calmly, revealing his name is Hyo Ranju, drawing attention from others nearby. Later, the group gathers around a meal, sharing tense glances as introductions begin between them. A man introduces himself as Young Namyoung, captain of the Black Cloud Corps, smiling warmly. Ranju quietly studies the captain, learning he had long been interested in meeting him. Namyoung evaluates Ranju, noting his flashy style may distract, but cannot hide his true strength. He praises the overwhelming energy Ranju emits, and prepares to extend a direct invitation. Namyoung offers Ranju a place in the Black Cloud Corps, requesting his strength without hesitation. Namyoung shares his dream of making the Corps into a respected sect, not just vagabonds. He offers Ranju anything he desires, even suggesting the woman beside him as incentive. The group reacts with surprise and awkwardness, awaiting Ranju's response to the bold proposal. Ranju remains composed as the others speculate whether he'll accept the generous, if strange, offer with a calm reply. He rejects the offer, stating it is not attractive enough for him. The group quietly processes his refusal as Ranju sits back, unconvinced and unimpressed. Won Man awkwardly interrupts, coughing as food gets stuck, then asks them to continue the discussion. The table falls silent as the group exchanges glances, unsure how to proceed next. Food steams on the table, but Namyoung refocuses, preparing to question Ranju further. Namyoung asks what Ranju dislikes about the offer joining the Corps or being with the woman. Ranju rejects both, saying everything about the offer is unappealing and unworthy of interest. He coldly compares it to spoiled food, unfit to be touched or considered seriously. Ranju's words sting, especially for the woman, who struggles to accept the public rejection. The man looks frustrated, while tension spreads as silence settles over the entire table. Simone stifles laughter, unable to hold back amusement at the dramatic scene unfolding. Namyoung bursts out laughing, claiming his offer was just a joke, trying to ease tension. He quickly clarifies Ranju's value and warns him not to challenge the Black Cloud Corps. With a serious tone, he explains others in the Corps act fast often, without talking first. Ranju speaks up, warning Namyoung not to underestimate what might come their way. He hints that someone's past misfortune might soon return, traced back to him. His chilling smile leaves the group uneasy, hinting at a deeper threat lurking beneath. Ranju mocks Namyoung's earlier outburst, repeating his words about jokes and serious faces with scorn. Namyoung quietly watches Ranju, hiding his thoughts behind a calm and composed expression. Under the moonlight, the scene shifts to the Golden Heaven clan headquarters, peaceful and silent. A man rises from bed and prepares himself, declaring his identity as the fourth young master. He questions his subordinate about the Ame sex movements near the 100-flower room. The man reports that nothing has changed, but he's placed disciples to monitor the area. They agree on gathering more information before making a move, aiming to react precisely. Discussion shifts to the ignoble clan, whose underground network could provide valuable intelligence. Despite reluctance, the leader delegates the task, trusting the other man not to disappoint him. The leader reflects alone, disturbed by how many major sects are involved in recent events. He worries about unpredictable outcomes involving the Thunder Clan and Assassin Court Council. Outside, a spy hides nearby, eavesdropping in silence as plans unfold within the clan. The spy confirms his target's location but feels no presence. Confused by the lack of signs, Pio Wool stands silently nearby, unnoticed, his presence perfectly masked in the shadows. The spy panics and escapes through a window, unaware he's already too late to run. The spy panics, throws a signal into the sky, alerting others to his discovery. High above, silhouettes observe the flash, noting the signal with calm precision. Elsewhere, buildings remain quiet under moonlight as secret movements unfold across the compound. Inside, a command room, one man reports Pio Wool's unchanging position during the entire night. Their leader, Yang Wugong, prepares orders to begin closer surveillance as daylight nears. Wugong warns that the captain is deeply concerned, requesting they watch Pio Wool without pause. Wugong examines a map and identifies weak entry points near the mountain's base. He concludes they must move forces down to use the gates effectively during any conflict. Realizing the strategy's limits, Wugong struggles to find a method to mobilize quietly and fast. Suddenly alert, he senses danger, dodging a rapid burst of deadly projectiles aimed at his location. He barely escapes injury, realizing the map room has already become a target from above. He spots nothing yet tension builds. As silence replaces clarity, he questions whether the danger was real or imagined. Struggling to locate the source, Pio Wool watches silently from above, cloaked in shadows and threads of wire. His crimson eyes glow with lethal intent, fixed solely on the unaware Wugong.
The scene opens at the 100-flower room, where silence blankets the courtyard under moonlight. A silver-haired man instructs his junior sister to return to Mount Ame immediately without delay. She questions him, but he insists there's nothing for her to do at his side. He explains the negotiation with the Black Cloud Corps was a success, so she's no longer needed. She resists, citing the uncertain threat from Qingcheng sect and her importance if conflict arises. He dismisses her concern, claiming the Black Cloud Corps will suffice and demands obedience. Reluctantly, she agrees to leave at first light, accepting his decision without further argument. He allows her to go, and she quietly exits the room while guards watch from outside. A young girl appears with fruit, knocking and asking to visit her aunt inside. Her aunt welcomes Siona, who enters warmly, despite the late hour, and offers company. She expresses concern and casually asks if her aunt has a romantic companion now. Blushing, the aunt admits she might, reflecting fondly on someone she finds surprisingly useful. The aunt reveals her suspicion that her companion might have killed Namhosen of the Poison Clan. Sesonha reacts with surprise, but her aunt admits it's just a strong suspicion without proof. She promises to verify the truth and bring him in if her suspicion proves correct. Tension rises as the man demands information, but the mood shifts when others arrive alarmed. Sesona and a child enter, confused by the scene and the sudden dark atmosphere. Witnesses whisper about the Gonsan incident, blaming the Qingcheng sect for the assassination. A disciple announces someone broke in, killing Gonson and another, escalating panic. The aftermath shows a bloody corpse confirming the fear of internal assassination. A man shouts Gonson's name in anguish, and the chapter title appears, closing the scene. Elsewhere, two observers discuss the shocking death of Gonson, a direct disciple of Jeonghwa. One fears they may have chosen the wrong alliance by trusting this side. The other believes this instability will force their allies to depend on them more. They suspect an assassin's involvement, which is strange after years of silence from such groups. No assassin groups have appeared since the fall of the Blood Shadow group. They speculate whether the assassin was hired by a third party amid the chaos. A threat is implied by a red-eyed figure warning of sudden death in the shadows. Modern's report confirms the target hasn't moved, maintaining suspicion. They shift focus to monitor the Qingqing sect, ending the conversation with quiet understanding. Master Jiang is informed that one of their sect's disciples was assassinated under suspicious conditions. He calls others to examine the body, asking them to assess the unusual nature of the wounds. Initially mistaken for sword wounds, the cuts reveal unnatural precision that raises alarm. A closer look shows a thin, clean slice too sharp and smooth to be made by a blade. Even the experienced master cannot identify the technique used, confirming its rare and unknown origin. They question if a specific individual is involved, but doubt clouds their suspicion. Unable to confirm the killer's identity, they shift focus to upcoming reinforcements near Chengdu. Despite risks, they prepare to engage Qingqing's sect if they make a move. The leader, cloaked in power, dismisses concerns and calls for immediate confrontation. With fierce determination, he gives the signal to attack, sparking an explosive battle scene. Amid chaos, a mysterious red-eyed figure calmly observes, cloaked in dark aura and readiness. His presence looms, suggesting deeper involvement in the unfolding conflict. The leader mocks hesitation, provoking his ally with accusations of fear. His hatred burns, declaring he'd rather die than tolerate the Qingqing sect. Elsewhere, observers quietly watch the storm gather, unsure how far this war will go.
Under the starry night, the signboard reads, Dragon Pavilion, indicating a martial arts residence. Inside, a man lies in bed with his eyes bandaged, injured from a previous encounter. An old man bursts in, shocked, demanding answers about what happened to Yukpei. The woman explains bitterly that he got injured confronting Piowol, causing the old man to shout in frustration. Nervously, the woman hesitates, unsure how to continue the explanation. The scene cuts to a calm courtyard where Piowol eats, unaware of the growing tension elsewhere. Piowol eats his meal silently, lost in thought. The same woman approaches him, placing a drink on the table. She asks playfully if the food is good, calling him handsome with a teasing smile. Piowol responds bluntly, stating he can't even eat in peace. She tries to apologize for her past behavior and the surprise encounter. He dismisses it coldly, saying he doesn't really care. Shocked, she questions how he can be so indifferent. She brings up the offer to join the Black Cloud Corps again. Suddenly a man barges in, and she angrily demands to know why he's been following her. Yukpei denies following her, claiming he was sent by his superior to find her. He confirms that Piowol is the man he is looking for, staring at him curiously, amused. He compliments Piowol's appearance, calling him handsome with a wide grin. The woman, irritated, suspects Yukpei's motives and scolds him internally for his behavior. She warns Yukpei not to lust after Piowol, but he feigns innocence. Piowol calmly responds, stating he'll forgive him once, leaving tension hanging in the air. Yukpei mocks Piowol, daring him to try something as he crowds the table, unfazed. Piowol begins a silent countdown while preparing to strike. At 2, he flicks his chopsticks with deadly precision. At 3, Piowol's chopsticks pierce Yukpei's face with blinding speed. Yukpei roars in pain and rage, readying a counterattack. He slams the ground in fury, causing the woman to stumble back in shock. Yukpei searches wildly for Piowol, but loses sight of him. The woman screams in fear as chaos unfolds. Piowol launches from above with glowing red eyes, aiming to finish the fight. Yukpei screams in agony as a storm of glowing threads pierce his body violently. Blood splashes across the floor while Piowol stands tall, unharmed and composed. Surrounded by golden wires, Piowol finishes the attack as Yukpei slumps defeated. With one hand, Piowol tightens the threads, ensuring Yukpei cannot move. Yukpei roars in pain, but Piowol's gaze remains cold and steady. Piowol silently moves in, ending the confrontation with a final strike. The woman screams Yukpei's name, shocked by the brutal defeat. Piowol stands beside Yukpei's limp body, showing no sympathy. He steps away calmly, while shadows swirl around him. Wool attacks again, but the woman counters swiftly. Weapon clashing mid-air. The duel ends abruptly, both retreating. Tension thick between them. She calls Yukpei an idiot, standing beside his bloody body. Frustrated, she questions why Wool got involved so violently. He remains quiet, enveloped in glowing energy. She tells him to stop, saying Yukpei has paid enough, and more blood isn't needed. Wool's eyes glow calmly as he watches her silently. The woman exhales deeply, recognizing his power and mystery. She admits he's unpredictable, and criticizes him for harming her comrade, despite the situation. She warns him to be cautious in the future, implying he could suffer consequences. She reminds him that recklessness could lead to unexpected misfortune. Wool leaves without a word, disappearing into the night. Walking outside, Wool reflects on his ruined clothes and memories of Solheim. He pauses under the bright sky, thinking of her quietly. Elsewhere, the blind man confirms Yukpei's defeat was due to his reckless desire. The elder woman is furious, ashamed that this happened at such a critical moment. The younger woman vows revenge for the humiliation caused by Wool. Both agree he must be dealt with. After current affairs are resolved, she acknowledges the command and prepares herself mentally. They plan to move once reinforcements arrive with the cavalry. With burning determination, she readies for revenge against Wool. Under the moonlight, a quiet building houses a private meeting between two individuals discussing a murder. One man asks if the visitor is looking for the culprit behind the Thunder Clan heir's death. The visitor confirms, determined to uncover the truth and identify the killer responsible. The man warns the task is nearly impossible, hinting only at martial clues from Qingcheng sect. When asked for rumors, he names Wool, a beautiful but deadly martial artist. He describes Wool as powerful and mysterious, though uncertain of his involvement in the death. The name Wool lingers in the air as the visitor acknowledges it quietly. He thanks the man, rising calmly and heading for the exit without further questions. Left alone, the informant questions if Wool could truly be the assassin. He pulls out a file and reads Wool's background, noting his dangerous and radical nature. As he reflects, he wonders aloud if this was the man who killed Nam Hosen. He decides to report to headquarters, trusting them to act if necessary. Suddenly, something paralyzes him mid-sentence as a thin needle pierces his body. Fear sets in as threads trap him and a shadowy figure begins to approach. Unable to move, he questions the figure's identity, but silence and darkness answer back. The shadowy intruder mocks the man for gathering intel on him so quickly in Chengdu. The man reveals his status as the Chengdu branch manager of the ignoble clan. Threats are dismissed, as the intruder states his reason stopping unauthorized spread of his information. The man stutters, realizing the figure is the very person they were just discussing. Wool fear creeps in, as he questions why Wool is exposing himself so openly. Wool mocks his fear, recalling how casually his name had been mentioned earlier. Panicked, the man begs for mercy, trying to convince Wool of his innocence. He violently breaks free from the threads with a desperate technique, creating an explosion. With a crazed smile, he declares his freedom and charges forward to strike back. Wool's red eyes gleam before launching a swift and precise counterattack. Blood sprays as his strike lands, leaving the enemy stunned and collapsing. Fatally wounded, the man stares blankly, unable to comprehend what just happened. Wool retrieves the book containing his records without hesitation, leaving the body behind. He disappears into the shadows, the building soon engulfed in flames. As dawn breaks, panic spreads. War has begun, and the Qingcheng sect makes its move. Fire spreads rapidly as chaos erupts, drawing people to the scene in confusion and fear. Civilians flee while some freeze, unable to grasp what triggered the sudden nightmare. In the smoke, a man shouts and attacks without warning, striking violently in the confusion. A battle breaks out between two sects, each blaming the other for assassination and betrayal. Cries of vengeance fill the air as swords clash and anger explodes, without control. Leaders recognize the situation is beyond diplomacy. War has officially erupted between the factions. Fire Dragon Room Master Du Samhee tries to stop the fighting and calm both sides. A sudden projectile strikes him, sending him to the ground as disciples rush to defend him. His injury ignites fury, and his allies cry out for revenge, refusing to retreat. The situation spirals as reinforcements arrive, intensifying the battle and worsening the conflict. Observing the chaos, a woman acknowledges the overwhelming disorder and tactical imbalance. Realizing action is needed, she decides to summon the Black Cloud Corps for intervention. Flames engulf the buildings as chaos erupts. People scream for help in the burning settlement. A man in black strides through the panicked crowd, unmoved by the surrounding terror and destruction. He confronts another warrior, accusing him of sending an assassin to murder his disciple. Tensions rise as the younger man denounces the Qingcheng sect, calling them dishonorable for their actions. He counters the accusation, blaming the other side for targeting the Thunder Clan and Gunsang. The argument escalates into rage as one attacks, declaring the other side heartless and deceitful. A fierce clash begins with both fighters unleashing powerful strikes under the burning sky. One channels dark energy, his aura glowing ominously with deadly intent. Their blades collide violently, shaking the ground as both unleash their full strength. A female warrior charges in, breaking through with radiant force to stop the escalating battle. She lands a direct blow, forcing one fighter back with a powerful shockwave. The injured warrior crashes down, while others observe the aftermath with urgency. A mortally wounded woman collapses, her comrade rushing to her side in panic. He urges her to circulate her chi, offering help to stabilize her condition. She weakly reaches out before her body goes still, leaving him in stunned disbelief. A voice reflects on the chaos, blaming the Ma sect for sparking the war and division. They regret past inaction, now facing the cost as comrades fall in a conflict spiraling out. Determined, the woman unleashes a fiery explosion, signaling she can no longer remain silent. Amid the flames, a captain grows concerned, wondering why their reinforcements haven't arrived yet. He questions if the Qingcheng sect is behind the delay, but quickly dismisses the possibility. Realizing something is wrong, he orders SEL-PO to investigate the unusual developments. The captain suspects someone is worsening the conflict, manipulating both sides from the shadows. He instructs SEL-PO to search the battlefield for any unusual individuals, possibly inciting the war. As violence spreads, it becomes clear. Neither side cares about the truth, only destruction remains. A warrior wonders where the instigator might hide, amid collapsing buildings and chaotic skirmishes. None among the fighters seems suspicious, deepening the mystery further. He scans the burning town, desperate to locate the one responsible for manipulating events. His gaze lands on a large sacred tree standing above the city, still untouched by battle. It offers a perfect vantage point ideal for observing and influencing the chaos unseen. In the forest, a masked figure leaps through the trees as glowing traps begin to activate. The cloaked man spots a suspicious movement and leaps into the forest, triggering deadly traps. A masked attacker emerges from the shadows, shouting in rage and rushing forward with a blade. The cloaked figure watches in silence, bathed in moonlight, unmoved by the attacker's approach. Hidden daggers begin flying, filling the air with deadly trajectories in every direction. The traps encircle the forest clearing, cutting off all escape paths. Zone Observer watches from below, stunned by the overwhelming web of incoming blades. He analyzes the trajectory and confirms the daggers follow the infamous shadowless sword technique. He dodges frantically, recognizing how absurdly complex the trap has been set. Despite efforts to escape, he's struck and falls, unable to counter the precision of the assault, wounded. He looks up and recognizes the attacker, shocked by who it turns out to be. Realizing the truth, he screams in disbelief as the figure leaps to finish the job. The cloaked man calmly watches the death blow descend, his silhouette untouched amid the chaos. A sharp strike ends the conflict as silence falls again in the forest. The victor stands over the fallen, eyes still hidden beneath the cloak's shadow. Without a word, he turns away, vanishing toward the distant fire beyond the trees. Dust swirls over the battlefield, where one warrior lies defeated, while another calmly watches in silence. The injured man groans and pushes himself up, blood dripping from his clenched hand. A comrade rushes toward a fallen senior sister, calling out in concern amid the smog. He kneels beside her and checks for injury, trying to keep her conscious. Struggling, she weakly grips his hand as he prepares to help her stand. With determination, he supports her and begins leading her away from the collapsing ruins. Their allies regroup, calling to each other as retreat becomes the priority. Leaders give the command to withdraw, sensing the battle has served its purpose. Won shouts that Jianghua has been seriously injured, urging the rest to hurry back. Hidden in the shadows, the masked figure listens with a smile forming beneath the hood. He confirms Jianghua's injury, satisfied the enemy suffered a critical blow. With glowing eyes, he declares the result a perfect outcome, pleased by the chaos caused. As dawn breaks, the sun casts a dim glow over the quiet and blood-stained courtyard. Multiple corpses lie lifeless on the wooden floor, covered by cloth, their deaths fresh and unexplained. A group gathers around the bodies, shocked, questioning who could have committed such a precise massacre. The leader confirms the victims share identical fatal wounds, suggesting a single assassin was responsible. Comparing the gashes, they identify the weapon as a short sword or dagger. Convinced, they summon Oyukpa, suspecting a connection between this attack and previous killings. Oyukpa reveals his injured back, bearing the same wound pattern seen on the corpses. This discovery confirms the same killer is behind all three incidents. The furious leader demands their subordinates bring the suspect to her without delay. Driven by rage, she insists on interrogating the culprit personally. At the 100-Flower Room, tension rises as word of the attack spreads. Disciples panic over the situation, while others urge calm and discipline. A woman in white commands the defenders to secure the perimeter. Fearing another assault from the Qingcheng sect, she orders a messenger to alert the main sect. The order is received with urgency, and preparations for reinforcements begin immediately. She suspects the attack was designed to create division between factions, fueling unnecessary conflict. Her suspicion deepens, realizing someone is deliberately sabotaging trust within their ranks. She concludes that to find the truth, she must identify the hidden manipulator behind everything. Meanwhile, under a calm night sky, the compound remains unaware of the chaos to come. A man lies wounded and restless. Fire. Like energy pulsing through his body, despite his injuries, he curses the Qingcheng sect, struggling to control his rage and pain. A healer warns him that further emotional strain could permanently damage his meridians. If disturbed again, his body may reach a dangerous and uncontrollable state. The patient lashes out, terrifying the healer, who flees without protest. Left alone, he acknowledges his weakened condition and the political threat from SEO. Ran. He forces himself to focus, knowing swift recovery is crucial. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appears, catching him off guard with silent presence. The mysterious man speaks, revealing he's waited 7 years for this reunion. The injured man recognizes him immediately, though shocked by the timing. Smiling coldly, the cloaked man threatens to take the eye he once lost. A fierce warrior recognizes the silver-haired man from the past, shocked by his survival. The cloaked man confirms his return, ready to confront the one who wronged him. With burning eyes, he declares vengeance for the disciple and ThunderClan's young heir. He confesses to all the killings and confronts their hypocrisy without hesitation. A furious elder accuses him of defiling their name. Unable to accept the truth, he calmly states they made him what he is, shaped through their ruthless methods. The man questions his intent, demanding to know his plan and purpose. The assassin reveals he came only to announce the MA sect's downfall. He notes that the snow cloud-piercing strike used against him will bring revenge. The injured man resists, furious, shouting threats and swearing to kill the intruder. But the assassin coldly warns of the bloodshed awaiting the MA sect's leaders. He prepares for the final blow, silencing the last protest with ruthless determination. The target panics, realizing he's been outplayed by a merciless plan. With a vow of vengeance, the assassin prepares to wipe out everyone involved. A chilling grip closes in, vengeance burning in his crimson eyes. The injured man gasps in agony, blood pouring as he struggles to stay conscious. He whispers in disbelief, realizing too late the power he's up against. A flower vase tips over silently, marking the end of resistance in the quiet room. Under the moonlight, a large inn stands silent, unaware of the chaos about to unfold. Suddenly, fiery energy erupts violently, tearing through the structure and shocking everyone nearby. 3 warriors burst through the smoke, ready to investigate the attack and pursue the source. Inside, they find the room empty and conclude that Piowol has already escaped the inn. They realize he changed accommodations, but never returned to the one he paid for. Frustrated and deceived, the woman vows revenge, while the others wonder where he vanished to. One man suspects Piowol might be acting against the Golden Heaven clan. Meanwhile, young trainees discuss rumors of assassination and unrest spreading through the sect. Their concerns grow deeper as a powerful energy surge suddenly shocks the quiet night. A golden pillar explodes skyward, sending disciples fleeing in fear and confusion. They identify the technique as Mooncloud Fire Ring Strike, linking it to an enemy sect, realizing the danger. Guards rush to respond, worried that an elder may be inside. Amid the panic, a figure calmly meditates, glowing with focused energy. He opens his eyes slowly, revealing a determined and calculating gaze. As a cloaked figure approaches, he asks quietly, "Who are you?" The seated man senses the intruder's silent approach, already wary of the visitor's intentions. The cloaked figure reveals himself as Piowol, drawing immediate recognition and tension, calm but alert. The man questions Pyo-wol's purpose for appearing at such a late hour. Pyo-wol responds with subtle warning, prompting the man to regret his initial question. He confesses, there's something important he must ask before tensions escalate. When asked about the ThunderClan's young leader, Pyo-wol admits without hesitation to the killing. The man demands to know why, suspecting deeper motives behind the act. Pyo-wol declares grudges against multiple sects, including the Ma Xingcheng. Realizing Pyo-wol is a dangerous assassin, the man prepares for confrontation. Furious, he accuses Pyo-wol of past crimes, especially killing Gizong years ago. Pyo-wol confirms the accusation, fully aware of the consequences. Power surges around the man as he unleashes his martial spirit for battle. With burning rage, he vows to end Pyo-wol's life that night. Pyo-wol stands his ground, cloaked in deadly calm and energy. As the first strike lands, Pyo-wol braces for the battle without fear. Surrounded by whirling blades and glowing arcs, Pyo-wol unleashes his hidden weapons in a flash. His opponent charges through the storm, determined to land a decisive blow. Striking downward, the man attempts to overpower Pyo-wol's defenses with relentless fury. Dodging agilely, the man pushes forward, as blades rain around him. He twists midair, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike while locking eyes with his target. Pyo-wol calmly watches, red eyes glowing as he prepares to counterattack with deadly precision. The clash intensifies, energy cracking between them as each move threatens to end the fight. The opponent's martial energy surges wildly, fueled by anger and desperation. As he recognizes Pyo-wol's technique, fear flashes across his face. This art is too familiar. Pyo-wol mocks him with a final message before releasing blinding power. A powerful blast sends shockwaves through the building, leaving allies stunned. Changyob collapses in a pool of blood, while survivors realize they've created a monster. Panic spreads as onlookers accuse the Ame sect of the murder. Fury erupts as the crowd demands revenge and resolution. From the shadows, Pyo-wol watches coldly, whispering vengeance. Let's avenge Changyob. A furious crowd raises their fists, rallying to avenge the death of Changyob with vengeance. As justification, chaos erupts immediately, and violent clashes break out in the streets. Bloodshed becomes endless as people kill relentlessly, consumed by blind hatred and cycle of revenge. The suspicion of manipulation fades, as no one questions who truly benefits from the endless war. Slaughter covers the ground in corpses. Victory means nothing when all that remains is destruction. Lady Yang, blood-stained and numb, walks among the dead, questioning how things reached this point. Lady Yang approaches Sir Jiang, determined to share what she's learned about the recent killings. She reveals the involvement of a man named Pyo-wol, who may be behind it all. Stunned, Sir Jiang repeats the name, sensing the shadow of an old threat resurfacing. A man slams his fist down in fury, mourning the death of Manhwa. Tears mix with rage as he screams, unable to accept Pyo-wol might be the killer. Another man confirms Pyo-wol's name, his aura crackling with dark energy and murderous intent. A figure recalls that Pyo-wol once killed an assassin 7 years ago and survived. Now, he is believed to have triggered conflict between major sects through hidden manipulation. They suspect he learned forbidden martial arts from a secret manual found among the dead. Outraged by the stolen manual, the man explodes in fury, demanding answers and swift action. He insists on capturing Pyo-wol himself, blaming him for mocking the Great Nine sect. With vengeance burning in his eyes, he swears to deliver justice with his own hands. Chaos breaks out in Smithy Street as screams echo from an ambushed weapons workshop. A black-cloaked figure strikes down enemies, revealing contempt for those profiting from death. Among the wounded, a survivor lies bloodied, while the cloaked man denounces the hypocrites behind the violence. The wounded man is given a choice to decide the fate of those who caused this. He pleads for vengeance, asking for all enemies to be killed without hesitation. The cloaked killer agrees, his red eyes glowing as he prepares to fulfill the grim request. Screams follow, as the assassin begins his merciless slaughter in the blood-soaked streets. He hands the survivor a blade, offering a chance to take revenge personally. The killer stands ready, giving the man one final choice: witness or join the bloodshed. Madness grips the survivor as laughter breaks from his cracked mind. Outside, chaos spreads as buildings crack and fighters fall under violent assault. Destruction consumes the street, leaving bodies scattered as vengeance swallows the city whole. As bodies fall, the cloaked man asks if the weapon's power met the creator's expectations. Amazed by the destruction, the blacksmith is shocked that his creation could wield such strength. Grateful for the revenge he achieved, he offers his assistance to the cloaked assassin. He kneels respectfully, pledging loyalty after witnessing the weapon's destructive capabilities. His eyes glow with manic excitement, demanding to know how he can serve further. The assassin silently observes, his red gaze unwavering, as winds swirl between them under the night sky. A man rushes through the shadows, his footsteps echoing with urgency under the night sky. He pants heavily, sensing imminent danger behind him, fear growing in his eyes. A fiery attack explodes behind him, striking another man and igniting a chaotic battle. As the flames settle, a warrior turns, revealing he struck down someone close to them. Onlookers gather in disbelief, demanding to know why their comrade was killed. The killer declares it was retribution for Cheong Yop's death, justifying his action with vengeance. He explains the Thunderclap sect's leader died due to betrayal, not random misfortune. The elder warns that no one involved will be spared, his intent now merciless. Won Man questions how everything spiraled from an event that happened 7 years ago. He shouts about losing 2 key figures to the MA sect, vowing destruction in return. Consumed by fury, he declares he will no longer show restraint or patience. Flames surge around him as he warns others not to interfere with his revenge. The enraged elder leaps into the sky, heading to escalate the brewing conflict. Others fear the consequences if he joins forces with another vengeful warrior. They predict a brutal bloodbath in Shekwan if those two act together again. A white-haired man volunteers to investigate, wanting to uncover the truth behind the strange casualties. His superior allows it, urging him to bring martial artists and stop Senior Mujong if needed. They agree to uncover Mujong's motive, determined to prevent further chaos from spreading. Mujong stands alone, reflecting on how events spiraled so far beyond control. He thinks of the fallen members and the Qing Cheng sect's uncertain future. Meanwhile, another warrior arrives at a rundown inn, desperate for rest, despite the steep cost. Inside the inn, he overhears that all others are closed, due to the sect conflict. Hiding above, a figure flips through documents, seeking information amid growing tension. The white-haired man mutters his next targets, Godosa and the Blood Monk. He plans to access the Hato sect's intelligence, hoping to retrieve records of martial artists. Viewing the city, he anticipates more death, but accepts it without regret. He believes in the necessity of his actions, no matter how many lives are lost. Everything began in the cave, where survival shaped him into who he is now. Though unable to return to normal life, he clings tightly to this one, mounted on horseback. He rides forward, resolved to finish what he started. Senior Mujong descends swiftly, driven by fury and unwilling to retreat from his violent course. A determined woman vows to continue their plans, no matter how many enemies fall. Others quietly observe, while Piowol senses that everything is leading to a fiery end. As dawn breaks over Chengdu, Piowol stares toward the burning city with grim purpose. Elsewhere, medical personnel cry for help as the wounded overflow beyond their ability to treat. With supplies gone, a disciple despairs, unsure how much longer they can endure the crisis. The woman assures them medicine will arrive by noon and urges them to focus on recovery. Others praise her hidden leadership talents and her ability to gather resources with few allies. She is revealed to be the Blossom Elder's pupil, now seen as hope for the sect. A disturbance draws attention as dark energy floods the air and alerts the warriors nearby. They sense their master's presence approaching, cloaked in fierce spiritual pressure. Within the sealed chamber, purple energy erupts as an imposing figure begins to emerge. Lightning crackles as the Blossom Elder, Ame sect's master, steps forward in overwhelming power. Shocked disciples confirm the identity of the returning figure, stunned by his menacing aura. The doors creak open slowly, a crack of light revealing the arrival of a powerful presence. Purple energy swirls around the approaching figure, his aura suffocating and crackling with restrained force. The man steps forward, staff in hand. Guhwa, leader of the Ma sect, has arrived. Disciples kneel in unison, paying respect to Abbess Guhwa with reverence and fear. Leaders of the Black Cloud Corps also bow, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. One woman greets her master respectfully, hinting that something personal lies beneath this gathering. Guhwa watches silently, analyzing the room with glowing eyes full of suspicion. Wu, Seonha steps forward, offering a formal welcome on behalf of the 100-Flower Room. His expression hardens, immediately sensing something off behind Seonha's polite smile. Her strange, red eyes catch attention, causing unease among those watching closely. Seonha commands everyone to follow, walking toward the building without hesitation. Guhwa eyes her suspiciously, his instincts on high alert. Two hesitant figures are ordered to join the group entering the hall, knowing they have no choice. They prepare themselves for what awaits inside. One jokes about age, masking tension as they step toward uncertain danger. Inside the meeting hall, Seonha finishes her report, stating everything known so far about the incident. Abasuke Jiue reacts sharply to the name Piowol, his expression turning grave and alert. He turns to Seonha directly, questioning her silence, and implying she has more to confess. Seonha panics, caught off guard by his demand, her fear evident. Guhwa presses harder, asking about her connection to Piowol. His aura flares with killing intent, warning her not to lie and demanding the truth. Trembling, Seonha begins to confess, overcome with guilt and fear. She breaks down, explaining she only meant to use Piowol temporarily. Desperate to redeem herself, she offers to trap him again, claiming he still trusts her. Guhwa calls her pathetic, disappointed by her recklessness and failure. She begs for forgiveness, promising to act as instructed. Crying, she vows to return to her role and avoid further mistakes. Just then, a disciple runs in, calling out urgently to Seonha. Without warning, a powerful lightning strike pierces Seonha's body. Her body crashes to the ground, blood spilling from her fatal wounds. Shock spreads among the observers as Seonha's body hits the ground, lifeless and drenched in blood. Guhwa turns away coldly, showing no remorse for the swift execution. Disdainfully, he questions why something so weak dared to scheme beyond its limits. Seonha's disciple screams in horror, grief overtaking her as she rushes forward. Rage consumes her. She unleashes her power and charges directly at Guhwa. She accuses him of going too far, defending her master's intentions despite her mistakes. Observers marvel at her strength, surprised by her sudden display of martial prowess. Guhwa calmly welcomes her defiance, claiming her power is finally being revealed. He asserts justice must be absolute, dismissing emotional excuses as weakness in leadership. Guhwa ends the dispute and demands Seonha's corpse be removed at once. He reflects on their shared origin and declares the 100-flower room will return under his control. The disciple glares silently, holding back her fury. Others observe that Seonha's death was premeditated to subdue her sect. Guhwa's reputation grows as both powerful and calculating. He calls on Captain Jang, preparing for further action. Guhwa coldly commands the Black Cloud Corps to hunt Piowol down without mercy. Deep in the forest, two men carry Seonha's wrapped corpse through the night. Her lifeless body is abandoned under the open sky, discarded without dignity. The men cruelly suggest leaving her for wild animals, then quickly flee the scene. Wind rustles through the trees as they disappear, leaving the corpse behind. The bundle lies alone in the dark, rain beginning to fall. Rain drenches the cloth as the wind slowly begins to unravel it. Her face is revealed pale, still, and without breath. From the trees, Piowol silently watches, eyes burning with restrained fury. As rain falls, he builds a small stone cairn with solemn care. He places the final stone and stares across the quiet river. Alone, he reflects on loss beneath the stormy sky. He states he won't apologize they used each other, but he swears vengeance on those who discarded her. With rain as witness, he makes a silent vow. He will make them pay. The concept of bereavement is introduced, highlighting the profound sorrow of a parent losing a child. A quiet village rests beneath the mountains as the narration sets a tone of deep grief. A man knocks at a resident's gate, while others wait behind, drawing the attention of the manager. The man, revealed as Sage Mu Hwa, is greeted and asks urgently if Jinpyong is inside. The old manager hesitates, but agrees to pass on the message regarding the Qingcheng sex crisis. With a respectful nod, Mu Hwa waits outside, while the messenger enters to inform Jinpyong. Jinpyong, devastated by Gunsang's death, withdrew from leadership and now lives in visible emotional decay. He opens the door, solemnly, and greets Muhwa, noting the long time since they met. After polite acknowledgement, Jinpyong invites the guests inside, prepared to finally discuss pressing matters. Seated indoors, they report an assassin with mastery over the 72 sword waves technique. The news shocks Muhwa, who suspects the same assassin responsible for Gunsang's death. Jinpyong calmly admits understanding why they've come and prepares to speak further. He confirms the assassin matches the one who killed Gunsang, stirring old pain and memory. Muhwa questions the possibility, wondering what action should follow such a discovery. Jinpyong responds with a quiet challenge, asking if Muhwa truly knows who it is. Jinpyong grips his blade, declaring vengeance for his children, his sorrow now hardened into resolve. His rage flares violently as he slashes downward, channeling grief into a vow of retribution. Elsewhere, under moonlight, a white-haired man approaches a shrine as blades begin spinning around him. The figure stands calmly within the storm of blades, glowing eyes scanning the dark surroundings. With precise control, he redirects the deadly projectiles, as if commanding the flow of air. He maintains a quiet composure, preparing for whoever dares disturb his hidden presence tonight. A red-haired woman arrives cheerfully, remarking on his appearance and unexpected location. She reveals she'd been searching for him, surprised to find him near the 100-flower room. Suspicious, he questions her intent, knowing her arrival isn't a coincidence, especially with backup nearby. Two hidden allies emerge. Impressed, he sensed them despite their concealed presence. The woman delivers an ultimatum: join the Black Cloud Corps or face the alternative. When he hesitates, she coldly states their client's request is his assassination. One of her companions warns him to accept or risk death. While pretending reluctance, another speaks openly, knowing his identity and skills, urging him to avoid needless conflict. They admit their client is the evil sect, mocking outdated values and rejecting loyalty or honor. The man insists he has no desire to kill, offering one last chance to join them. Red eyes glowing, the white-haired assassin calmly refuses, stating he values credibility above all. The red-haired woman realizes a client may have hired him, raising new questions about his actions. He reveals that his presence is meant to invoke fear in those who wronged another. Amused, the woman guesses the client is female, implying personal involvement in the assassin's motivation. Their companion confirms it, surprised by the assassin's seemingly sentimental reason for protecting a woman. The woman demands details, growing frustrated and suspicious of the client's identity and intentions. Suddenly, she lunges forward with deadly force, striking at the assassin with fierce determination. He blocks her attack with ease, retaliating as red energy lashes violently between them. Explosions echo as fragments scatter, wounding the woman and forcing her to fall back. She's quickly caught by allies, claiming she's fine, despite the clear pain and disorientation. Confused and enraged, she looks around for the vanished assassin, now nowhere in sight. A new figure mocks their failed negotiations, having predicted the outcome from the start. He points upward, revealing the assassin standing boldly atop the roof under the moonlight. With glowing eyes and chilling authority, the silver-haired leader gives a single command: kill him. As the order is given, countless blades fall from above, signaling the ambush has begun. Masked assassins rush in from all sides, weapons drawn, launching a full assault from the air, surrounded by flying swords. The assassin remains motionless atop the roof, fingers ready to strike. Dozens of elite warriors appear behind their leader, forming a small army under the night sky. He threatens vengeance, warning that interfering with his personal war will bring severe regret. With unwavering calm, he turns his back to the horde, showing no fear of their numbers. Blood sprays across the battlefield as his blades move with deadly precision, cutting down foes instantly. He mocks the attackers for needing such a force to challenge him alone. The silver-haired commander responds coldly, regretting not bringing even more to ensure his death. The night remains calm until a loud explosion shakes the inn, startling everyone inside. A burst of energy smashes through the rooftop, causing debris to fall as chaos erupts. Bystanders rush out, confused by the sudden destruction, questioning the source of the disturbance. Onlookers spot a mysterious figure leaping across rooftops, trailed by a group of armed subordinates. None recognize the man, but his commanding presence immediately draws suspicion and curiosity. With glowing red eyes, the stranger glares ahead, forcing everyone to retreat as he descends. He strikes down a guard in an instant, launching him through the air effortlessly. Another is flung away, helpless against the stranger's sheer speed and strength. Terrified witnesses realize too late. This is no ordinary intruder, but a force of destruction. One survivor demands answers, only to be killed without hesitation by the cloaked attacker. Gasps of shock erupt as another man falls, leaving the crowd in fear. Screams rise as the assassin charges again, driving panic deeper into the surrounding crowd. Standing motionless, his presence alone silences dozens, paralyzing them with dread. Confusion spreads. No one understands his purpose or identity as bodies lie scattered behind him. Recognizing the threat, a group prepares to intercept him, hoping to stop the slaughter. The mysterious man faces the crowd as confusion grows over his identity and motive. Someone accuses him of killing recklessly, demanding answers in front of frightened onlookers. His silence shifts suspicion to others, forcing a group to realize they're being framed. The man vanishes instantly, leaving chaos behind and redirecting everyone's anger toward his pursuers. As tension rises, bystanders believe the group with him must be responsible for the attack. Outraged, the crowd prepares to capture the group, hoping to extract answers by force. The accused panic, trying to explain their innocence but are ignored in the growing hysteria. a bald monk named Blood Monk, steps forward. Realizing someone must buy them time to escape, he volunteers to stay and hold off the mob, urging the others to pursue Piowul. They agree, reluctantly, and flee, while the monk calmly prepares to face the enraged crowd. He speaks gently, trying to reason with them, but their glowing red eyes show no mercy, unshaken. He faces them alone, intent on resolving the misunderstanding through strength and resolve. A full riot erupts as factions scream and fight, flames spreading rapidly through the city. The Qingcheng sect becomes the central target, blamed for the escalating destruction. A woman watches in disbelief, realizing one assassin tricked all of Chengdu into civil war. With flames consuming the city, the white-haired man watches calmly, confirming everyone has been drawn out. He acknowledges the chaos exceeded expectations, but the outcome suits his deeper intentions. Smirking, he praises the crowd's reaction, declaring the battlefield is now more beautiful to him. A furious woman charges at him, her blade swinging with rage and fire. The man responds with a massive fiery blast, igniting the air and forcing everyone back. He steps through the flames unharmed, now facing multiple attackers with eerie confidence. Another warrior leaps forward, cloaked in flames, aiming to end the fight with a decisive strike. The white-haired man evades effortlessly, surrounded by glowing wires or energy threads. He lands precisely, his movements fluid and untouched, preparing his counterattack in silence. Golden daggers spin around him, forming a deadly perimeter that traps his enemies. With a flick of his hand, the daggers move on their own, guided like extensions of his will. He stares intensely, launching the blades in perfect arcs to control the battlefield. The enemies react in shock, realizing the daggers are too coordinated to be random. They try to understand the technique, but the blades dodge and circle with unnatural precision. Confusion grows as they notice the daggers flying independently, defying logic and forming an intricate pattern. Golden wires tighten, trapping the warrior who groans in pain, completely caught in the deadly formation. The white-haired man watches coldly, his control over the floating daggers unshaken. One enemy dashes to intercept, but halts abruptly, stunned by the sudden strike near his face. A dagger pierces through the chest, blood sprays as the man reels from the attack. Another falls in agony, bleeding from multiple wounds as screams echo across the battlefield. A severed hand hits the ground, followed by the loud shriek of the injured fighter. The woman cries out for Taoist go, horrified by the casualties mounting before her eyes. Despite her rage, she realizes the daggers move too fast to react or defend. She recalls how much stronger he has grown since their last battle with Yukpa. Tears form as she screams in denial, realizing they are being overwhelmed. Another ally prepares to fight, pushing forward despite the danger. The white-haired man remains unmoved, daggers floating as a new figure rushes in to intervene. A man with a spear charges in with blue energy, calling for the battle to stop. He speeds forward with force, eyes locked on the target with deadly resolve. With full momentum, the spear aims directly at the white-haired man as dawn breaks behind him. His eyes glow red as he blocks the attack, swiftly disabling the charging spear wielder. Stepping through falling dust, the white-haired man approaches with unwavering composure. Face to face, he lifts the injured man by the collar without hesitation. Allies rush forward, their faces filled with fear as they realize what's about to happen. In an instant, the spear wielder is pierced through, blood spraying violently. He collapses, lifeless, as his comrade screams his name in shock. The woman breaks down, rushing to his side and begging him to stay alive. His eyes flutter open as he reassures her with a defiant smirk. Despite severe wounds, he refuses death, vowing to survive no matter what. A shadow flies past, drawing her eyes upward as she shields his body. Tears stream as she holds him close. The sky above painted in blood, red dusk, alone with him beneath the sky. She whispers his name with trembling sorrow. The woman demands pursuit, ordering the enemy hunted and torn apart. Fueled by grief and rage, she swears vengeance without restraint. The captain nods with sharp resolve, accepting her command without a word. A burning city glows beneath the dark sky as two figures quietly observe the chaos from afar. The younger disciple watches in shock, while the older man assesses the destruction with grim understanding. Recognizing the danger, the older master decides they must act quickly to rescue their endangered ally. With power radiating, the master commands his forces to advance into the Fire Dragon Room. Warriors rush downhill toward their target, energy flaring as they launch a full assault. At the fortress gate, the guards panic, realizing the powerful MA sect leader has arrived himself. A senior guard fears they're at a disadvantage and braces for confrontation. Purple lightning crackles along the gate as powerful martial energy breaks through defenses. The gate bursts open. The enemy leader appears with deadly intent, immediately shocking the defenders. Attempting negotiation, the enemy tries to distance his sect from involvement, but is quickly accused of deceit. The master sees through the lies and demands silence with an overwhelming burst of force. He attacks decisively, striking down the opposing elder with brutal precision. The opponent is stunned by the woman's strength, never expecting her power to be this immense. She pushes forward relentlessly, forcing him to defend against her rapid, powerful strikes. Their duel ends in a massive energy explosion, shattering the battleground around them. Blood pours from the elder's mouth after taking a devastating blow from the Ame sect leader. Energy gathers beneath her as she prepares her next technique, surrounded by a surge of power. She leaps forward with lethal intent, aiming to end the battle with a final strike. A massive energy blade descends, carving the ground with force strong enough to crush stone. The shockwave throws her opponent backward, unable to respond in time. Despite the damage, he rises, wounded but still standing, shocking her with his endurance. The old warrior appears, revealing himself as Sage Mujiang. Addressing his long-lost enemy, Guhwa watches him descend. Wary of his unexpected arrival amid the confrontation, Mujiang declares he's waited 7 years for this meeting, eager to settle old scores. He recalls how his plan to destroy the Ame sect was delayed by his senior brothers. Guhwa senses a new energy within Mujiang, noting a transformation in his aura. He admits he's learned powerful new techniques since then. Preparing for this decisive clash, Guhwa claims understanding of their martial arts, yet is surprised by such impure energy. Mujiang warns not to underestimate the Qingcheng sect's depth and hidden power. Mockingly, Guhwa mentions even an assassin made a fool of him, provoking Mujiang further. Mujiang is stunned by the mention of the assassin, demanding to know who is being referenced. Guhwa claims the assassin from the underground cave survived and remains active. Mujiang refuses to believe it, recalling the supposed corpse left behind after the mission. Guhwa taunts him, asking if he even verified the corpse's identity. Mujiang realizes he never checked. Now worried the man truly lived, Guhwa confirms it, stating the assassin was the one who killed the Thunder Clan's heir. Guhwa suggests they deal with the assassin before continuing their personal conflict. Mujiang refuses violently, unleashing a furious burst of fire and rage. He declares that with the target of the assassination right before him, he won't back down. Mujiang proclaims the 7 swords of Qingcheng will purge the Ame sect's evil. His warriors charge with resolve as flames engulf the battlefield. Guhwa observes, unfazed, calling his opponent stubborn like a foolish Taoist. Guhwa warns Mujiang that he chose the hard path and must now face death. Mujiang responds with fury, declaring vengeance before their powers clash violently. The ground shatters beneath them as their duel begins with overwhelming force. The intense clash between Guhwa and Mujiang continues, shockwaves cracking the earth beneath them. A towering pillar of flame erupts skyward, signaling the battle's devastating reach across the battlefield. Elsewhere, in a quiet forest, a cloaked figure rushes through falling petals. Evading pursuit in the night, guards shout after the shadowy intruder, calling him a devil and demanding he stop. From the edge of the woods, the mysterious figure watches the explosion in the distance. With glowing red eyes and a twisted smile, he whispers that they have arrived. A white-haired warrior steps from the shadows, surrounded by bodies, and a looming sense of vengeance. His eyes narrow with fury as he recalls the betrayal and death of his fallen ally. A shocked man recognizes him and burns with anger, demanding justice for the death of Taoist Go. A braided warrior commands an all-out assault, summoning his forces to strike without hesitation. Enemies prepare to launch their spears, determined to end the intruder before he can move. Unfazed, the cloaked man stands firm, wind circling him as the sky darkens in tension. He charges toward the incoming weapons, stunning everyone with his reckless yet calculated advance. Blades fly toward him, but he vanishes just before impact, evading the deadly barrage. Enemies panic, realizing they've lost sight of him again, and question his terrifying ability. Suddenly, he reappears and rushes past, slashing multiple foes with precision and unmatched speed. A swift strike leaves one stunned warrior lifeless as chaos breaks loose among the ranks. Spinning like a storm, he overwhelms the group, cutting down many in a blur. As others fall, he presses forward, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. A desperate enemy tries to retaliate, only to meet the same swift, brutal end. With a final move, the assassin summons an enormous spectral serpent, paralyzing the battlefield in fear. A single red eye flares open as the aftermath of battle leaves flames, devouring the horizon. Amid the smoke and blood, bodies lie scattered across the ground without mercy or distinction. A hooded figure calmly rides among the corpses, flanked by mounted warriors, following in silence. A furious enemy vows to kill the cloaked man himself, driven by rage and vengeance. Unbothered, the assassin responds coldly, asking why his way of life is misunderstood. His words confuse the enemy leader, who is caught off guard by the response. The assassin accuses the martial sex of hypocrisy, saying they kill freely for power. He questions how they're different, pointing out their hidden bloodshed and ruthless ambition. With conviction, he claims he simply created opportunity, not masked cruelty like them. As tension escalates, his dagger glows with energy, signaling an imminent clash. The enemy shouts in disbelief, stunned by the assassin's twisted reasoning and power. A field of aura encircles him as weapons rise, and the air begins to shake. Questions flood the minds of onlookers, noticing two enormous energy sources in the area. They wonder who stands beside the assassin, since he's known to act alone. Eyes turn toward the glowing horizon, uncertain of the mysterious force now entering the fray. A furious warrior roars, demanding if Abbess Guhui thinks she can escape him. She retorts, denying retreat, and questions if he intends to bring ruin to Chengdu. Their clash explodes with power, blades flashing as the crowd scrambles to avoid destruction. As tensions rise, strange energy draws attention, interrupting the ongoing confrontation between warriors. Unknown figure appears amid glowing threads, catching everyone's eyes and sparking alarm. A woman narrows her gaze at the arrival, suspicious of the new presence among them. Two warriors rush forward. One asks if the other recognizes the mysterious man. With certainty, she names him an assassin, and not just any, but Piowul. The name sends a chill through the air, causing even seasoned fighters to hesitate. A fiery figure reacts, his eye burning with recognition and disbelief at Piowul's return. An ear-splitting sound erupts, stunning soldiers and sending animals into chaos. Everyone recoils in panic as a force crashes down from above. A stunned warrior watches the descent, realizing something terrifying is about to unfold. Piowul smirks coldly while their attacker lands, roaring in demonic rage, with the serpent rising behind him. Piowul declares the moment complete. Everyone has finally gathered. A determined pursuer rides through the dusk, frustrated he can't catch up despite using a horse. He stares ahead, confused by the target's impossible speed and agility across difficult terrain. He suspects the man is using energy threads in midair, but vows to catch him regardless. Elsewhere, a sinister figure grins while seated on a massive serpent, observing events unfold. His expression reveals satisfaction, as if everything is going according to a hidden plan. Meanwhile, the mysterious runner dashes into the moonlit forest, his figure fading into the darkness. The chaser arrives with his allies, rage building as he demands an end to the pursuit. His shouting intensifies, revealing his frustration over being constantly outmaneuvered by their elusive enemy. The cloaked woman beside him looks troubled, but remains silent under the intense pressure. Despite warnings, the man refuses to halt, convinced stopping would hand victory to Piowul. He knows the enemy watches silently, ready to strike the moment weakness is shown. His fear grows. He's not just chasing a man, but confronting the shadow of his past. Horses gallop along the outer wall, as the sky burns orange with the setting sun. Piowul leaps above them, using energy threads to move beyond physical limits. He soars farther ahead, leaving his enemies behind, proving he cannot be caught by ordinary means. Mujiang fumes, unable to accept being pushed back by an assassin even momentarily. Hidden weapons fly through the air, catching multiple pursuers off guard with deadly precision. Several enemies fall wounded or killed instantly by the barrage of concealed projectiles. The ambushed group panics, shouting about hidden weapons and realizing they've walked into a trap. Arriving at an old structure, the leading pursuer questions the nature of this unfamiliar place. He quickly concludes it is more than an abandoned house. It holds deeper significance and danger. They discover the truth. It's the estate of the notorious Tang clan, known for its deadly traps. The enemy realizes too late that they've been lured into the heart of hostile territory. As the group demands answers, shadows swirl, signaling the presence of the true mastermind. From behind the gate, Piowul appears, calm and ready, as his trap closes around them. One man hesitates, recognizing the figure with dread as emotions shift to realization and rage. The bearded warrior roars in fury, realizing they've been completely manipulated into this confrontation. Demands are shouted, but Piowul reveals nothing, simply preparing for the final blow. He swings into position over a massive web, his expression sharp and unshaken. With glowing eyes, he commands their attention, declaring what they see will not be forgotten. Pio activates his trap. An enormous glowing net surrounds the enemy, cutting off any escape, standing above. He observes them trapped, his energy crackling across the webbed formation. Jogyung, infuriated, charges across the rooftops, vowing to cut Pio down himself. Dozens of hidden blades launch through the air, aiming directly at the incoming attacker. Jogyung expertly deflects the weapons with swift sword movements, smiling confidently mid-air. More blades rain down, overwhelming his defenses, as he realizes he's underestimated the danger. Suddenly, multiple blades pierce him. He gasps. Unable to comprehend the speed of the counterattack, staggering, he collapses under the assault, injured and unable to fight back. Others watch in horror as his blood sprays through the sky, a warning to the rest. Observers express shock at the sheer volume of hidden weapons triggered within mere steps. Pio watches coldly. His enemies remain clueless about the extent of the traps. Another shadowy figure smirks, knowing their adversaries are only beginning to understand the trap. A woman senses the venomous weapons hidden in the estate, fear growing in her eyes. She realizes Pio lured them to the Tang clan village, where danger surrounds them. Desperation rises. They regret challenging him in this place, wishing they were anywhere but here. A woman shouts, desperately, reaching out to stop the attack already in motion. Countless projectiles tear through the air, their speed too fast for anyone to react. The deadly barrage pierces multiple victims, instantly, leaving them lifeless as blood rains down. Screams erupt as survivors panic, pushing others aside in a desperate attempt to flee. The woman tries to calm the chaos, warning everyone not to act recklessly. One man bolts blindly, but his steps trigger a glowing trap beneath his feet. Poisonous mist spreads rapidly, causing warriors to collapse in pain and confusion. People cough and groan, realizing too late that venom has filled the air. A terrifying swarm of snakes slithers in, summoned by dark sorcery. Terrified cries echo as a silver-haired man steps forth with a twisted grin. He taunts his hidden opponent, clearly enjoying the terror he has caused. Facing a cloaked figure, he smiles wickedly, declaring the real battle is just beginning. A storm brews above the silent compound, clouds swirling as darkness settles over the scene. A bearded warrior in a wooden mask stands tall, prepared for confrontation with intense focus. He steps forward confidently, sword drawn, as the ground trembles beneath his controlled power. Flames ignite behind him as he roars, unleashing a devastating attack that shakes the battlefield. Burning with rage, he accuses his enemy of ruining the Giwa sect's future. Consumed by fury, he vows revenge, declaring his opponent will pay with his life. The white-haired young man counters calmly, reminding him that punishment was already dealt years ago. The masked warrior growls, enraged by the response, and calls the boy a brat. Coldly, the youth states, he has no debt left, only retribution to collect now. The battlefield quiets as the white-haired man vanishes into the shadows of the burning town. Suddenly, an attack descends from above, swift and silent, like a falling blade. The bearded man blocks, unimpressed, calling the ambush nothing more than petty tricks. The white-haired figure launches into the air with blazing speed, fists charged with energy. His target looks up, wide-eyed, sensing overwhelming power descending fast and unrelenting. The final strike collides mid-air. Force and fury explode as both warriors clash with full strength. The masked fighter strikes with fierce energy, his attack tearing through the air with violent force. Amid the chaos, the white-haired youth counters, their fierce clash sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The older warrior observes the youth's change, noting only his haunting eyes remain the same. The youth stands calmly, after landing, radiating power and focus beneath the stormy sky. Sword raised, the bearded man swears he won't let him escape this time. He unleashes the azure cloud Crimson Dawn, a flurry of lethal sword waves. Blades of energy rain down, forcing the youth to maneuver swiftly through the deadly barrage. He darts around the explosions, his movements precise and graceful amid the storm. The two finally collide midair, unleashing a massive blast that shakes the surrounding walls. Impressed, the bearded warrior admits his opponent has evolved beyond an ordinary assassin. They clash again, exchanging dozens of strikes with unmatched speed and power. He wonders what kind of 7 years the youth endured to reach this level. Amused, he savors the fight, excited by the youth's growth and deadly skill. Inwardly, he questions what darkness shaped such refined and terrifying talent. Locked in battle, their eyes meet, equal parts recognition, regret, and the hunger to end it. The white-haired youth narrows his eyes as the masked warrior powers up his flaming blade. With fire swirling around him, the older man calmly accepts the next phase of battle. He raises his sword skyward, unleashing a surge of energy that distorts the air around him. Explosive waves of crimson energy detonate across the battlefield, consuming everything in fire and smoke. The masked warrior swings with overwhelming force, tearing apart the stone underfoot. He challenges the youth to dodge the next blow, prepared to end the fight swiftly. Amid the flames, the white-haired figure charges, eyes glowing with intense focus. Both fighters fixate on each other, their power compressed and ready to release. Their pupils' narrow battle instincts sharpen as they prepare to clash in the next instant. A colossal explosion erupts as both techniques collide in a final destructive flash. The older warrior believes his technique landed, certain he split his enemy in half. However, the youth survives, bloodied but standing, revealing his terrifying resilience. Shocked, the older man hesitates, recognizing the youth's unmatched presence and glowing energy. He stammers in disbelief, unable to grasp how the boy survived. But the youth readies one final move, eyes blazing. This battle isn't over yet. Surrounded by shards and ice, the white-haired youth prepares his finishing technique with focused resolve. Blue energy cracks across the battlefield, signaling the release of an overwhelming force. With blood dripping, he activates the starving demon saber secret arts, destruction. The bearded warrior watches in shock as his ancestral blade shatters into pieces. He stares in disbelief, recalling that swords survived generations of combat without damage. Demanding answers, he gasps only to be struck in the chest by a brutal counter. Blood spills from his mouth, his strength drained, unable to rise after the critical blow. A new figure arrives, raising a staff while the warrior collapses in pain. Seeing her face, the masked man weakly mutters, recognizing her as Abyss, Guhwa. A bloodied hand hits the ground, signaling a sudden betrayal during the ongoing battle. The bearded man stumbles forward, wounded, shocked by the unexpected strike from behind. He turns back in fury, realizing the attacker is none other than a fellow martial leader. The silver-haired enemy mocks him, claiming that only victory matters in the chaotic Jongu. Despite his title as Ame sect leader, the bearded man is accused of weakness and failure. Spectators look on in silence as the betrayal unfolds without resistance or intervention. The enemy declares that people only recognize the final victor's power and dominance. He continues, stating that even if others saw the truth, they'd die with it unspoken. Enraged, the wounded leader calls his opponent a demoness. Consumed by growing hatred, he questions the future of the Ame sect under such disgrace and betrayal, blaming the sect's downfall on her. He accuses her of weakening their strength. The woman calmly prepares another attack, asking if he's finished ranting. She strikes again, blasting him back with devastating purple energy. Mocking him, she claims the true sect will last forever. Unlike the old Ame, she unleashes a massive energy wave, vowing all who resist her rule will perish. The powerful strike leaves the bearded man broken on the ground, his body crushed beneath rubble. His disciples cry out in horror, shocked at their master's downfall and confused by the outcome. The silver-haired enemy watches silently as a new figure approaches, signaling a shift in the battle. The white-haired warrior confronts the enemy, acknowledging the chaos caused and thanking him for the opportunity. He admits the turmoil allowed him to rise, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A surge of power erupts from the ground as he channels immense energy into the battlefield. Bathed in lightning, he rises with lethal intent, vowing unforgettable pain as retribution. He speaks of how he was forced into this life, reshaped by betrayal and ambition. Despite his preference for peace, destiny molded him into a weapon, an assassin reborn from suffering. Lightning surrounds him as he prepares to strike, demanding his enemy witness the monster they created. His transformation is complete, fierce, composed, and filled with righteous fury. He descends with precision, attacking from above with the full force of his evolution. The enemy watches, horrified, as the attack breaks through with brilliant destructive force. The assassin reveals his terrifying strength, a result of torment and survival. He charges again, locked in a battle fueled by vengeance, power, and long-buried pain. Lightning bursts between the two fighters as the white-haired assassin strikes with blinding speed. The dark-cloaked enemy braces himself, ready for the clash as power radiates between them. Their weapons collide, triggering a massive energy explosion that shakes the entire battlefield. A female warrior prepares herself, sensing the violent exchange and fearing for her master's life. Tension fills the air as the enemy mocks the young assassin's lack of experience. Confident in his strength, the elder readies another attack, believing his opponent stands no chance. He unleashes the devastating golden rampant strike, flooding the sky with burning destruction. Explosions erupt across the field, shaking the ground and sending shockwaves in all directions. Amid the chaos, the assassin reappears, undeterred, his eyes glowing fiercely with fury. He rises from the flames, unscathed, and charges forward with relentless determination. The enemy is startled by his resilience as the assassin's aura grows stronger. Locked in combat again, the assassin overwhelms his foe with precise and ferocious speed. Fear creeps into the enemy's eyes as he realizes the tide is shifting. He watches the blazing stars above, symbols of the assassin's growing might and presence. With another surge of power, the assassin descends like judgment, launching a crushing final blow. A swirling vortex of energy bursts around the cloaked man, his power distorting the battlefield. He lands from the blast, unscathed, taunting his opponent with a mocking grin. The white-haired warrior rises again from the cracked ground, determined to continue the fight. He locks eyes with his enemy, a fierce glow in his pupils, ready to retaliate. Planting his hand on the ground, he prepares to unleash the next wave of force. Sensing danger, the cloaked enemy's confidence falters as lightning builds around his opponent's body. The silver-haired man leaps forward, launching his attack with deadly precision and overwhelming momentum. His golden threads slice through debris and rock, attempting to bind his enemy mid-air. Landing in a defensive stance, he looks back, realizing the opponent completely evaded the assault. The white-haired warrior activates his skill, his body glowing with enhanced speed and power. With lightning surrounding him, he unleashes black lightning to close the distance instantly. He races ahead, planning to reach the mountain before his opponent can react to the ambush. Confused, the enemy glances around, failing to locate the attacker who vanished from sight. Suddenly the strike lands from above, knocking him down before he can defend himself. The attacker watches coldly as the enemy screams in agony, defeated by overwhelming speed. As the wind settles, the victor walks away calmly, leaving his opponent broken on the ground. He turns to look back, expression unreadable, eyes still glowing with power. The long-haired warrior smiles faintly, satisfied with the result. As the storm passes overhead, a woman calls out in panic, rushing toward the fallen man, shocked by the outcome. The injured master struggles to rise, bleeding heavily and stunned by his defeat. He realizes he never saw the attack. He was defeated instantly before he could react. The wounded master questions if the youth's power was truly on par with Sage Mu, Jiang. Fear grows as he wonders if they unintentionally created a monster beyond their control. Realizing his own decline, he fears becoming another broken shadow of the former sage. Seolren calls out urgently, while nearby warriors alert the Black Cloud Corps captain, the silver-haired warrior remains still, his presence alone keeping enemies at bay. Despite the captain's order to attack, hesitation fills the ranks as the enemy turns, slowly. He criticizes their instability, then calmly accuses them of sacrificing others to protect themselves. Without waiting for reply, he surges forward, prepared to strike with full force. The enemies react too late. He closes the distance in an instant, forcing them to dodge. He spins mid-air with lightning speed, targeting his enemies with precise attacks. One opponent blocks, another lunges in retaliation, both underestimating his movement. Even while surrounded, his footwork and strikes maintain full dominance over the group. A fighter mocks the hit as shallow, believing he can still retaliate, charging up power. He prepares a counterattack, unaware of his growing injuries. Too late, his body is pierced and tossed back, overwhelmed by the relentless assault. A warrior collapses from fatal wounds as lightning still flickers across the shattered ground. The silver-haired man rushes forward again, his figure a blur of speed and precision. Seolren intercepts with a flaming blade, demanding the relentless onslaught come to an end. Despite her command, the warrior continues, dashing through the blazing divide she summoned. Her second warning is louder, more desperate, trying to stop the inevitable confrontation. He ignores her, breaking through the fire and charging toward his intended target. Seolren watches, confused, as he speeds past her without even attempting to strike. She realizes his intention wasn't to fight her, but to bypass and reach someone else. Staring after him, she wonders why he spared her when he had the advantage. The man looms over his bloodied enemy, preparing to end things without hesitation. Terrified, the injured foe tries to crawl away as the killer draws closer. His eyes glow red, silent and emotionless, ready to finish the fight once and for all. A close-up of the victim's widened eye captures his last moment of horror. Seolren screams no, as she rushes forward, too late to stop what's begun. Energy spirals violently around the warrior, unleashing a final decisive blow in blinding light. Darkness surrounds the wounded man as he gasps, realizing something unnatural is happening to him. His body trembles. He looks down and sees his hands shaking uncontrollably in horror. Panic takes over as energy coils around his limbs, signaling the beginning of his end. Alone in the darkened crater, he sees a towering serpent watching him with glowing red eyes. Enraged, he screams at the beast, blaming it for stealing his dreams of conquest. With one final scream, he charges in desperation, launching a suicidal strike against overwhelming power. He's pierced mid-charge, collapsing as the fatal blow silences his rage permanently. The silver-haired warrior stands still, unshaken, watching the fallen man's body slump. He speaks coldly, unimpressed, asking if those last words were all his enemy had left. Under a stormy sky, the silver-haired man coldly declares the end, eyes glowing with deadly resolve. A body lies motionless on the ground, dark smoke rising as witnesses begin to gather in shock. He turns slowly, revealing blood, red eyes, while two silent observers watch him with unease. Martial artists stare in disbelief, disturbed by how quickly their leader fell without resistance. The corpse of Abbas, Guhwa, slumps over, blood pooling beneath her still body. Trembling disciples question the assassin's strength, unsure whether he's even human. Realization spreads, he's the feared Reaper, and his red gaze sends panic through the crowd. Terrified fighters scatter, screaming, unable to comprehend how to face such overwhelming power. One collapses mid-retreat, while others hesitate, overwhelmed by dread. The Reaper watches silently as another enemy breaks down, frozen in pure fear. Unable to endure the pressure, the man turns and flees in terror. Others follow, abandoning all sense of discipline as screams echo through the battlefield. Two warriors hesitate, watching the scene collapse as fear overtakes their comrades. The black-robed woman realizes they've underestimated him. They're completely surrounded by fear and death. The Reaper now stands sealed in energy, eyes glowing as the enemy's true plan begins. A swordsman hesitates, questioning the future as the Reaper's presence tightens the grip of fear. As the woman meets the Reaper's eyes, dread floods her expression. She mutters his name. A man howls in agony as a monstrous force erupts, shaking the ground with chaos. The enraged figure transforms, glowing with crimson power, fury boiling to the surface. The black-robed woman turns in alarm, sensing the shift in energy behind her. Piowol watches closely, his red eyes locked on the enemy's growing demonic aura. Power explodes from the berserk figure, his body swelling and twisting with pure rage. Muscles bulge and energy warps around him, the transformation now fully complete. Flames rise as the demon stands, a terrifying fusion of human and monstrous might. Worried allies rush toward the transformed sage, unsure if he's even alive or conscious. One man charges forward, realizing the energy is far beyond what they expected. They observe the figure's back, horrified by the unmistakable aura of dark cultivation. Cries of alarm erupt as warriors recognize the force pure demonic energy. Realization dawns, their elder has fallen to forbidden demonic arts. As the demon lunges, Piowol notes the difference. His enemy's speed and presence have changed completely. The demon lunges in a frenzy, his aura ablaze with chaos, striking down with raw fury. A disciple begs him to stop, but the sage has lost all reason to the corruption. The demon screams his intent to kill, while Piowol analyzes the flawless, enhanced speed. Piowol notes the similarities between them, but questions the price of power through demonic arts. The sage shrieks uncontrollably, his mind twisted, no longer bound by reason or clarity. Piowol prepares a counterattack as blades of energy form around the cracked battlefield. He surges forward, launching a precise blow toward the raging sage without hesitation. The demon roars and retaliates, causing an explosion that shakes the entire ground, burning with hatred. The sage calls him a bastard, eyes bloodshot and deranged. The force of their clash sends debris flying as both warriors exchange devastating blows. Piowol glides through the wreckage, calmly assessing the opening, wounded and staggering. The sage gasps, showing signs of collapse under the strain. Piowol lands silently, turning to face a new observer approaching from the shadows. A man appears, confronting him with a wary stance beneath a sky turned crimson. The newcomer's tense expression reveals fear, unsure whether to speak or flee. Mujiang falls with tears of blood, his body broken by the backlash of demonic power. Piowol watches in silence from a distance, sensing the end has finally come. An ally rushes forward in panic, shouting Mujiang's name while sprinting through crumbling debris. A shattered fortress lies under a gloomy sky, signaling a battle's aftermath and heavy loss. The white-haired man glares with red eyes, his hand raised as if threatening another strike. A mustached man stares in shock, then turns in horror to see a fallen companion at his feet. He yells Mujiang's name, stunned by the brutal outcome, and desperate to understand the cause. Holding the wounded man's body, he trembles, overwhelmed by grief and confusion. Mujiang weakly speaks, revealing he secretly studied demonic arts for an unknown reason. Bloodied and barely alive, Mujiang whispers that everything he did was for the sex's sake. He reaches out, hoping his sacrifice will be understood before death claims him. The mustached man clutches him, silently mourning the painful cost of misguided loyalty. Looking over the ruined land, he blames Mujiang's foolishness for destroying their sect's honor. Mujiang's belief in using dark power led to the downfall he tried to avoid. Elsewhere, a figure with white hair moves silently, disappearing into the shadows. Whispers spread. Mujiang used forbidden techniques, and Guhwa betrayed them from within. Outraged by their failure, people mock the fallen leaders for failing to stop one assassin. Standing calmly, the assassin declares this marks a turning point for all of Sichuan. The white-haired man stares ahead as blame and tension rise from the battlefield's devastation. The title appears, marking the continuation of the confrontation and unresolved conflict. Smoke lingers over the ruins while survivors stand among bodies, heavy with grief and silence. A female warrior approaches Piowol and quietly addresses him with formality and restraint. She respectfully requests permission to retrieve her sect leader's body for burial. The moment remains tense, as her words hang in the air, awaiting his judgment. One man erupts in protest, unable to accept peace after the loss of his leader. The woman's eyes flash with inner resolve, unwilling to escalate violence any further. She stands calmly while others hesitate, respecting her silent control of the moment. Her thoughts acknowledge the need to end revenge and focus on preserving what remains. Piowol watches closely as emotions swirl, but decisions must still be made. An elder bows, requesting to retrieve Mujiang's body to bring closure and retreat. Supporters appeal to reason, urging peace over continued bloodshed and irreversible loss. All eyes turn to Piowol, wondering if he will permit mercy or enforce retribution. His glowing red eyes narrow as he prepares his answer. "If I let you go." Piowol doubts their words, believing they might seek revenge just as he once did. The woman solemnly swears the Ma sect will not retaliate under her name. The Qingcheng member also promises to let go of the grudges and end the bloodshed. Despite their oaths, Piowol questions their sincerity, unable to trust easily. She declares she will earn his belief through action, not just words. The others support her promise, urging peace while Piowol silently considers his next move. Piowol narrows his eyes, filled with intensity and final judgment. He announces his decision, allowing them to leave the battlefield. With that moment, Sichuan Murim begins to decline, scarred by the incident's deep consequences. Fighting between Aimei and Qingcheng stops as both factions retreat to heal and reassess. Other sects isolate themselves, mourning the heavy losses sustained. Though many suffered, no one dared challenge the one known as the Reaper. Piowol. Time passes. Nature returns to calm as peace settles over the water and land. A small boat drifts gently downstream, reflecting a shift into a new chapter. Under a bright sky, the world turns again quiet but forever changed by one man's choice. A man stands at the edge of a forest clearing, calling out for Piowol with a cheerful expression. The surrounding scenery is calm and bright, suggesting a peaceful moment in contrast to what's ahead. He waves enthusiastically, unaware of any danger. His face is lit with hope, his body language relaxed. The sunlight filters through the trees, casting soft shadows on his robes. Piowol lies on a wooden deck, resting with his hat pulled over his eyes. His expression remains unreadable, suggesting distance or detachment from the man calling out to him. Narration reveals that time has passed and changes have begun in Sichuan. The peaceful days are fading as signs of unrest appear across the region. A man in orange robes learns that a lone assassin has destroyed the entire Sichuan group. Shocked by the news, he decides to personally head to Chengdu, hinting at growing chaos. On a cliff overlooking Chengdu, the orange-robed man and a child prepare to enter the city. He asks if the child is excited, and the child responds eagerly, unaware of the dark events awaiting them. The city awakens under the morning sky, as merchants and citizens gather for the reopening of a major store. A loud announcement draws attention. Everything is being sold at a reduced price to celebrate the store's restoration. The bustling market resumes as vendors shout offers, and a woman in a red robe blends into the crowd, silently observing. She walks calmly through the street, while vendors call for customers, trying to lure her toward their goods. Instead of engaging with the crowd, she slips into a quiet alley, moving away from the public eye. With purpose, she enters a shop where a smiling woman greets her warmly, unaware of her guest's intent. The red-robed woman requests to meet the shop's owner directly, skipping any formal introduction. The clerk hesitates, citing appointment rules, but her guest offers something silently instead. Recognizing the item, the clerk is stunned, realizing the guest holds authority beyond normal visitors. The woman is revealed as Kim Tobang, the inspection squad captain of the Hao clan. She calmly orders the clerk to summon the owner and provide all recent Chengdu reports. Without resistance, the clerk obeys and rushes off to fulfill the command. Kim Tobang's expression turns serious as she processes hidden information. Her sharp gaze reflects suspicion and internal calculation. She questions whether the chaos in Sichuan is tied to the death of branch manager. Oh, connecting loose ends. A tense silence falls as a muscular, chained man enters a marketplace and stops before a merchant stall. With a sudden motion, he knocks the displayed goods into the air, scattering trinkets everywhere. He towers over the startled vendor, yelling in anger at the offered price, causing onlookers to whisper in concern. Furious, he accuses the vendor of mocking him due to his hunched back and demands respect. The vendor panics, denying any ill intent and pleading for understanding. Despite the explanation that material and labor costs are high, the man rages louder, unwilling to accept the justification. The merchant tries bargaining, asking the man to consider a fair price, but the customer insists on heavy discount. Refusing to comply, the vendor lowers his head, fearing the confrontation may worsen. The large man clenches his fist in anger, but then suddenly pauses, noticing someone approaching. An elder intervenes, calming the scene, revealing himself as the shadowless practitioner. Yo Shinpeng. Yu offers to pay for the goods, prompting the angry man to recognize him with surprise. He identifies the elder and the girl beside him, revealing their names and respected status. Yu Shinpeng explains they were passing through the area during their travels. He introduces the angry man as O Kyungwol, a known warrior from the Seven Stars Hall. Lee Soha greets him formally, showing respect, and the atmosphere begins to calm. Yu Shinpeng offers to pay for the accessory, but the large man refuses, unwilling to accept charity. Prideful, O Kyungwol scoffs at the offer and drops the item back to the ground. Embarrassed, he storms off, shouting at the bystanders not to stare before disappearing into the crowd. Yu watches him go, noting that if Kyungwol is here, the other members of the Seven Stars Hall will likely arrive too. He remarks that their presence always brings chaos wherever they appear. Elsewhere, by a quiet river, a lone man sits peacefully among the trees, isolated from the bustling world. He casts a line into the water, fishing calmly under the bright blue sky. Birds scatter as he reels in a catch with sharp precision and no wasted movement. He remains quiet, gazing across the water, surrounded by nature's calmness. His expression remains unreadable as he observes a fish leaping out of the river. He stays still, reflecting silently by the water's edge. Then, without a word, he disappears into the forest, leaving no trace behind. Morning light falls on a quiet city as daily life begins. The calm atmosphere hides the tension building nearby. Inside a tea house, Pio Wool quietly eats alone while others pass by. Unaware of his identity, a man in red robes approaches him from behind and addresses him by name, breaking the silence. Pio Wool confirms his identity, his expression calm but alert. The red-robed man comments on Pio Wool's appearance, but Pio Wool quickly cuts him off, showing irritation. The visitor apologizes and introduces himself as someone who searched long for Pio Wool. He reveals his name as Hong Yoshin, a member of the secretive Hao clan. Pio Wool says he's never heard of him, showing disinterest. Yoshin explains it is the first time he has revealed his real name to anyone outside the clan. Yoshin questions Pio Wool about a killing tied to the clan. He accuses him of killing Oh Sanyong, a branch manager of the Hao clan. Pio Wool confirms it without hesitation, showing no remorse. Yoshin asks why he killed him. Pio Wool answers coldly, it was for leaking information. Yoshin warns that crossing the Hao clan is dangerous and will bring retaliation. He threatens that, with his command, every Hao clan member in Chengdu will hunt Pio Wool down. Pio Wool calmly finishes his meal, dismissing Hong Yushin's threats without concern. He warns that any order from the Hao clan leader would be useless if Yushin dies first. Yoshin grins darkly, debating whether to kill Pio Wool on the spot. As killing intent rises, Pio Wool's sharp gaze shifts, detecting the threat instantly. Yushin lunges forward in a sudden burst of speed, aiming to strike, but he halts, mid-attack, blood trickling from his cheek. Stunned by Pio Wool's reaction speed, Pio Wool warns him never to show killing intent in his presence again. He calmly states that he's sensitive to such hostility. Pio Wool declares that he doesn't care about the Hao clan and will kill anyone who interferes. Outside, the city bustles with energy as a courier rushes through the streets. Dust scatters as the package hits the ground, marked with urgency. A shop worker wipes sweat, relieved after a busy delivery run. A local vendor comments on the heavy order volume. He notices Pio Wool nearby and greets him cheerfully. Pio Wool compliments the goods, while the vendor mentions increased business lately. The blacksmith expresses gratitude to Pio Wool for his past help, which allowed him to start his forge. Curious, he asks if Pio Wool's phantom daggers need repair. Pio Wool explains he came to place a new order of vambrace to protect his arm. The blacksmith is surprised by the request, but agrees to craft the item. After some thought, he promises to make one both light and sturdy. He tells Pio Wool to return in 5 days, and Pio Wool accepts, leaving the forge. That night, the blacksmith opens his workshop under the moonlight, preparing to begin the work. He gathers materials while reflecting on Pio Wool's unusual request. The blacksmith senses something and turns sharply, feeling he's no longer alone. He quietly checks his surroundings and arms himself. Suddenly, he spots a shadowy figure among the supplies. He's startled to find a frightened, dirty child hiding in the corner. The blacksmith freezes in shock, realizing the figure is just a kid. The child trembles under the light, revealing fear and vulnerability. Whispering in disbelief, the blacksmith repeats, "A kid." Morning light falls on a quiet residence. A man stands outside a door, holding a tray. He sets the tray gently on the ground, placing down a bowl and cup, speaking softly. He says he'll leave the food and go, giving space to whoever is inside. Reflecting aloud, he wonders how many days have passed. He assures the person he won't pry into their identity. He explains he'll be gone until evening, and promises to bring better food later. As the door shuts, a shadowed figure peeks out from the blanket inside the dark room. The person inside reveals a young face, watching the food tray quietly. Outside, another building comes into view in a different location. Inside, the man meets someone and reports that he brought the requested item. The white-haired man inspects a black glove with metal fingertips. He's told it's made for flexibility and can block weapons if infused with energy. Impressed, he praises the craftsmanship, while the other boasts proudly. The craftsman remembers something and speaks up. He offers a bundle of silver threads made from leftover materials. He explains their strength and elasticity, confident they'll be useful. The craftsman thanks the white-haired man and prepares to leave, saying he has nothing more to give. He explains he must return home to check on an unexpected guest he has been watching. The white-haired man listens quietly, raising an eyebrow at the vague comment. Outside, the street bustles under bright daylight as people move through the town. A woman asks if there's any news, and her companion confirms someone entered Chengdu but vanished afterward. The man expresses frustration at the situation and how difficult it is to deal with quietly. He says asking the Hao clan for help would be troublesome, but they may have no choice. She insists they must capture the target discreetly, avoiding attention, as they walk. Another man comments that their allies have likely already arrived in the area. He decides to visit the market before returning home, unaware of the danger ahead. Suddenly, a spiked ball crashes to the ground, alarming the crowd. A chained fighter stares at the white-haired man approaching with calm steps. The furious fighter screams, demanding recognition. The white-haired man remains unfazed, silently watching. He responds coldly, asking why he should know who the man is. The chain-wielding fighter screams and charges, filled with rage, swinging his weapon wildly. The white-haired man stands firm, eyes glowing red, showing no fear. The attacker spins the ball again, aiming to crush his target with full force. With explosive energy, the weapon is thrown with deadly intent. The white-haired man steps forward, calmly, evading with ease. A woman suddenly appears, yelling for the fight to stop. She confronts the group, demanding they cease immediately. 2 people are introduced, So Yoryong of 7 Stars Hall and Hall leader Sa Mokryong. The Hall leader tells the fighter to stop and examine the situation properly. Sa Mokryong warns the fighter that another step would have led to death by hidden threads. The white-haired man expresses disappointment, remarking how close it was. Sa Mokryong questions the man's harsh response, warning of retaliation if unjustified. The white-haired man stares sharply as tension builds. So Yoryong urges the hall leader to stop, revealing the attacker started it. The attacker shouts in frustration, seeking validation for his anger. The attacker stays silent, then mutters, acknowledging the situation and calming down. Yoasieliang steps forward to apologize on the attacker's behalf, and introduces herself formally. The white-haired man replies with his name Pyo Wool, catching their attention. Xia Liang responds with a smile, complimenting his name and offering compensation for the disturbance. A man warns the group not to act rashly until the truth is known, reminding them of their mission. Back at the house, the boy who was hiding before now eats eagerly, enjoying a proper meal. Pyo Wool stays silent, his sharp gaze focused and unwavering. He turns around and walks away, passing by Xia Liang without a word. Behind him, the others observe quietly. Xia Liang notes the tense atmosphere in Chengdu, sensing deeper unrest. Under the cover of night, the Society for Establishment glows with lanterns, standing quietly beneath a full moon. Inside, a white-haired man stands calmly and commands someone to retrieve information about the Seven Stars Hall. As he sits, another figure questions his intentions, surprised by the unexpected interest in the Seven Stars Hall. The white-haired man avoids answering, dismissing the need to explain his reasons. He's warned that threatening their people won't work on the Hao clan, which follows strict rules. Still, the rules don't seem to apply to him, and he hints at being an exception within the organization. The man in red finally allows questions, intrigued by the request. He asks why someone with such skill has no clear ambition or end goal. The white-haired man calmly denies having any larger purpose or political desire. He explains that martial arts were only learned to survive and pursue revenge. Now that vengeance is complete, he has no further desires aside from reading. Though doubtful, the other man accepts this, deciding to delay deeper discussion. The conversation returns to the Seven Stars Hall, and he's asked what he wants to know. He replies that he wants to know the reason behind their sudden arrival. Agreeing to investigate, the red-clad figure is told to contact him in Chengdu once answers are found. As the meeting ends, the man in red politely bids farewell, while the white-haired man departs silently through the curtains. Later, the white-haired man returns to his quarters and calmly begins reading alone at his desk. A woman offers him fruit while he reads by the window. He accepts quietly, showing rare ease. The woman smiles, mentioning how she went out of her way to get the fruit for him. As she leans closer, he suddenly becomes alert, sensing something unusual in her behavior. He swiftly grabs her, warning that the entire room reeks of a woman's scent, implying deception. Later, another man visits and questions how the white-haired man lives in such isolation. He responds that it is preferable to starving in the mountains, showing contentment in solitude. The guest laughs and then asks if he knows who he is. The white-haired man calmly replies no, unbothered by the stranger's identity. He states that unless he senses hostility, names don't concern him. The man laughs again and reveals himself as someone from the Bingcheng sect. He introduces himself as Go Yob, Muzhang's senior and Bingcheng's strongest swordsman. Go Yob questions his purpose, stating that revenge doesn't seem to be his reason for coming. He accuses the white-haired man of causing the destruction of the Bingcheng sect, pressing for an answer. The white-haired man holds the Bingcheng sect responsible for its downfall, blaming its own corrupted practices. Go Yob, after reflecting silently, admits he initially came to ask for help rebuilding the sect. However, after sensing no hostility from the man, he abandons that intention and speaks honestly. He acknowledges the man's strength and mysterious presence, comparing him to darkness and lightning. Go Yobi interprets his existence as divine will, suggesting even darkness serves purpose in the world, accepting fate. He decides the sect won't interfere further and considers their conflict resolved. Go Yobi asks the man to make a promise regarding the future leadership of Sichuan. He warns that if unrighteous people rise to power, the consequences will extend beyond the province. The white-haired man refuses the promise, stating he cannot commit to such expectations. He explains again that he doesn't regret his actions, nor does he believe he can protect others. Go Yob, smiling gently, expresses hope for the man's redemption in another life. As snow falls outside, the man quietly reflects, convinced he cannot take pity on anyone. Elsewhere, under the quiet night sky, two others continue their discussion indoors. The boy awkwardly introduces himself as Nam Xinwu, uncertain but sincere. His companion, intrigued by his background, gently asks where he's from, learning he came from Hefei. Inside a dim room, a man questions the boy's origins after learning he came from Hefei, far to the east. The boy, confused and frightened, claims he doesn't know how he ended up so far away. Suspicious, the man asks if someone might be chasing him. The boy hesitates, visibly troubled by the question. From above, the two are seen sitting unaware as shadows close in. The room grows tense. The boy looks up in shock, noticing something just before a sword of energy crashes down between them. Dark figures in black clothing move swiftly, cutting through with merciless precision, leaving only blood in their wake. A young boy is struck down by a powerful slash, blood spurting, as he falls limp from the attack. The attacker watches coldly, partially obscured in shadow, their blades soaked in blood. Another man turns in shock as blood splashes across his chest, realizing the brutal assault unfolding before him. A man cries out in panic as the wounded boy collapses. The attacker, calm and composed, steps toward the body, observing the aftermath without remorse. He casually remarks on the mission, indifferent to the boy's death, and considers the reward even for delivering a corpse. The boy's fingers twitch, blood pooling beneath him as he resists death. The attacker notices the movement and pauses, curious. Suddenly, the boy erupts with energy, thrashing violently as life surges back into him. Now standing, the boy glows with power, a transformation evident in his posture. Another man watches in disbelief as the energy rises. Night falls over the building, hiding what is about to begin. The attacker mocks the boy, but is caught off guard by a sudden movement. The boy grabs the attacker's wrist, retaliating. He throws the attacker across the room with overwhelming force. A man collapses after being thrown, shocked by the boy's unexpected strength. The boy, bloodied and silent, walks forward with a deadly calm. The enemy mocks the boy's power, surprised by the situation turning against him. Realizing this isn't a normal mission, the attacker grins and remarks on the boy's resilience. He's pleased the target won't die easily and sees it as permission to use full force. With power crackling around him, he taunts the boy, eager to tear him apart. Another ally yells for the others to run, while attempting to block the enemy. The boy hesitates as the attacker restrains the shouting man, forced to act. The boy breaks into a run, while the enemy curses in frustration. A blast distracts the enemy as the boy escapes through the opening. The attacker, irritated, realizes the boy is already gone. He mutters about the annoyance, while the injured man calls out weakly for Shinwoo. Elsewhere, news spreads about a search for a mysterious child. A white-haired woman questions the reason for the child hunt. The informant explains, the child is thin, around 15, and tied to a secret matter. A loud voice calls out from outside, drawing attention inside the room. The white-haired woman recognizes the voice and turns, sensing something urgent. She's informed that someone named Tong Soyan is using her men to search for a person. A captured man is dragged in, yelling desperately as he spots someone familiar. He breaks free and cries out the name Pyo while reaching forward. Pyo-wol, calm and collected, asks what's wrong as the man grabs him. The man pleads for Pyo-wol's help, panic filling his voice. Pyo-wol urges him to explain the situation. He promises to help if it's within his power, his eyes sharp and focused. The man reveals an attack and a child who unleashed a mysterious power. He suspects the child may be tied to something unnatural or dangerous. Back inside, Pyo-wol listens closely, and the woman suspects a connection to the Demon King.
A towering figure stood beneath a blood-red sky, cloaked in shadow, and pulsing with dark energy, known only as the Demon King. His presence alone shattered the will of those who faced him. 10 years prior, his emergence threw the martial world into chaos. His recovery defied logic, limbs healed, wounds closed, and no poison or weapon could end him. Even when cut down or burned, he rose again. Corpses of powerful masters piled around him, while he walked unscathed through the aftermath. In time, whispers spread across the Jianggu. Rumors suggested the Demon King's power came from a secret, hidden deep within his body. It was said that whoever uncovered that secret would gain immortality. Greed and desperation sparked a deadly pursuit. Soon, many sought the truth. Cults, clans, and assassins alike turned their eyes toward him, willing to risk everything for eternal life. Within the turmoil, a boy appeared. Amid burning rooftops and falling ash, his eyes held fierce determination. Screams echoed through the air. Fire devoured homes while villagers pleaded for help, some trapped inside collapsing buildings. As others hesitated, the boy vanished into the flames, unnoticed by the crowds. Panic gripped the streets. Through the smoke, a dark-haired woman advanced, ignoring the fleeing masses. She was certain the child had passed that way. Her sharp gaze traced movement through the fire. But nothing remained. She questioned aloud if he had truly been there. Tension rose. They couldn't stay in Sichuan, it wasn't their ground, and support was scarce. Then, Jia Ungpyeong, the wolf swordsman, appeared. He approached calmly amid the chaos. The woman greeted him coldly. She wasn't here for him, she was chasing prey. Jia Ungpyeong, gazing over the burning city, assumed the child had escaped. The woman beside him, calm yet unreadable, questioned her own efforts. With a hint of amusement, she wondered aloud if her time had been wasted chasing a ghost through flames and chaos. Eunpyeong quickly shifted the subject, asking why she ignited Chengdu. The fire risked drawing the attention of local martial sects, a reckless act in enemy territory. She dismissed the concern. The Chengdu sects, bound by strict rules, couldn't act outside their domain. Her tone was confident. With a smirk, she claimed he had once left them so devastated, they now trembled at his name, unwilling to challenge him again. Eunpyeong scoffed, rejecting the tale as exaggeration. He doubted any martial artist would cower before a nameless man. His expression sharpened with arrogance. Gripping his sword, he declared that if he ever crossed paths with he would end him with a single stroke. He envisioned the victory already striking fast and ending the fight before it began, proving himself as the stronger warrior. His confidence burned as hot as the fires behind him. Promising to deliver his head, he turned with pride, deaf to the distant screams. Suddenly, a blue flash cut through the air. Startled, she flinched and twisted to respond. A figure darted past her, swift and silent. Her instincts kicked in too late to intercept. Eyes wide, she turned, sensing something had shifted in the air. Her expression tensed. Danger had arrived. She stood silently, watching the figure move toward the ruins. Her stance lowered into readiness. From above, the attacker descended like a shadow. She raised her blade as he closed in. A clean slash followed. Blood spilled. Her voice rang out sharply. She had struck Eunpyeong. Smoke and ash darkened the sky. As the fires consumed more of the city, cries of despair echoed from all directions. Among the chaos, a villager stared helplessly at the ruins of her home, unable to believe what had become of her life in a single night. People gathered in disbelief. One girl stood frozen, whispering in shock. She could not accept the destruction before her eyes. Elsewhere, two elders arrived at the scene, puzzled by the devastation. The older man questioned how things had escalated so quickly. The other replied with uncertainty, admitting something terrible seemed to be unfolding. The flames were only part of the disaster. He recalled a recent fire in Chengdu. Noting the ominous repetition, it felt more like a pattern than coincidence. A sharp glance caught his attention. Someone moved through the smoke, swift and deliberate. The elder recognized him immediately. It was the bamboo swordsman, Gamilhe, known across the Seven Stars Hall. Without hesitation, Gamilhe moved through the ruined streets with clear purpose. Ignoring the panic around him, questions followed. The younger woman wondered what Gamilhe was seeking in such a place. Her companion sensed it too. Gam's aura radiated killing intent, subtle but unmistakable to trained eyes. Whatever he sought, it was significant. The elder gave one command: follow him. They rushed forward, hoping to learn what drove Gam's urgency. The girl quickly agreed, eager for answers. But by the time they reached the corner, he was gone. Flames danced in his place. Confused, they searched around. In just moments, he had vanished like a ghost in the fire. The two martial artists halted as they stumbled upon a trail of blood smeared across the stone road, its volume far beyond ordinary wounds. Startled by the sight, they braced themselves, instincts alert as the blood led toward a grim silhouette collapsed ahead. Lying broken and unconscious was Gamilhe, bloodied and unmoving, bearing brutal injuries that hinted at a swift and merciless assault. A raging inferno engulfed the city as rooftops were lit with fiery glow. The night sky darkened with smoke, while the streets below descended into chaos. At the heart of the compound, a lifeless body collapsed in a pool of blood. Sir Gam, a respected warrior, had fallen, his chest pierced, and the ground stained with his defeat. Witnesses stood in disbelief. One called out to him in desperation, while others stared in silence, trying to process how such a skilled fighter had fallen so quickly. A young woman trembled in shock. She questioned how a martial artist like Sir Gam could be taken down with such ease. Her elder companion remained quiet, realizing that only one figure could carry out such a precise kill. The blow was too fast, too clean. He spoke grimly. There was no mistake. It had to be him, the one long thought to be a myth among killers. The girl recalled the chaos once unleashed in Chengdu. A lone assassin had challenged every sect in Sichuan. What was once dismissed as exaggeration now seemed undeniable. Sir Gam's death proved the rumors true. The old man warned her quietly, a great threat was rising. Disaster was on its way. Morning broke peacefully over distant forests, a stark contrast to the night's violence. Light filtered through the leaves. Amid the brush, a bloodied man gasped for air, crawling forward. His strength was nearly gone. Each movement was a struggle. Dirt clung to his hands as he fought just to stay alive. His body left a dark trail behind. Pain slowed him, but he refused to stop. A shadow stepped into view. A woman observed his broken figure with fascination. Smiling coldly, she drew her blade. To her, this was no ordinary man, he was something else entirely. Blades pierced flesh with sharp force, leaving the air filled with crimson streaks. Painful cries echoed as blood spilled violently through the forest canopy. The wounded man collapsed once again, his body convulsing. His blood soaked the ground as a figure stood over him, expression unreadable. With calm detachment, the woman observed his injuries. She noted the excessive blood loss and realized why she had been ordered to retrieve him alive, not kill him. Desperation overtook the man's face. He begged for his life. Trembling with fear, tears streaming down his cheeks. A smile played on the woman's lips. She told him he wasn't guilty, not yet. But innocence had no place in Jianggu. People killed and died, regardless of right or wrong. That was the only truth she acknowledged. She admitted she didn't understand how he had achieved such a body. Her employers wanted answers, and would stop at nothing to get them. His blood, his organs, even his spine would be dissected. Each detail of his anatomy was a key to something greater. Immortality was the dream, and for that dream, she explained coldly, he would have to die. Distant footsteps broke the stillness. A figure ran through the field, gasping, shouting frantically. He called out for his elder, alarm clear in his voice. Something terrible had happened. Hearing the words, the woman turned. Surprised, her eyes narrowed as the runner announced a crisis. He struggled to speak, then confirmed the grim news. One of their comrades had been found dead. Shock washed over her expression. That name he held weight. The final blow came. Shadowless practitioner Yoshinpong had just discovered the body. A calm morning settled over the town, but tension brewed beneath the clear sky. The streets remained quiet, yet the silence felt unusually heavy. A blonde-haired man moved quickly through the alleys, his posture tense. He seemed to be following someone, or perhaps heading toward unfolding trouble. Muttering to himself, he realized Soyoung had stirred chaos once again. This time, the consequences might be beyond repair. His thoughts were interrupted by a memory, a silver-haired figure with glowing eyes, furious at a recent insult. Rage and pride burned in that stare. Clenching his fists, the blond man swore vengeance. He would punish the one who humiliated Sioyang, no matter who it was. But a shadow darted past above. Someone was moving fast across the rooftops. He turned, startled, spotting the figure, mid-leap. He identified her as Sioyang. She was fleeing with purpose, staying low, avoiding attention. Her behavior raised suspicion. The man wondered if something serious had happened. Her actions weren't normal. Without hesitation, he decided to follow. Whatever it was, he needed to see for himself. A sudden ambush struck from above. A blade cut deep into his shoulder, drawing blood. The pain hit instantly. He twisted in agony as energy surged through his body. His weapon fell from his grip. Calling for help, he stumbled back, body reacting violently to the strike. Power exploded around him. His body lifted, then crashed down with violent force, destroying part of the rooftop. A silent observer stood nearby, watching the result with cold intensity. Her eyes widened as she recognized the one responsible. With clenched teeth, she growled a single word. "You." The white-haired warrior grabbed the iron chain, halting its swing with a firm grip. Sparks flickered from the tension as his crimson eyes locked onto his target. He stepped forward calmly, completely unfazed. His black cloak swayed behind him, asserting control over the confrontation. From the ground, the injured man roared in fury and tried to rise. The white-haired figure watched coldly, expression unmoved by the outburst. Clouds churned over the rooftops of a quiet town as dusk fell, casting long shadows on the narrow alleys below. The distant sound of wings echoed. In the still air, a flock of crows rose into the sky, startled by something unseen. Beneath them, a bloodied body lay collapsed on the rooftop, lifeless and still. Down an alleyway, another corpse rested in a pool of blood. A young woman spotted it and shouted urgently, her voice slicing through the eerie calm. The girl ran ahead, waving to the older man following behind. He approached cautiously, his eyes narrowing on the motionless figure. The body belonged to a man dressed in martial attire. Blood streaked his clothing, his limbs bent unnaturally, confirming death. Recognition flashed in the woman's eyes. Her companion muttered the name. Iron hunched back, noting that another victim, Sir Gam, had also died recently. Suspicions grew. The young woman questioned whether the assassin had a vendetta against the Seven Stars Hall. The old man dismissed the theory that a group like the 100-Spirit Troop was responsible, noting they had no presence in Sichuan. He examined the corpse. The attacker's technique was brutal and precise, far beyond the skill of an ordinary killer. A terrifying image flashed in her mind, a monstrous figure cloaked in darkness. She speculated the assassin must look demonic, but the man corrected her. Witnesses said he was young and handsome. Confused, the girl demanded to know why someone like that would commit such brutal acts. Determined, the man declared they couldn't stand idle. The killer wasn't finished yet. She hesitated, reminding him they were only supposed to observe, but his resolve didn't waver. With a sigh, she agreed to follow together. They stepped deeper into the blood-stained mystery. Standing before the ruins, the older man stared ahead in silence. With clenched fists, he questioned how far the assassin's killing spree would go. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a group of figures sprinted through dense foliage, their movements sharp and urgent. One of the white-haired men warned his companions to remain alert. They had no idea from which direction the next attack would strike. Blame filled the air as a long-haired man admitted his failure to recognize the true identity of Iron hunched back during their earlier encounter. Frustration flared in his comrade's voice, blaming their restraint for the loss of 2 members during their attempt to avoid larger sect conflicts. With tension rising, another man expressed concern losing another brother now would place them in a dangerously weakened position. Uncertainty gripped the group as they questioned why they were still being pursued. One suspected it was tied to their earlier quarrel. However, another dismissed that theory, arguing that the assassin wouldn't be this relentless unless the reason was deeper. Attention turned to the child one of them carried, bloodied and unconscious. The man holding the child winced in pain as they pressed forward. A man reminded them that revenge could still be taken, urging patience until they delivered the child and gathered more support. He advised them to endure for now and await reinforcement before making another move. The older brother affirmed their path, promising retribution. The others voiced their loyalty and continued running behind him. Among them, a woman observed the men quietly, amused. She called them fools under her breath. Despite her words, she smiled to herself, admitting that their sincerity had a certain charm. Above the treetops, a flock of birds erupted into the sky as the group disappeared into the forest's depths. The group pressed on through the dense woods, their pace quick and eyes alert. Wind rustled unnaturally through the trees around them. A woman among them suddenly slowed, her gaze sharp. She felt a strange shift. One of the men asked what was wrong. She pointed out the growing darkness. Shadows thickened rapidly, swallowing the forest's light with unnatural speed. Without warning, a sharp cry rang out. One of the men staggered, struck before he could react. A figure emerged from the darkness, crouched low and grinning with bloodthirst. His intent was clear. The others looked up in horror, realizing too late they had been lured into a trap. The enemy whispered a single word: run. Panic erupted as the assassin lunged forward. Screams echoed through the forest, blood sprayed in the chaos. A man was pulled down into the shadows without a sound. Shouts of Sanwu filled the air as his comrades turned back, only to see his form vanish into darkness. One of the younger fighters froze, eyes wide with shock. The forest twisted around them. He barely managed to speak before a blur of motion swept past. Blood exploded into the clearing. The rest of the group immediately resumed their escape, the attacker nowhere to be seen. Another ally cried out in pain. The darkness around them began to warp unnaturally. A glimpse of the attacker's glowing eyes and mask sent shivers down spines. He advanced slowly. The survivors stood motionless in the clearing, surrounded by silence. Their nightmare had only just begun. The remaining 2 stood in disbelief, unable to process the chaos that had unfolded. One demanded answers, stunned by the unfamiliarity of the enemy's tactics. Fear set in as they realized Sanwu had disappeared. One urged haste, determined to rescue him before it was too late. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawned: their group had splintered. Only 2 remained in the clearing, and someone was still missing. Panic rose when they acknowledged the mistake of rushing off. The ambush had scattered them far too easily. Desperation gripped the white-haired man. He couldn't accept that more lives might be lost, so meaninglessly. Memories of their sacrifices weighed heavily. They had chosen to protect a child at the expense of their brothers, and now, even the youngest had vanished. A familiar voice called out from ahead. They both turned sharply, eyes widening. Their younger brother stood motionless among crisscrossed blades of light, wounded and dazed. Before they could reach him, his body was suddenly pierced multiple times. Blood poured as they watched in helpless horror. One of them shouted his name, but the forest swallowed the sound. A new figure stepped calmly from the shadows. Her glowing red eyes locked forward without emotion. She emerged fully into view, her presence silent yet overwhelming. As the assassin's trail grew colder and more deadly.
Hidden in the shadows, the assassin with silver hair silently watched his enemy from the cover of thick foliage. Not far ahead, a fierce warrior woman noticed the hostile presence. Suddenly, a white-haired fighter burst forward with blazing energy radiating around him. The warrior's body surged with momentum, every step igniting the air as he launched toward his opponent like a falling meteor. Standing her ground, the silver-haired figure did not move, her calm demeanor betraying no fear, even as the storm of power closed in on her. A fierce clash erupted as the enraged fighter attacked with brutal speed, his strikes guided by rage. A swift motion sliced through the darkness as golden energy split the air, the attacker closing the distance in an instant. Focused and unyielding, he charged with wild intent, determined to land a decisive blow, his blade trailing arcs of energy. The woman swiftly blocked his strike, her expression unmoved, causing her opponent to falter with shock as their gazes locked in a brief pause. Despite the flurry of attacks, the silver-haired warrior moved with calculated steps, weaving around each blow effortlessly. Confused, the attacker struggled to understand why his attacks failed, though his strikes had targeted every vital point revealed in the stillness. The silver-haired figure had barely dodged each attack, stepping just beyond the line of impact with perfect timing. Energy burst forward once more, lighting the battlefield as the man attempted a new angle of assault. To his disbelief, his attacks continued to phase through as though hitting nothing more than air or illusion. Closing the gap, the calm fighter struck back for the first time, her counter landing cleanly and breaking his stance completely. The forest floor erupted in a fiery blast, sending debris and shockwaves outward as the man's rage reached its peak. Without hesitation, he surged forward again, his fist clenched tightly, trailing golden sparks across the dark sky. His opponent, wrapped in a swirling cloak, drifted backward with calm precision, eyes fixed on him with unreadable intent. Maintaining a steady pace, the silver-haired warrior strode across the clearing, dust rising with each step. Her expression remained cold and unchanging, as though the conflict unfolding around her was beneath notice. The man, now frozen in confusion, realized something unsettling: his attacks were being evaded effortlessly. As he struggled to make sense of the fight, a voice rang out from behind him, a girl shouting in desperation. Turning slightly, the silver-haired figure raised a hand, energy swirling at his fingertips in response. In an instant, several glowing projectiles launched through the air toward the girl, their paths sharp and merciless. She raised her arms and channeled her power, forming a glowing blue field of energy in front of her. With a sharp yell, her aura burst wide, radiating force in every direction as she activated her full strength. Then she soared upward, her body wrapped in fierce blue light, refusing to retreat despite the danger. Hovering mid-air, she shouted her brother's name once more, her voice filled with emotion and fury. Below her, the silver-haired warrior suddenly appeared behind the attacker, gripping him with claws near his face. He demanded answers without expression, wanting to know the reason behind the attempted kidnapping of the child. The woman realized the child was the true target, and her eyes widened with the weight of the situation tied to Nam Siwoo. Cornered and under pressure, the man stammered when questioned again, struggling to find the right answer. He admitted with hesitation that he didn't know the real reason, they were simply following an order from someone unknown. The silver-haired warrior tightened his grip, prompting another panicked outburst from the restrained man. Fear took over the woman's voice as she urged the warrior to wait and listen. Sensing the tension breaking toward violence, she stepped forward slowly, proposing that they discuss the matter calmly, and pleaded for him to stop his threatening aura. Attempting to reason, she admitted their ignorance as well, and requested mercy. Despite her words, the warrior's gaze remained fixed and cold, clearly unconvinced. A sudden shift in the captured man's expression revealed his true intention. He prepared for a surprise counterattack. With a fiery surge, he exploded forward, convinced it was the perfect moment to strike back. Determined, he rushed with violent speed, eyes locked on the woman as his target. But she remained composed, her expression unreadable as his name was called out from behind in panic. The man launched himself skyward, shrouded in blazing energy, his voice roaring with grief and vengeance. He screamed out that she had killed all his comrades, consumed by fury as he descended with lethal force. Yet she didn't flinch. A calm stillness settled over her as another mysterious figure appeared, radiating quiet strength. Descending like a phantom, the dark figure shrouded in electric energy, closed in without hesitation. A single strike, swift and devastating, tore through the attacker midair, sending blood and shock through the sky. Crashing to the ground, the man lay broken and stunned, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of power. From the ground, he lifted his eyes and finally recognized the identity of the one standing above, his expression filled with dread. Above him stood the warrior cloaked in silence, his red eyes locked on the now defeated enemy. Meanwhile, nearby under the moonlight, the child sat unharmed, unaware of the battle's deadly final act. Under the moonlit forest canopy, a lone figure walked silently, leaves crunching beneath his steps as he carried an unconscious man. Pausing briefly, the man glanced over his shoulder with cautious eyes. A troubling thought stirred in his mind. Someone had just uttered the words, "Demon King." He shifted his gaze to the person he carried. Moments ago, the man had teetered on the brink of death, yet now his breathing was steady. With quiet steps, the white-haired man moved deeper into the forest. Rumors of immortality and eternal youth echoed in his thoughts, stirring disbelief and skepticism. Death, he believed, was part of nature's design. The idea of defying it seemed unnatural and beyond human limits. Even if one could obtain such power, he wondered what price would be required. He kept walking, burdened by both questions and the man in his arms. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A strong, unfamiliar presence emerged, sharp and sudden, catching him off guard. He turned swiftly, scanning the area. A figure stood silently in the distance, cloaked by the forest shadows. It was rare for someone to approach him undetected. This was the first time such a thing had occurred. Leaves scattered as a powerful gust surged. The man's senses sharpened as he prepared for confrontation. He dashed forward in a burst of speed, tracing the path of the strange wind with trained instinct. Recognizing the wind's energy, he noted it wasn't natural, something else was driving it. Above him, swirling spiritual energy formed the shape of a dragon, calm, yet commanding. Despite its elegance, the dragon exuded danger. He understood that if provoked, retaliation would be inevitable. As the beast descended, he stood firm, ready to face the storm that approached with glowing eyes. Storming winds encircled the battlefield, as the white-haired warrior stood firm against the chaotic energy. With sharpened focus, he narrowed his eyes and demanded the hidden enemy to reveal himself. The air crackled with tension as the figure finally stepped forward. Emerging through the veil of power, a mysterious man in ceremonial attire appeared. His presence immediately altered the atmosphere as the dragon surged behind him. The stranger's energy burst violently, throwing sparks into the air as he descended toward the ground with alarming speed. Touching down, he cast a knowing glance toward his opponent and smirked with amusement, mocking the technique he had just witnessed. Suspended above the ground, the man hovered effortlessly with the dragon coiled behind him. A surge of anxiety hit the white-haired man. He immediately recognized his opponent's terrifying strength beyond anything ordinary. Realizing the danger, he concluded that hesitation meant death. He launched himself with lethal intent, determined to strike first. Lightning crackled as his palm, charged with power, aimed directly at the man who stood, unshaken and surrounded by energy. Electric arcs lit the sky as the two forces collided. The impact sent energy pulses reverberating through the ground. Even with chaos swirling, the enemy remained calm, shrugging off the intensity with a casual expression. Raising his hand, he summoned a vortex of spiritual energy that spiraled upward before slamming down in a devastating wave. From the sidelines, a new figure with flowing silver hair emerged, his expression calm yet focused on the clash ahead. Hovering midair with his dragon spirit coiled behind him, he charged forward with explosive momentum. Descending at blinding speed, he crashed through the battlefield, delivering a heavy blow that sent shockwaves through his opponent's body. Blood trickled down the warrior's face as his crimson eyes locked on the enemy. Determined not to falter, he surged forward with all his remaining strength. Lightning coiled around his limbs as he launched a fierce attack. The battlefield trembled beneath his feet from the force of his assault. Explosive energy erupted on contact, shattering the ground and sending both combatants flying apart amid a storm of light and dust. The man in white stood with an amused grin, surprised his opponent had endured the impact. Rather than retreat, he acknowledged the technique's destruction and questioned whether it had triggered something greater. Power now radiated from his adversary, and he wondered if latent strength had just awakened within him. As the sky blazed with the colors of dusk, a forest stood quiet under the fading light. Suddenly, an ominous energy surged through the air, crackling violently as a lone figure emerged from the shadows, pulsing with raw power. Without warning, the man's body surged with lightning. Like energy, his expression contorted with rage as he prepared to unleash his might. He let out a deafening roar as energy exploded outward from his core, shaking the ground beneath him. A calm yet determined warrior narrowed his eyes, focusing on the opponent's every move with calculated precision. Without hesitation, he leapt into action, his aura igniting as he dashed forward, slashing through the air toward his target. The older warrior stood firm, his robe fluttering against the growing wind as he faced the oncoming charge. With a slight smirk, he acknowledged the rising intensity, remarking how the situation had just become more amusing. He responded with force, launching a towering column of water that cascaded toward his enemy with unstoppable force. Floating mid-air, he whispered about the hidden techniques he hadn't yet revealed, implying the fight had barely begun. As the water spiraled, a monstrous form emerged from within, jaws wide open as it surged toward him. Channeling his power, he struck the beast with a fierce radiant blow, halting its charge with explosive energy. Now brimming with overwhelming strength, he charged forward like a comet, energy bursting from his body. A flash of light pierced through his eye, signaling the activation of his final technique. As the explosion engulfed the battlefield, debris rained down, yet the lone warrior emerged unscathed, standing victorious in the aftermath. Peering through the fading dust, the warrior questioned whether the fierce battle had truly ended. A spark of energy erupted from the cracked ground, catching his attention and instantly raising alarm. He stared wide-eyed as his opponent reappeared, standing confidently with renewed power beneath a stormy sky. His foe's eyes glowed with murderous intent as a golden beam burst from the ground, cleaving the air between them. Despite the threat, a grin crept across the warrior's face, sensing another clash was imminent. Without delay, he dashed forward, tearing across the battlefield to meet the rising threat head. On drawing closer, he acknowledged the youth's resilience, admitting his strength had far exceeded expectations. From the shattered ground, a bloodied fighter knelt, his glare unwavering despite his injuries. The older warrior, both surprised and amused, noted that his killing technique had failed, and the boy had even retaliated. Internal thoughts raced through the man's mind, realizing he had never encountered such a relentless opponent before. He assessed the situation carefully, noting the boy's tenacity and the danger in underestimating his will. Although he recognized an opportunity to finish the fight, he hesitated, knowing escape wouldn't come without a price. He turned away, launching into the air as internal doubt gnawed at his resolve. Observing the unconscious figure below, he questioned whether his decision to spare him would bring regret or pride. As he soared away, a faint voice cracked the silence, wounded, yet defiant, pleading him to stop. A thunderous impact shook the ground as the crimson-haired warrior crashed down in defiance, bloodied but unyielding. Struggling to rise, he demanded to know why the mysterious man sought to take the unconscious child. Calmly, the man replied that his only intent was to protect the boy from a danger, yet unseen. Confused and skeptical, the injured fighter pressed him. Protect him from whom? The man offered no clear answer, refusing to reveal details about the threat. With resolve, the red-haired warrior declared he wouldn't allow the child to be taken without a fight. Laughter erupted from the man as he mocked the demand, stating he never needed permission. Holding the child gently, he admitted uncertainty about how the boy ended up there. Yet he warned that keeping the child in this land would bring disaster to Sichuan, putting countless lives at risk. He claimed that while the warrior might survive such chaos, others wouldn't, so he must protect the boy. Still doubting his intentions, the warrior questioned how he could trust the man's words. The man dismissed his concern, challenging the idea that he was retreating out of fear. He complimented the youth's talent, but clarified that strength alone didn't determine everything. When asked for his name, he laughed, and finally introduced himself as the Wind Sovereign. As he departed into the sunset sky, he warned that the world must brace itself. The sword of slaughter had risen again. Under a blood-red sky, a broken hand reached toward the earth, crushed leaves brushing its fingertips as silence fell over the battlefield. Surrounded by cracked stone and fading winds, the red-haired warrior sat alone, bruised and reflecting. He lowered his gaze, realization dawning he had been deceived, and left humiliated in the wake of defeat. A peaceful courtyard appears under a bright sky as the silver-haired woman steps through the gate, facing the aftermath of a silent massacre where members of the Seven Stars lie defeated. Standing firmly in her red robe, she studies the bodies and realizes that a well-known seven-member group has been eliminated without resistance. Understanding the scale of the attack, she concludes that only Pyo could have carried out such precise and overwhelming killings. Her thoughts shift to how rare talent often disrupts the order of Jonggu, especially when that strength grows unchecked. Concern settles in as she considers whether Pyo-Wool's abilities have surpassed what the martial world can tolerate. Falling leaves scatter across the courtyard, while she questions how far his actions will spread. Keeping her tone steady, she commands her subordinates to examine the corpses and identify the method behind their deaths. Information soon points toward a workshop tied to a descendant of the Tang clan, hinting at deeper connections. Recognizing the importance of this link, she orders a full investigation into their relationship and demands detailed reports on Pyo-Wool. Inside a workshop, she listens as a man explains that Shinwoo was taken away by the Wind Sovereign for protection. Watching him closely, she senses no deceit as he recounts the chaos spreading through the city. He reveals that a fire caused by one of the 7 stars burned a third of the slums, throwing Chengdu into disorder. Smoke-stained rooftops reflect the destruction left behind. The scale of damage confirms that the balance of power is shifting. With tension rising, she prepares to respond carefully to Pyo-Wool's growing influence. In a darkened vision, Shinwoo appears surrounded by grasping red shadows, symbolizing how the 7 stars relentlessly pursued him for reasons still unclear. Behind that image rises the overwhelming presence of the Wind Sovereign, a figure whose power feels vast enough to challenge entire factions. Back inside the room, the silver-haired woman fixes her sharp gaze on the informant, seated stiffly on a wooden chair. The man admits that the Wind Sovereign is widely recognized across Jonggu as one of its most powerful figures. Simple diagrams illustrate the structure of influence: the top 2, the trio sects, the trio manners, and the 3 rulers. Lowering her eyes briefly, she acknowledges her limited knowledge and signals for him to continue explaining. Gathering his thoughts, he begins with the top 2, described as the strongest sects in Jonggu, despite their relatively short history. He names the Berserk Martial Sect and the Heavenly Martial Manor, both founded by individuals who achieved legendary feats during the Great Demonic War. Images of grand gates and blazing battlefields reflect how those founders earned reputations that elevated their sects above all others. Continuing steadily, he explains that the trio sects stand just below them, recognized for major contributions during the same war. Symbols representing the Shaolin Temple, the Wudang sect, and the Manhwa sect appear as pillars supporting the martial world. Night scenery follows as he introduces the trio manors, organizations that gained strength rapidly despite their shorter legacy. The Divine Moon Manor, the Phantom Sword Manor, and the Rain Sword Manor are listed as rising forces with formidable influence. Lastly, he describes the 3 rulers, ancient groups that survived the devastation of the Great Demonic War. Concluding his explanation, he states that the leaders of these 11 powers effectively rule over Jonggu. The informant explains that beyond the great factions, there exist independent masters known as the 8 stars and the 3 sovereigns, with the Wind Sovereign counted among them. He admits limited knowledge about the 8 stars, but confirms that several individuals rival the Wind Sovereign in strength. Hearing that more than 20 people may stand at that level, the silver-haired woman quietly realizes how vast and complex Jonggu truly is. The thought settles heavily as she compares herself to someone trapped in a narrow well, only now seeing the broader sky above. Rising from her seat, she states that her confusion has cleared, and that she will retrieve Shinwoo. Unexpectedly, the informant refuses, claiming Shinwoo may be safer under the Wind Sovereign's protection. He confesses that although he once pitied the boy, he never intended to take him in permanently. Lowering his head, he apologizes for causing trouble and for her injury. She calmly responds that the encounter served as a valuable lesson rather than a loss. Inwardly, she acknowledges that the martial world contains countless masters and that defeat is part of growth. Determination replaces hesitation as she resolves not to lose again. Sunlight filters through leaves outside, marking the beginning of a new resolve elsewhere. A lone figure wearing a wide hat walks beneath fading light, reflecting on the need to grow stronger. He recognizes that escaping the surveillance of the Hao clan is essential before making any further move. With a steady pace, he heads toward the Divine Moon Manor, intent on using it as the first step in his plan. A worn sign reading Azure Wind Manor hangs above the entrance as the lone figure stops before it. Stepping inside after a long absence, he stands beneath the dim light, recalling unfinished matters tied to this place. Adjusting his hat, he decides to search for hidden funds connected to the Blood Shadow group, preparing to act carefully within the manor. At sunset, a quiet building stands behind a tall stone wall, its roof glowing under the fading sky. A lone traveler in a wide hat walks along the wall with steady steps. As he advances, his calm face is partly hidden beneath the brim. Near the path ahead, 2 young figures come into view, standing close together in tense proximity. Suddenly, The young man pulls the girl by the wrist, causing debris to scatter as something breaks beside them. Elsewhere in the courtyard, another man lies on the grass with his hands behind his head, appearing relaxed, despite the situation. Soon, the traveler passes by the resting man and the young woman, who now stands composed and watchful. All attention shifts toward the building's entrance. After a short pause, the traveler continues forward alone while the others remain behind, allowing him to take the lead. Inside, the structure appears ransacked, with drawers pulled open and objects scattered across the floor. Carefully scanning the room, he notices a large chest that seems less disturbed than the rest. Suspicion directs his focus toward it, reaching out. He places his hand on the lid and prepares to open it, his posture controlled and deliberate, standing in the doorway. He recalls the former assassin leader known for cruelty and manipulation. Experience tells him that important items are rarely taken during chaotic raids. His reasoning strengthens his certainty. The lid begins to lift, dust shifting in the low light. Earlier, the young woman had stood back to back with him outside. Her expression firm leaves drift across the courtyard as they moved along the wall with measured steps. Now inside, his hand remained steady on the chest, determined to uncover what was hidden. Inside the ruined room, the white-haired assassin stands before an open chest, recalling that the most precious item would never be left in plain sight. Attention shifts to the metal-plated ground beneath him, a surface too deliberate to ignore. Energy gathers around his hand before he strikes downward with force. The impact shatters the flooring. Without hesitation, he drops through the opening into darkness. His body descends in a controlled fall. A red chest rests alone in the hidden chamber below, untouched and preserved from the chaos above. He approaches it with steady steps. His fingers press against the lid, confirming his expectation. Certainty settles across his expression as he prepares to claim it. Night covers the estate under a bright moon, the rooftops silent beneath the sky. The calm exterior contrasts sharply with what unfolds inside. In a decorated room, a heavy-set man hums to himself, unaware of danger. Carefree thoughts occupy him as he considers tomorrow's plans. A sudden presence interrupts his ease, and he senses movement beyond the door. Confusion replaces his earlier comfort. Seated in shadow beneath a narrow beam of light, the assassin waits calmly. His silhouette remains still, hands folded as if in quiet judgment. Rising from the seat, he steps forward, revealing a composed smile. Fear spreads across the man's face as he demands to know who stands before him. The assassin advances, assuring him that no help will come. His eyes glow sharply in the dim chamber. The terrified man looks toward the entrance, hoping for rescue. Figures begin to gather outside the room. Crimson eyes lock onto him, steady and merciless. The assassin's presence alone overwhelms the space. Realization dawns too late as the assassin closes the distance, intent on ending what began years ago. Inside the dark chamber, the heavy-set man kneels before the white-haired assassin and shakily asks if he is the Dark Moon. A cold gleam appears in the assassin's red eyes as he confirms his identity without hesitation. Terror overwhelms the kneeling man, and he bows deeply, begging for forgiveness while pressing his forehead to the patterned floor. Sweat runs down his face as he struggles to understand why the assassin has returned, after years of silence. Desperation pushes him to offer all the wealth he has gathered, claiming gratitude for past mercy. No response comes. The assassin stands still, watching the display without sympathy. After a tense silence, the man cautiously lifts his head and looks around. The oppressive presence that filled the room moments ago has vanished. Seeing no one before him, he gasps in disbelief, unsure whether he has been spared or abandoned. Under the moonlit sky, a pouch of silver spins through the air before landing in a waiting hand. From a rooftop, the assassin surveys the estate, already planning his next move. Far away, an elderly man with a long gray beard stands on rocky ground beside a young girl. Dust drifts across the open landscape. Regret shows in the old man's eyes as he reflects on failing to stop a powerful faction in the past. His shoulders carry visible burden. The girl reassures him firmly, reminding him of his honor and integrity. Her words soften his expression. The old man lowers his gaze, absorbing her encouragement in silence. A faint smile forms beneath his beard. Wind passes through the barren terrain as they stand together. Facing the horizon, gratitude settles over him, and he quietly thanks her while the distant sky remains clear and calm. On a dusty cliff overlooking a vast canyon, the gray-bearded elder stands with the young girl while workers move supplies behind them. With a serious expression, the elder explains that he will remain in Chengdu to investigate the mysterious assassin and determine whether he poses a threat. Turning toward the girl, he instructs her to return to the main estate for safety. Surprise crosses her face. Maintaining a calm but stern demeanor, the elder insists that the assassin is extremely dangerous. Hearing the weight in his reasoning, the The girl lowers her gaze and gradually accepts his order. Her resistance fades into reluctant understanding. Gratitude softens the elder's expression as she agrees to go back. The tension between them eases slightly, facing him once more. The girl reassures him that she will stay at the estate and return when matters are settled. After addressing him respectfully, she urges him to take care of himself during the investigation. Left standing alone, the elder watches her departure with quiet resolve, accepting the burden he has chosen to carry. Dark clouds covered the sky above a mountain path, and a long stone staircase stretched upward toward a distant temple hidden among trees. 2 black crows perched on a branch, their cries cutting through the quiet night, as if announcing the arrival of strangers. Several men in simple blue garments climbed the steep stairs in silence, their formation tight and disciplined as they approached the temple gates. At the top stood the entrance marked Minor Thunder Temple, its wooden doors closed while guards watched from above the wall. Inside the courtyard, 3 large coffins lay side by side on the stone ground, placed with deliberate order. The returning disciples knelt before the coffins, lowering their heads as they presented grim news about the fallen leaders of the Thunder Clan. 2 temple members stared in shock, sweat forming on their faces as they tried to grasp the meaning of the report. A tall monk holding prayer beads stepped forward calmly, recognizing the men who had been sent to establish influence in Sichuan. His steady gaze questioned their return, implying that their mission had failed before it could take root. One disciple raised his head slightly and explained that a former elder had ordered them into the martial world for expansion. The monk's expression sharpened as he demanded to know why they abandoned their task and came back together. Overwhelmed by fear, the disciples pressed their foreheads to the ground, begging forgiveness for their failure. Their leader confessed that the Qing sect had killed their sect leader and young master, destroying the Thunder Clan's strength. Hearing this, the monk's eye glowed with fury, anger rising as he realized another sect had interfered. Lightning-like energy burst from his body, cracking the ground beneath him as he declared that the Minor Thunder Temple would not ignore this insult. Red lightning coiled around the kneeling disciple as the temple leader's killing intent pressed down on him, forcing his body to tremble under the weight of that power. A cold voice declared that someone else would be sent to resolve the matter, and a shadowed figure appeared behind the enraged monk, his presence silent yet overwhelming. Scarlet energy flared violently around the leader's body, his eyes burning with fury as he swore that the Qing sect would pay for what they had done. The scene shifted to passing seasons, showing frozen earth, falling snow, and bare branches as winter tightened its grip over the land. Footprints marked the heavy snow, while distant mountains stood quiet, signaling that travel had become difficult, and few dared to roam freely. Birds perched along thin branches beneath a clear sky, hinting that the harsh season was nearing its end. In a calmer town, 2 men spoke about how the heavy snowfall had slowed movement and reduced the presence of wandering martial artists. An older man with a gray beard exhaled in relief, grateful that the streets had grown peaceful compared to the chaos of previous months. He wondered quietly about someone's absence, suspecting that if that person were still nearby, the town would not feel this undisturbed. A young woman nearby narrowed her eyes slightly, her sharp gaze suggesting she had noticed something unusual. The sound of wooden wheels echoed as a cart rolled into the courtyard, breaking the stillness of the afternoon. The bearded man turned toward the noise, sensing that the quiet period might soon come to an end. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out as a young girl leapt down from the cart and ran toward him without hesitation. She threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly while he stood frozen in surprise at her unexpected arrival. Realization slowly crossed his face as she explained that she had come because he had not returned, relieved to see that he was safe. The old man scolded the girl gently for traveling alone through heavy snow, concern visible on his lined face as she clung to his arm and assured him she had not come by herself. The creaking wheel of the wooden cart drew his attention, and his expression shifted when he heard that she had arrived with a companion. A poised woman in violet robes stepped forward beneath falling petals, introducing herself formally as One Guyang, the illusion sword fairy, and paying respect to the shadowless practitioner. Shock widened the old man's eyes as he recognized her reputation, and realized that someone of her standing knew his niece. Calmly, One Guyang explained that she had known the girl for some time, and that this was their first long journey together. The old man studied her carefully, understanding that her presence meant this visit carried more weight than a simple reunion. Behind her, a black banner bearing the name Golden Heaven Society rose against a darkened backdrop, signaling a larger gathering in motion. She stated that the Golden Heaven Society had chosen this place as a meeting point, drawing attention from skilled and ambitious figures. Hearing this, the old man realized that many talented individuals would soon converge, unsettling the fragile peace of the town. One Guyang clarified that only selected members were assembling and declined a later dinner invitation, explaining her schedule was already set. The girl responded energetically while the old man watched, sensing that events were unfolding beyond his expectations. As they parted, Won Gaoyang's sharp gaze turned slightly, hinting that she was aware of unseen movements nearby. Inside, a lively inn, a blonde martial artist known as the Little Fist King waved enthusiastically upon spotting her arrival. The reunion carried a familiar tone, suggesting prior encounters and a history among those gathered. Amid the light exchange, the girl suddenly asked about the rest of their companions, shifting the focus back to the purpose of this assembly. Two young martial artists stepped into the inn's private room, announcing their arrival as those already seated turned their attention toward the entrance. The group gathered around the table acknowledged them, noting that most members of the Golden Heaven Society would be arriving soon. Identities were quickly recognized, revealing the presence of notable figures, such as the White Moon Sword and the Iron Blood martial artist, confirming that this meeting carried significant weight. One of the late arrivals greeted the room confidently, observing that he seemed to have come last despite others claiming they had only just arrived. As the atmosphere settled, his expression sharpened slightly, sensing an unusual tension within the inn. He quietly stated that someone appeared to be watching them, prompting brief curiosity among the assembled martial artists. While others dismissed the concern lightly, the camera shifted to a distant corner where a lone figure sat apart from the gathering. That individual calmly lifted a cup, remaining outwardly composed, as subtle focus remained on the group's discussion. Hidden beneath a hood, a sharp gaze lingered toward the meeting, silently acknowledging the significance of the Golden Heaven Society's assembly. Morning light covers the town as merchants prepare their stalls and residents move through the narrow street. Behind brick walls, animal carcasses hang from hooks in a confined slaughter area. The setting reveals the practical and unforgiving nature of the work done there. A young man calmly rests his hand on a cow's head, holding the rope steady. His face shows control and familiarity with the task before him. An elderly butcher watches him with quiet approval, recognizing his consistent discipline. The youth listens without pride, standing straight beside the animal. A small smile crosses the young man's face as he reflects on his reliability. Beneath the calm exterior, his thoughts remain distant. When the topic of workload arises, he states that today will be his final day. The announcement surprises the old butcher. Concern appears briefly on the elder's face as he wonders if trouble forced this choice. The young man reassures him without further detail. Turning slightly aside, the youth avoids expanding on his reason. Acceptance replaces curiosity in the old man's expression. The butcher admits he once thought the youth was simply strong, but later realized he ended lives swiftly and without hesitation. He further acknowledges that such precise killing instincts are rare. The words linger as the elder prepares to leave. Left alone with the cow, the young man reflects on something he discovered while slaughtering livestock. Through repeated acts of killing, he sensed that life and death within a body follow a shifting point. In his mind, he visualizes a human form surrounded by flowing energy tied to that rule. Understanding deepens as he concludes that death moves according to a fixed principle. Determined to confirm it one last time, he prepares to act and quietly asks for forgiveness. A sharp strike descends, and the cow's life ends instantly as a burst of force pierces through its head. The impact is precise, leaving no struggle in its final moment. The animal's eye loses focus, its body collapsing without resistance. Blood marks the ground as silence replaces movement. Standing over the fallen cow, the young man lowers his arm and observes the result calmly. No hesitation appears in his posture. Facing forward beneath the open sky, he steadies his breathing and reflects on the sensation he felt at the instant of death. One of his eyes glows faintly, revealing a heightened awareness tied to the shifting point of life and death within a body. A quiet realization settles in his mind, as he concludes that his understanding is finally complete. Night covers a large illuminated building under a vast sky scattered with stars. The structure stands imposing and calm. Inside a room, a silver-haired man reclines with his hands behind his head, appearing bored and restless. His expression tightens slightly as he questions the purpose of remaining idle in the city without action. A subordinate approaches respectfully, informing him that someone seeks the branch leader but cannot be handled by the newly appointed one. Interest replaces boredom as the silver-haired man leans forward, intrigued by the mention of a notable figure. The name Jin Jiamwu is introduced, identified as the iron-blooded martial artist, with a formidable reputation. In a simple room, a black-haired martial artist waits with a composed but sharp gaze. The silver-haired man greets him with ease and introduces himself as the Chengdu branch leader of the Hao clan. Doubt flickers across Jin Jiamwu's face as he questions whether this relaxed figure truly holds that position. Jin Jiamwu studies the branch leader's face closely, sensing that his presence feels different from other Hao clan leaders he has encountered. Suspicion sharpens his gaze. The silver-haired leader responds with calm amusement, suggesting that perhaps his recent appointment explains the difference. His eyes remain steady, revealing quiet confidence. Though smiling lightly, he internally acknowledges the intensity in Jin's stare. Recognizing the killing intent hidden behind it, Jin lowers his gaze and accepts the explanation for now, deciding to move to the true purpose of his visit. He states that he is searching for someone, even though he does not know the person's name. Recalling last year's disaster in Chengdu, he describes the massive incident that resulted in sealed sect gates and countless deaths. A vivid image of flames and destruction fills the background, as he explains that someone was responsible for that tragedy. He requests that the Hao clan locate that individual, placing the burden of the search on their intelligence network. The branch leader quietly repeats the name Piowol, surprised that the Golden Heaven Society seeks a man who vanished. He reflects on how even after cutting through sect walls and escaping pursuit, Piowol disappeared without leaving a trace. Describing him as spirit-like, the leader explains that finding such a person is extremely difficult. Jin presents a pouch of payment, reminding him that gathering information is the Hao clan's specialty. The silver-haired leader accepts the request without hesitation, noting he intended to search for Piowol regardless. Jin promises to meet expectations, hoping for swift results from the clan's network. The scene closes with Jin Jianwu standing amid rising flames, identified as the leader of the Golden Heaven Society and a martial artist of extraordinary talent. Jin Jianwu is introduced as the grandson of Jin Wolmyong, carrying the legacy of a legendary swordsman. Flames rise behind him, symbolizing both talent and expectation. Renowned for exceptional martial skill and strong leadership, he gained followers early and was predicted to become one of the era's strongest figures. However, after turning 15, his behavior shifted strangely, as though he had begun chasing something beyond ordinary ambition. Later that night, he walks through a dim corridor lit by overhead lanterns, his posture tense and focused. He questions a subordinate about why various groups have gathered in Chengdu, seeking clarity on their intentions. The report proves incomplete due to limited time, offering little concrete information. Jin's eye glows faintly red, as he concludes that such factions would not gather without reason. The subordinate bows deeply, promising to investigate further, despite the uncertainty. Moments later, footsteps echo as Jin departs down the corridor with firm resolve. Outside under the night sky, two young disciples stand waiting in the street. One asks Quan Ok whether he is ready to perform, showing concern for his confidence. Quan Ok admits his worry about lacking skill, while his companion reassures him with light-hearted encouragement. A woman approaches Jin and calls him aside, shifting the group's focus. She reports that some members are investigating elsewhere, while others patrol the streets. When another member is mentioned, Jin dismisses him casually, and brief laughter follows, masking the tension beneath their gathering. The woman asks about the progress of their information gathering, her expression calm but attentive as she studies Jin Jianwu's reaction. Jin admits the investigation has been difficult, his sharp gaze suggesting frustration at the lack of clear results. Standing close beside him, she questions whether the man they seek is connected to the gathered factions, while Jin concludes that confirmation is still necessary. Turning away slightly, Jin reasons that if the target is unrelated, one possible lead will be eliminated, narrowing their search. He decides they should investigate gradually and use the opportunity to blend in rather than act openly. With no urgent tasks remaining, the two choose to visit the Thousand Melodies house, where performers are scheduled to appear that night. Beneath a clear moon, villagers gather in a quiet courtyard, lanterns casting soft light over attentive faces. Inside the hall, a young man sits before a zither, hands poised above the strings. Concentration settles over him as his fingers begin their steady movement. Measured notes fill the space while several trained listeners observe carefully. Although the technique seems ordinary, among the crowd, two women study him with sharp eyes. Accuracy in each note is clear, but the strength behind them draws deeper interest. From the back of the room, silhouettes continue their evaluation. The music lacks long refinement, yet the will contained inside it feels intense. Gradually, the melody begins to resemble restrained killing intent, rather than simple art. Suspicion quietly forms in the minds of the observers. As the rhythm continues, an image overlays the scene, showing the performer surrounded by a cold blue aura. In that vision, the instrument fades, replaced by twin swords, held with precise control. Each imagined strike mirrors the sharp flow of the music. Suddenly, red energy flares from one watcher, her instincts reacting before thought. Tension spreads across the hall. Crimson light surrounds her as she fixes her gaze on the stage. Determination replaces doubt. Her companion questions the reaction, yet unease remains evident. The answer given does not ease the tension. A decision forms to uncover the musician's identity. Attention returns to him with caution, from behind. Someone senses a familiar aura, similar to seasoned swordsmen. The feeling sets him apart from others. On stage, the young man lowers his head, faint red light flickering in his eyes. Composure hides his true depth. His fingers strike harder, sending sharp vibrations through the hall. The performance now feels like the beginning of something dangerous. A sharp gaze cuts through the pink-lit hall as one woman narrows her eyes toward the stage. Suspicion hardens across her face while streaks of energy begin to gather in the air. Suddenly, thin beams of light shoot outward from the instrument, slicing across the audience like invisible blades. Several men flinch in shock, their expressions strained as the pressure brushes against them. The attack does not wound. Close to the strings, the musician's fingers press down with controlled precision. A red current coils around his hand. Darkness briefly fills the space between notes as a glowing arc cuts forward. The strike carries the sharpness of steel rather than melody. With one sweeping motion, he finishes the phrase, sending a final surge across the hall. The sound lands heavily before fading. The audience erupts in startled cries, rising from their seats in confusion. Fear replaces admiration in an instant. Amid the noise, the sharp-eyed woman announces that she has uncovered his background. Her posture remains tense. Details spread quickly, identifying him as Lim Kwan Ok, a wealthy local known for business success before pursuing music. Further explanation reveals he turned to performance after securing his fortune. His public image appears harmless and refined. Despite confirmation of his identity, doubt lingers in the watcher's mind. The aura she sensed does not match the story. Determination settles as she decides direct contact will reveal the truth. Waiting no longer seems acceptable. Without hesitation, she steps forward and approaches the musician from behind. Her movements are calm but purposeful. Introducing herself as Jin Jianwu, she offers praise for the performance while studying him closely. Courtesy masks her scrutiny. Lim Kwan Ok responds with polite gratitude, maintaining a gentle expression beneath that composure. However, a sharp smile spreads across Jin Jianwu's face as she boldly suggests sharing tea. Her bright expression hides the careful calculation behind her eyes. After leaving the hall, Lim Kwan Ok walks through a quiet corridor beneath the night sky. Though calm on the surface, he senses a piercing gaze lingering on him. Suspicion forms in his mind as he realizes the invitation may have been a test. The encounter feels less like courtesy and more like probing. Facing her again outside, Jin Jianwu maintains a friendly demeanor while studying him closely. Politeness frames her approach, yet her interest runs deeper. Behind her composed smile, she resolves to learn whether he hides anything dangerous. Caution guides her next steps. A faint red glow flickers in her eyes as she decides keeping him nearby would reveal more than distance ever could. Later, she returns to the residence and pushes open a wooden door. The night air remains still around the compound. Inside, an older manager bows respectfully as she addresses him. Her expression turns serious without delay. Information surfaces about suspicious movement connected to the Thunder Clan. The report disrupts the fragile calm. Memories of the clan's collapse resurface, recalling the deaths of its leaders. Their fall had once seemed complete. Doubt emerges over why activity now stirs after such a long silence. The timing feels deliberate. Determination settles across her face as she decides their movements must be monitored closely. Under the moonlight, the grand building stands silent, unaware of approaching unrest. Armed men carrying torches gather with grim expressions, their resolve hardened by old grudges. Lone Man clenches his fist and swears revenge against the Thunder Clan, vowing not to rest until they are brought down. Overlooking tiled rooftops, a man recalls how he was denied even a proper funeral for his sect leader. Humiliation and imprisonment within the Qingcheng sect still weigh heavily on him. Bitterness deepens as he remembers that no sincere apology was ever offered. Resentment festers without relief. Clenching his jaw, he swears revenge and reveals he has summoned someone into the Jianggu to make it possible. A masked figure steps forward, wrapped in a dark cloak, as violet energy flickers around his body. One eye glows red while the other remains cold and steady. Calmly, the masked man states a meeting time at Qingcheng Mountain 3 days later. His tone carries quiet authority. The summoner hesitates, questioning whether they will go alone. Unease slips into his expression. Tension rises when the masked figure refuses to explain further. His presence alone suppresses further argument. Anger erupts from another man who demands clarity. After traveling far for this cause, frustration spills into reckless shouting. Without warning, the masked figure turns his head slightly, the red eye sharpening with lethal focus. A violent surge follows as the cloaked man moves faster than sight. His arm lashes out with crushing force. The attacker seizes his target and drives him downward. the impact cracking stone beneath them. Energy swirls violently around the masked figure as he pins the man in place. Resistance proves useless. A scream tears through the night while blood sprays across shattered ground. Terror spreads among the onlookers. The masked man tightens his grip, declaring that disrespect toward him equals disrespect toward his master. With a final crushing motion, he warns that after the ThunderClan's fall, no trace of them will remain forgiven. Lanterns glow against the night sky as guests gather beneath the upper floors of the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion, signaling a lively evening inside. At a table, a blond young man calmly plays a board game with two older men, moving pieces with steady confidence while observing the room. He mentions attending because of a gathering but states he cannot continue playing long, suggesting he has other intentions. An elegantly dressed woman passes their table, her composed steps and refined appearance drawing attention from those nearby. Her presence carries authority, revealing her status as the pavilion's manager as she walks with quiet control. The blond man's focus shifts entirely to her, his relaxed demeanor tightening into sharp interest. One of the older men praises her beauty, attempting to lighten the mood, yet the young man remains intent. Without hesitation, he rises and seizes her wrist, stopping her movement in a sudden and deliberate act. Startlement appears on her face as she turns back, the earlier calm atmosphere replaced by tension. A faint smile forms as he confirms she is the manager, studying her reaction closely though she acknowledges her role. Unease grows in her expression under his fixed gaze. He leans closer and notes that she differs from the others, narrowing the distance between them. She politely asks to be released, anxiety visible in her tightened features. He implies influence over the pavilion and warns that refusal would not end lightly. Cold resolve settles in his eyes as he threatens that continued rejection may cost her position. Shock spreads across the manager's face as the blond man declares he will destroy the pavilion. His eyes burn with intensity, leaving no doubt that he speaks seriously. Fear flickers in her thoughts as she questions his recklessness. Before she can respond, a calm voice calls her name from behind. She quickly bows in respect to a newly arrived figure, addressing the person as the true owner of the pavilion. The owner appears with long pale hair and a covered lower face, standing with composed authority. His presence immediately shifts the balance in the room. The blond man studies him with curiosity, confirming that this masked individual controls the establishment. When asked for his name, the owner refuses and questions the need to reveal it, showing no concern for the young man's attitude. Annoyance sharpens the blond man's expression as he feels mocked by the dismissal. He declares his decision without hesitation, smiling as if entertained by the resistance. Energy erupts around him in a violent surge, green force spiraling outward and cracking the surrounding structure. The power expands rapidly, tearing through the pavilion's interior while wind and debris scatter. Amid the storm of energy, he senses that the owner remains steady before him. Excitement replaces irritation as he recognizes that the masked figure withstands the overwhelming force. With renewed interest, he acknowledges the owner's martial skill while intensifying his attack. The surge of power concentrates as he lunges forward, closing the distance in a direct assault. In a swift motion, he drives downward toward the owner, determined to prove the difference in strength. The masked owner intercepts the blond man's punch with a single fist, blue energy flowing around his arm like water. The impact halts the attack instantly, showing a clear difference in control. Leaning close, the owner speaks coldly about those who covet others' possessions and destroy their homes. His glowing red eye sharpens, reflecting restrained anger. Realization flickers across the blond man's face as he senses the danger. For the first time, hesitation replaces arrogance. In the next instant, the owner's counterattack lands with crushing force. Lightning-like energy bursts outward as the blond man is struck directly. Blood scatters through the air while the owner remains steady, his expression unchanged beneath the mask. The pavilion trembles as the impact sends the blond man crashing through walls and into the courtyard. Dust and debris settle around the ruined entrance as the owner steps forward without urgency. The blond man lies on the ground, injured and stunned, while the owner stands over him in silence. The owner reflects that someone interfered before he could finish with full strength, sensing another presence nearby. Looking down, the owner questions the fallen man's identity. The blond man struggles to lift his head. When asked the same question in return, the owner dismisses it as irrelevant and raises his hand again. A surge of pale energy gathers, forming sharp currents that prepare to strike decisively. Before delivering the final blow, the owner orders his subordinates to remove the intruder. Guards drag the battered blond man away across the courtyard stones as the owner walks back inside. Elsewhere within the pavilion, calm returns, contrasting sharply with the destruction left behind. The masked owner lies resting with a composed expression, while the manager sits beside him. Concern appears on her face as she explains that the defeated intruder does not act alone, and warns that his allies may attempt retaliation against the pavilion. Hearing this, the owner calmly accepts the possibility of further trouble, showing neither fear nor hesitation, despite the implied threat. After a brief pause, he instructs that incoming visitors be allowed entry, remaining steady as footsteps approach the building. Outside, a formally dressed woman introduces herself respectfully at the entrance, presenting her affiliation with a respected martial group. She politely requests an audience with the pavilion's owner, signaling the beginning of a new and potentially significant encounter. A woman in a purple robe stands before a closed lattice door, her posture straight and composed. At the sound allowing entry, she turns slightly, revealing a calm but alert expression, without hesitation. The door slides open, and she steps into the room with steady movement. Her face hardens, signaling that this meeting carries weight. A sharp focus settles in her eyes as she senses a heavy presence ahead. The air feels tense, as though danger quietly fills the space. Across from her sits a white-haired man with his lower face covered. His gaze remains still, yet the pressure he emits feels overwhelming. Despite the invisible force, she formally addresses him regarding the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion. Her composure does not break. The masked man clarifies that he is not the true owner but only assisting in its management. His posture remains relaxed and controlled. She introduces herself as One Guyang, known as the Illusion Sword Fairy. Confidence appears in her steady posture. When she asks if he recognizes her name, he calmly denies it. The brief reply unsettles her expectations. A faint smile forms as she reflects that her fame may not have reached this region. Her eyes, however, continue studying him carefully. She recalls his rumored strength and recent battles in Chengdu. The lack of fatigue in his appearance deepens her suspicion. Curiosity grows as she questions how someone so skilled remains unnoticed by her. Seated across from her, he asks for her name directly. The circular window behind them frames the tense silence. He then reveals the title he uses, Nightmaster. His lowered gaze hides further intent. She accepts the name politely, aware that this encounter signals something far more significant. Wan Gaiyang fixes her sharp gaze on the masked man and directly questions him about the assassin responsible for last year's tragedy in Sichuan. The white-haired man listens without visible reaction, his red-tinted eyes steady beneath lowered brows. Rather than answering, he calmly asks why she seeks that individual. Seated across the low table, she states that there is something she wishes to confirm personally. A faint smile curves along her lips as she implies that if he truly knows the man, withholding the reason is justified. Her expression suggests quiet confidence. The masked man lowers his gaze and closes his eyes briefly, signaling the end of the discussion. He declares there is nothing further to discuss if she will not speak openly. They hold each other's stare in silence, neither yielding. The tension between them remains unresolved as the meeting concludes. Gaiyang offers a composed farewell, implying that their paths may cross again. Her face shows neither disappointment nor anger. The scene shifts to a distant pavilion beneath a wide sky, establishing a brief calm after the strained encounter. Suddenly, a man bursts indoors in alarm, announcing urgent trouble with visible panic. Inside, two senior figures react sharply to the disturbance. Their expressions tighten as they demand an explanation. The messenger stammers that members of the Thunder Clan have gathered outside. Shock spreads across the room. The elders exchange tense looks, immediately understanding the seriousness of the situation. Heavy footsteps approach as a group enters the courtyard with disciplined formation. Facing the residents, a man introduces himself as the new Thunder Clan leader, Kyunghwa. An elderly sect leader steps forward in response, formally acknowledging the visitors as the confrontation begins. Sweat runs down a young man's face as he watches the confrontation unfold, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. The masked white-haired figure remains still, inwardly measuring the situation while chaos brews outside. In the courtyard, the Qingcheng sect leader stands rigid as hostile energy presses in. The weight of leadership shows in his tense expression. The new Thunder Clan leader steps forward and demands that Qingcheng take responsibility for their former leader's death. A Qingcheng member insists the culprit has already departed, but his outburst is quickly restrained. The elders recognize that careless words could worsen the dispute. The sect leader responds evenly, asking how the Thunder Clan expects responsibility to be taken. His calm tone contrasts with the rising hostility. The Thunder leader declares that a life equal to their fallen chief must be offered. His stare remains fixed and unwavering. He then demands that the Qingcheng sect leader end his own life as compensation. The statement shocks everyone present. The elderly leader lowers his gaze, stunned by the audacity of the demand. Qingcheng disciples erupt in outrage, shouting that such treatment is unacceptable. Anger spreads rapidly through their ranks. Dark intent radiates from the Thunder leader, as he warns that a boundary has been crossed. The threat hangs heavily in the air. Fear creeps into the thoughts of onlookers, who question how this crisis can possibly be resolved. A calm voice interrupts, asking for patience while raising a hand to halt further escalation. A composed man identifies himself as Master Li of the Heavenly Martial Academy and steps forward between both sides. The Qingcheng sect leader reacts with surprise, troubled that such a respected figure must witness their humiliation as the confrontation reaches a turning point. Master Li walks forward into the courtyard, stating that Qingcheng sect and the Heavenly Martial Academy have maintained close ties for a century. Stopping before both factions, he calmly declares that the Thunder Clan's request for the sect leader's death lacks justification. The Qingcheng sect leader reacts with visible shock, as Master Li openly judges the demand excessive. Master Li asks those present to step aside and observe properly. Several members from different groups lower themselves, signaling respect for his authority. One after another, voices express agreement with Master Li's stance, strengthening his position in front of the Thunder Clan. Tension thickens as the implication becomes clear. Forcing the Qingcheng sect leader to die would be nothing less than murder. Morning light spreads over a silent village, illuminating tiled roofs and empty streets beneath a cloudy sky. No movement appears between the houses, and the stillness feels unnatural. A white-haired sect leader in a red robe walks forward with measured steps, followed closely by a younger subordinate in dark attire. Several bodies come into view, scattered along the dirt road. The leader's gaze hardens as he takes in the grim scene before him. One corpse lies face down, clothing torn and soaked with blood. The posture suggests a desperate struggle before death claimed him. Farther ahead, another villager's body rests near a fallen weapon. The empty homes around them emphasize the absence of survivors. Kneeling beside a body, the leader inspects the wounds while the subordinate reports that no living person has been found. From above, the three figures stand over the dead, as the subordinate explains the bodies were discovered that morning and the culprit remains missing. He adds that the attacker may never be identified. The leader's eye sharpens, reflecting dissatisfaction with that conclusion. A brief silence follows as suspicion forms in his mind. The subordinate states that all victims carried simple weapons such as knives and clubs. Several tools lie scattered across the ground. Deep cuts and blunt injuries mark the corpses, indicating intense close combat. Bloodstains confirm repeated clashes. Evidence suggests the villagers fought one another, leaving no clear outside assailant. Rising to his feet, the leader surveys the ruined village again, unsettled by the conclusion. The weight of responsibility grows heavier as the scale of the tragedy becomes clear. Elsewhere, a stern demand is delivered to him, insisting that someone must pay for what happened. An elderly sect leader with long white hair and a flowing beard stands beneath the open sky, his face tense and troubled. A subordinate steps closer and urges him to observe two men nearby. The leader turns his gaze toward them. Another disciple remarks that the pair do not seem mentally stable. The leader quietly agrees, sensing something deeply wrong among his own people. One disciple steps forward, asking permission to speak. The leader shifts his body slightly, giving him attention while others gather around. The elder's sharp eyes narrow as he listens, calling the disciple by name. A faint tremor runs through the air as tension builds. Without warning, the disciple's posture changes and his hand moves with sudden force toward the leader's chest. A violent strike lands before anyone can react. Blood sprays from the elder's torso as the blow pierces through his robe. Shock spreads across the surrounding disciples, while the leader staggers, clutching at the wound, staining his garments red. One man rushes forward in panic, demanding an explanation as the elder bends under the weight of the injury. The attacker lifts his head with an unsteady smile, declaring that someone must atone for committed sins. More disciples advance in unison, repeating the demand to pay the price. Their steps are synchronized, as if guided by a single will. Confusion spreads among the remaining sect members as they question the sudden hostility. A chaotic clash erupts as armed disciples charge forward with raised weapons. Blades and staffs cut through the air. Defenders attempt to shield the wounded leader while strikes rain down from every direction. Bodies collide amid the turmoil. Cries for protection echo as steel flashes, and the sect descends into violent internal conflict beneath the darkening sky. Disciples of both the High Heaven Martial Academy and the true martial sect clash violently within the courtyard. Several fighters shout in confusion, unable to understand why allies are attacking each other. Blades swing and bodies collide, while the wounded fall among former comrades. The courtyard becomes a battlefield, filled with uncontrolled aggression. A sect member pauses briefly, staring upward in disbelief as the conflict spirals beyond reason. Suddenly a lone figure appears standing atop the tiled roof, overlooking the turmoil below. From above, a single glowing eye watches the courtyard, observing how internal strife has shattered unity and driven the sect toward destruction. The rooftop figure descends lightly, dark energy beginning to gather around his body. Below him, disciples continue fighting without awareness of the true cause. A wave of sinister power spreads outward, pressing down on the courtyard as several combatants stagger under its influence. Laughter echoes while the shadowed figure stands at the center of the chaos, revealing that the sect's collapse is no accident, but the result of deliberate interference. Dark clouds hang over steep cliffs as several birds circle above the valley, their cries echoing across the mountainside. Below the trees, 3 figures move along a narrow forest path, their steps cautious as the sound of wings passes over their heads and draws their attention upward. One of the men studies the uneasy surroundings while the others watch him, sensing something unusual in the air as tension quietly builds among the group. Suddenly, armed fighters rush forward from the front of the path, surrounding the trio and forcing them into a defensive stance. Steel blades collide in quick succession as the attackers press forward. More enemies close in from behind, tightening the circle and turning the road into a chaotic battlefield filled with flashing swords and scattered bodies. A mustached fighter at the center realizes that the assault is not random. As confusion spreads, several men hesitate, unsure whether the true threat stands before them or hides among supposed allies. Without warning, a figure descends rapidly from the sky, drawing every gaze upward as a powerful force approaches the battlefield. The descending warrior crashes into the ground with explosive force, sending debris and shockwaves outward in all directions. A surge of red energy expands from the impact point, knocking surrounding fighters away. Dust clears to reveal a calm swordsman standing firmly within the shattered ground, his presence alone halting the violence around him. The newcomer steps forward with composed posture, accompanied by 2 others who stand slightly behind him in disciplined formation. Facing the shaken survivors, he formally identifies himself as a representative of the Golden Heaven Society. The wounded fighter looks up in confusion while the swordsman asks for an explanation, only to learn that no one understands why the conflict began. An elderly man with a long white beard lowers his head, sweat forming along his brow as he explains that some of their fighters appear to be under sorcery. Jianwu turns slightly at the word, his expression sharpening as he repeats the term in thought and measures the weight of the claim. The younger companion kneels beside an unconscious body, examining it closely while Junwu and the woman stand behind him. A dark mark pulses faintly along the victim's skin, spreading in thin veins that suggest poison rather than a simple wound. After a brief inspection, the young man identifies the substance as GU poison. Shock spreads among the survivors as several infected fighters tilt their heads back, their eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light. From a short distance, a bandaged man stares at the Golden Heaven Society members, confusion and fear mixing on his face. Realization slowly reaches him as he repeats the name of the poison. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Jianwu's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowing as he processes the threat and considers the next step. The young investigator concludes that if GU poison is involved, the one controlling it must be nearby and manipulating events from the shadows. He instructs the others to leave the infected to them, and to search for the sorcerer responsible for spreading the toxin. Jianwu nods once in agreement, accepting the plan without hesitation. Standing at the center of the shattered ground, the young man channels his inner energy. The energy spreads across the battlefield and beyond, forming a wide sensory field that scans the surrounding terrain. A faint reaction registers within his perception, and he calmly announces that he has located the one responsible. Sharp spikes of earth erupt from the ground ahead, forcing Jianwu and his companion to halt as debris scatters across the rocky slope. A red-clad figure moves swiftly through the trees, cutting through the wind as green leaves swirl violently in his wake. Dark energy gathers around the fleeing man, forming a shadowy aura that twists behind him while he attempts to escape deeper into the forest. From a high vantage point, Jianwu tracks the disturbance across the valley, fixing his gaze on the shifting presence below. The sorcerer's silhouette becomes clearer, his body partially shrouded in black energy with a faint red glow pulsing at its core. In a single motion, Jianwu closes the distance, appearing before the cloaked figure and blocking his path. Standing face to face, Jianwu raises his blade and demands the reason for spreading such harm among innocent fighters. The masked sorcerer responds with mocking calm, offering no explanation while maintaining distance across the windswept clearing. Jianwu's eyes flare with red intensity as he prepares to end the threat if answers are not given. Energy surges from Jianwu's body, igniting the ground beneath him as he launches forward with decisive force. His sword draws a blazing red arc through the air, cutting downward with concentrated power aimed directly at the sorcerer. The strike crashes into the earth, releasing a towering column of crimson energy that splits the terrain in its path. The sorcerer is driven backward by the impact, blood scattering as the force of the blow tears through his defenses. Despite the damage, his glowing red eyes remain steady, revealing neither panic nor retreat. Jianwu watches closely, measuring the opponent's endurance as the sorcerer acknowledges the strength of the attack without fear. Jianwu swings his blade through the fading darkness, but the sorcerer's shadowy form disperses into the air. He scans the sky and surrounding forest, realizing the presence has vanished, and that he has briefly lost track of his target. Although the enemy escaped, Jianwu remains composed, turning back toward his allies as he considers another method to expose and eliminate the hidden sorcerer.